than design. His heart beat a little faster as he sauntered up the steps. Ahead lay a major piece of play-acting, which, if it failed, would ruin the evening. He paused a moment to light a cigar, then entered. In his time he'd frequented a number of high-class casinos. This one had the same slightly passé grandeur as others he'd been in: dark wood paneling, damson carpeting, portraits of forgotten luminaries on the walls. Hand in trouser pocket, jacket unbuttoned to reveal the gloss of the lining, he crossed the mosaic foyer to the desk. Security would be tight. The moneyed expected safety. He wasn't a member, nor could expect to become one on the spot, not without sponsors and references. The only way he'd get a good night's gaming was by bluffing his way through. The English Rose at the desk smiled promisingly. "Good evening, sir." "How are you tonight?" Her smile didn't falter for a moment, even though she couldn't possibly know who he was. "Well, and you?" "Lovely night. Is Bill here yet?" "I'm sorry, sir." "Mr. Toy, has he arrived yet?" "Mr. Toy." She consulted the guest book, running a lacquered finger down the list of tonight's gamblers. "I don't think he's—" "He won't have signed in," Marty said. "He's a member, for God's sake." The slight irritation in his voice took the girl off balance. "Oh, I see. I don't think I know him." "Well, no matter. I'll just go straight up. Tell him I'm at the tables, will you?" "Wait, sir, I haven't—" She reached out as if to tug at his sleeve, but thought better of it. He flashed her a disarming smile as he started up the stairs. "Who shall I say?" "Mr. Strauss," he said, affecting a tiny barb of exasperation. "Yes, of course." An artificial recognition flooded her face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Strauss. It's just that—" "No problem," he replied benignly as he left her below, staring up at him. It took him only a few minutes to acquaint himself with the layout of the rooms. Roulette, poker, blackjack, all and more were available. The atmosphere was serious. Frivolity was not welcome where money could be won or lost on such a scale. If the men and few women who haunted these hushed enclaves were here to enjoy themselves, they showed no sign of it. This was work. Hard, serious work. There were some quiet exchanges on the stairs and in the corridors, and, of course, calls from the tables. Otherwise the interior was almost reverentially subdued. He sauntered from room to room, standing on the fringe of one game then another, familiarizing himself with the etiquette of the place. Nobody gave him more than a glance. He fitted into this obsessive's paradise too well. Anticipation of the moment when he eventually sat down to join a game exhilarated him. He indulged it a while longer. He had all night to enjoy, after all, and he knew only too well that the money in his pocket would disappear in minutes if he wasn't careful. He went into the bar, ordered a whiskey and water, and scanned his fellow drinkers. They were all here for the same reason, to pit their wits against chance. Most drank alone, psyching themselves up for the games ahead. Later, when fortunes had been won, there might be dancing on the tables, an impromptu striptease from a drunken mistress. But it was early yet. The waiter appeared, a young man, 20 at most, with a moustache that looked drawn on. He'd already achieved that mixture of obsequiousness and superiority that marked his profession. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. Marty's stomach lurched. Was somebody going to call his bluff? "Yes?" "Scotch or bourbon, sir?" "Oh, Scotch." "Very well, sir." "Bring it to the table. Where will you be, sir?" "Roulette." The waiter withdrew. Marty went to the cashier and bought 800 pounds of chips, then went into the roulette room. He'd never been much of a card player. It required techniques that he'd always been too bored to learn, and much as he admired the skill of great players, that very skill blurred the essential confrontation. A good card player used luck. A great one rode it. But roulette, though it too had its systems and its techniques, was a purer game. Nothing had the glamour of the spinning wheel, its numbers blurring, the ball rattling as it lodged and jumped again. He sat down at the table between a highly perfumed Arab who spoke only French and an American. Neither said a word to him. There were no welcomes or farewells here. All the niceties of human intercourse were sacrificed to the matter at hand. It was an odd disease. Its symptoms were like infatuation. palpitations, sleeplessness. Its only certain cure, death. On one or two occasions he'd caught sight of himself in a casino bar mirror or in the glass of the cashier's booth, and met a haunted, hungry look. But nothing, not self-disgust, not the disparagement of friends, nothing had ever quite rooted out the appetite. The waiter brought the drink to his elbow, its ice clinking. Marty tipped him heavily. There was a spin of the wheel, though Marty had joined the table too late to place money. All eyes were fixed on the circling numbers. It was an hour or more before Marty left the table, and then only to relieve his bladder before returning to his seat. Players came and went. The American, indulging the aquiline youth who accompanied him, had left the decisions to his companion, and lost a small fortune before retiring. Marty's reserves were running low. He'd won and lost, and won, then lost and lost and lost. The defeats didn't distress him overmuch. It wasn't his money, and as Whitehead had often observed, there was plenty more where that came from. With enough chips left for one more bet of any consequence, he withdrew from the table for a breather. He'd sometimes found that he could change his luck by retiring from the field for a few minutes and returning with new focus. As he got up from his seat, his eyes full of numbers, somebody walked past the door of the roulette room and glanced in before moving on to another game. Fleeting seconds were enough for recognition. When Marty had last met that face, it had been ill-shaven and waxen with pain, lit by the floods along the sanctuary fence. Now Mamoulian was transformed. No longer the derelict, cornered and anguished. Marty found himself walking toward the door like a man hypnotized. The waiter was at his side. "Another drink, sir?" But the inquiry went ignored as Marty stepped out of the roulette room and into the corridor. Contrary feelings ran in him. He was half afraid to confirm his sighting of the man, yet curiously excited that the man was here. It was no coincidence, surely. Perhaps Toy was with him. Perhaps the whole mystery would unravel here and now. He caught sight of Mamoulian walking into the baccarat room. A particularly fierce match was going on there, and spectators had drifted in to watch its closing stages. The room was full. Players from other tables had deserted their own games to enjoy the battle at hand. Even the waiters were lingering on the periphery, trying to catch a glimpse. Mamoulian threaded his way through the crowd to get a better view, his thin gray figure parting the throng. Having found himself a vantage point, he stood, light shining up from the baize onto his pale face. The wounded hand was lodged in his jacket pocket, out of sight. The wide brow was clear of the least expression. Marty watched him for upward of 5 minutes. Not once did the European's eyes flicker from the game in front of him. He was like a piece of porcelain, a glazed facade onto which a nonchalant artisan had scrawled a few lines. The eyes pressed into the clay were incapable, it seemed, of anything but that relentless stare. Yet there was power in the man. It was uncanny to see how people kept clear of him, cramming themselves into knots rather than press too close to him at the table-side. Across the room, Marty caught sight of the pen-mustached waiter. He pushed his way between the spectators to where the young man stood. "A word," he whispered. "Yes, sir?" "That man in the gray suit." The waiter glanced toward the table, then back to Marty. "Mr. Mamoulian." "Yes. What do you know about him?" The waiter gave Marty a reproving look. "I'm sorry, sir, we're not at liberty to discuss members." He turned on his heel and went into the corridor. Marty followed. It was empty. Downstairs, the girl on the desk, not the same he'd spoken with, was giggling with the coat-check clerk. "Wait a moment." When the waiter looked back, Marty was producing his wallet, still amply enough filled to present a decent bribe. The other man stared at the notes with undisguised greed. "I just want to ask a few questions. I don't need the number of his bank account." "I don't know it, anyway." The waiter smirked. "Are you police?" "I'm just interested in Mr. Mamoulian," Marty said, proffering 50 pounds in tens. "Some bare essentials." The waiter snatched the money and pocketed it with the speed of a practiced bribee. "Ask away," he said. "Is he a regular here?" "A couple of times a month." "To play?" The waiter frowned. "Now you mention it, I don't think I've ever seen him actually play." "Just to watch, then?" Well, I can't be sure, but I think if he did play, I'd have seen him by now. Strange. Still, we have a few members who do that. And does he have any friends? People he arrives with, leaves with? Not that I remember. He used to be quite pally with a Greek woman who used to come in, always won a fortune, never failed. That was the gambler's equivalent to the fisherman's tale, the story of the player with a system so flawless it never faltered. Marty had heard it 100 times. Always the friend of a friend, a mythical somebody whom you never got to meet face to face. And yet, when he thought of Mamoulian's face, so calculating in its supreme indifference, he could almost imagine the fiction real. "Why are you so interested in him?" the waiter asked. "I have an odd feeling about him." "You're not the only one." "What do you mean?" "He's never said or done anything to me, you understand," the waiter explained. "He always tips well, though God knows all he ever drinks is distilled water. But we had one fellow came here. This is a couple of years ago now. He was American, over from Boston. He saw Mamoulian, and let me tell you, he freaked out. Seems he'd played with a guy who was his spitting image. This is in the 1920s. That caused quite a buzz. I mean, he doesn't look like the type to have a father, does he?" The waiter had something there. It was impossible to imagine this Mamoulian as a child or a pimply adolescent. Had he suffered infatuation, the death of pets, of parents? It seemed so unlikely as to be laughable. "That's all I know, really." "Thank you," said Marty. It was enough. The waiter walked away, leaving Marty with an armful of possibilities, apocryphal tales most likely, the Greek with the system, the panicking American. A man like Mamoulian was bound to collect rumors. His air of lost aristocracy invited invented histories, like an onion unwrapped and unwrapped and unwrapped again, each skin giving way not to the core but to another skin. Tired and dizzy with too much drink and too little sleep, Marty decided to call it a night. He'd used the 100 or so left in his wallet to bribe a taxi driver to drive him back to the estate and leave the car to be picked up another day. He was too drunk to drive. He glanced one final time into the baccarat room. The game was still going on. Mamoulian had not moved from his station. Marty went downstairs to the bathroom. It was a few degrees colder than the interior of the club, its rococo plasterwork facetious in the face of its lowly function. He glanced at his weariness in the mirror, then went to relieve himself at the urinal. In one of the stalls somebody had begun to sob, very quietly, as if attempting to stifle the sound. Despite his aching bladder, Marty found he was unable to piss. The anonymous grief distressed him too much. It was coming from behind the locked door of the stalls. Probably some optimist who'd lost his shirt on a roll of the dice and was now contemplating the consequences. Marty left him to it. There was nothing he could say or do. He knew that from bitter experience. Out in the foyer, the woman on the desk called after him, "Mr. Strauss?" It was the English Rose. She showed no sign of wilting, despite the hour. "Did you find Mr. Toy?" "No, I didn't." "Oh, that's odd. He was here." "Are you sure?" "Yes, he came with Mr. Mamoulian. I told him you were here, and that you'd asked after him." "And what did he say?" "Nothing," the girl replied. "Not a word." She dropped her voice. "Is he well? I mean, he looked really terrible, if you don't mind me saying so. Awful color." Marty glanced up the stairs, scanned the landing. "Is he still here?" "Well, I haven't been on the desk all evening, but I didn't see him leave." Marty took the stairs two at a time. He wanted to see Toy so much. There were questions to ask, confidences to exchange. He scoured the rooms, looking for that worn leather face. But though Mamoulian was still there, sipping his water, Toy was not with him, nor was he to be found in any of the bars. He had clearly come and gone. Disappointed, Marty went back downstairs, thanked the girl for her help, tipped her well, and left. It was only when he had put a good distance between himself and the academy, walking in the middle of the road to waylay the first available taxi, that he remembered the sobbing in the bathroom. His pace slowed. Eventually he stopped in the street, his head echoing the thump of his heart. Was it just hindsight? Or had that ragged voice sounded familiar, as it chewed on its grief? Had it been Toy sitting there in the questionable privacy of a toilet stall, crying like a lost child? Dreamily, Marty glanced back the way he'd come. If he suspected Toy was still at the club, shouldn't he go back and find out? But his head was making unpleasant connections. The woman at the Pimlico number, whose voice was too horrid to listen to. The desk girl's question, "Is he well?" The profundity of despair he had heard from behind the locked door. No, he couldn't go back. Nothing, not even the promise of a faultless system to beat every table in the house, would induce him to return. There was, after all, such a thing as reasonable doubt, and on occasion it could be a balm without equal. Chapter 8. Raising Cain. 45. The day of the Last Supper, as he was to come to think of it, Marty shaved 3 times, once in the morning and twice in the afternoon. The initial flattery of the invitation had long since faded. Now all he prayed for was some convenient get-out clause, a means by which he could politely escape what he was certain would be an excruciating evening. He had no place in Whitehead's entourage. Their values were not his. Their world was one in which he was no more than a functionary. There could be nothing about him that would give them more than a moment's entertainment. It wasn't until he put on the evening jacket again that he began to feel more courageous. In this world of appearances, why shouldn't he carry off the illusion as well as the next man? After all, he'd succeeded at the academy. The trick was to get the superficies right, the proper dress code, the correct direction in which to pass the port. He began to view the evening ahead as a test of his wits, and his competitive spirit began to rise to the challenge. He would play them at their own game, among the clinking glasses and the chatter of opera and high finance. Triply shaved, dressed, and cologned, he went down to the kitchen. Oddly, Pearl wasn't in the house. Luther had been left in charge of the night's gourmandizing. He was opening bottles of wine. The room was fragrant with the mingled bouquets. Though Marty had understood the gathering to be small, several dozen bottles were assembled on the table. The labels on many were dirtied to illegibility. It looked as though the cellar were being stripped of its finest vintages. Luther looked Marty up and down. "Who'd you steal the suit off?" Marty picked up one of the open bottles and sniffed it, ignoring the remark. Tonight he wasn't going to be needled. Tonight he had things figured out, and he'd let no one burst the bubble. "I said, where'd you—" "I heard you the first time. I bought it." "What with?" Marty put the bottle down heavily. Glasses on the table clinked together. "Why don't you shut up?" Luther shrugged. "Old man give it to you?" "I told you, shove it." "Seems to me you're getting in deep, man. You know you're guest of honor at this shindig?" "I'm going along to meet some of the old man's friends, that's all." "You mean Dwoskin and those fuckheads? Aren't you the lucky one?" "And what are you tonight, the wine boy?" Luther grimaced as he pulled the cork on another bottle. "They don't have no waiters at their special parties. They're very private." "What do you mean?" "What do I know?" Luther said, shrugging. "I'm a monkey, right?" Between 8 and 8:30 the cars started to arrive at the sanctuary. Marty waited in his room for a summons to join the rest of the guests. He heard Kurtzinger's voice, and those of women. There was laughter, some of it shrill. He wondered if it was just the wives they'd brought, or their daughters, too. The phone rang. "Marty!" It was Whitehead. "Sir?" "Why not come up and join us? We're waiting for you." "Right. We're in the White Room." Another surprise. That bare room with its ugly altarpiece seemed an unlikely venue for a dinner party. Evening was drawing on outside, and before going on up to the room, Marty switched the lawn floods on. They blazed, their illumination echoing through the house. His earlier trepidation had been entirely replaced by a mixture of defiance and fatalism. As long as he didn't spit in the soup, he told himself, he'd get through. "Come on in, Marty." The atmosphere inside the White Room was already chokingly thick with cigar and cigarette smoke. No attempt had been made to prettify the place. The only decoration was the triptych, its crucifixion as vicious as Marty remembered it. Whitehead stood as Marty entered, and extended his hand in welcome, an almost garish smile on his face. "Close the door, will you? Come on in and sit down." There was a single empty place at the table. Marty went to it. "You know Felix, of course?" Ottaway, the fan-dancing lawyer, nodded. The bare bulb threw light on his pate and exposed the line of his toupee. "And Lawrence?" Dwoskin, the lean and trollish, was in the middle of a sip of wine. He murmured a greeting. "And James?" "Hello," said Kurtzinger. "How nice to see you again." The cigar he held was just about the largest Marty had ever set eyes on. The familiar faces accounted for, Whitehead introduced the three women who sat between the men. "Our guests for tonight," he said. "Hello. This is my sometime bodyguard, Martin Strauss." "Martin?" Oriana, a woman in her mid-30s, gave him a slightly crooked smile. "Pleased to meet you." Whitehead used no second name, which left Marty wondering if this was the wife of one of the men, or just a friend. She was a good deal younger than either Ottaway or Kurtzinger, between whom she sat. Perhaps she was a mistress. The thought tantalized. "This is Stephanie." Stephanie, the first woman senior by a good 10 years, graced Marty with a look that seemed to strip him naked from head to foot. It was disconcertingly plain, and he wondered if anyone else around the table had caught it. "We've heard so much about you," she said, laying a caressing hand on Dwoskin's. "Haven't we?" Dwoskin smirked. Marty's distaste for the man was as thoroughgoing as ever. It was difficult to imagine how or why any human would want to touch him. "And finally, Emily." Marty turned to greet the third new face at the table. As he did so, Emily knocked over a glass of red wine. "Oh, Jesus," she said. "Doesn't matter," Kurtzinger said, grinning. He was already drunk, Marty now registered. The grin was too lavish for sobriety. "Couldn't matter less, sweet. Really it couldn't." Emily looked up at Marty. She, too, had already drunk too much, to judge by her flushed complexion. She was by far the youngest of the three women, and almost winsomely pretty. Sit down, Whitehead said. "Never mind the wine, for God's sake." Marty took his place beside Kurtzinger. The wine Emily had spilled dribbled off the edge of the table unarrested. "We were just saying," Dwoskin chimed in, "what a pity Willie couldn't have been here." Marty shot a glance at the old man to see if the mention of Toy, the sound of weeping came back as he thought of him, had brought any response. There was none. He, too, Marty now saw, was the worse for drink. The bottles that Luther had been opening, the clarets, the burgundies, forested the table. The atmosphere was more that of an ad hoc picnic than a dinner party. There was none of the ceremony he had anticipated, no meticulous ordering of courses, no cutlery in regiments. What food there was, tins of caviar, with spoons thrust into them, cheeses, thin biscuits, took a poor second place to the wine. Though Marty knew little about wine, his suspicions about the old man emptying his cellar were confirmed by the babble around the table. They had come together tonight to drink the sanctuary dry of its finest, its most celebrated vintages. "Drink," Kurtzinger said. "It's the best stuff you'll ever swallow, believe me." He fumbled for a specific bottle among the throng. "Where's the Latour? We haven't finished it, have we? Stephanie, are you hiding it, darling?" Stephanie looked up from her cups. Marty doubted if she even knew what Kurtzinger was talking about. These women weren't wives, he was certain of it. He doubted if they were even mistresses. "Here." Kurtzinger sloppily filled a glass for Marty. "See what you make of that." Marty had never much liked wine. It was a drink to be sipped and swilled around the mouth, and he had no patience with it. But the bouquet off the glass spoke quality, even to his uneducated nose. It had a richness that made him salivate before he'd downed a mouthful, and the taste didn't disappoint. It was superb. "Good, eh?" "Tasty." "Tasty!" Kurtzinger bellowed to the table in mock outrage. "The boy pronounces it tasty." "Better pass it back over before he downs the lot," Ottaway remarked. "It's all got to go," Whitehead said. "Tonight." "All of it?" said Emily, glancing over at the 24 other bottles that stood against the wall, liqueurs and cognacs among the wines. "Yes, everything. One blowout to finish the best of the stuff." What was this about? They were like a retreating army raising a place rather than leaving anything for those who followed to occupy. "What are you going to drink next week?" Oriana asked, a heaping spoonful of caviar hovering above her cleavage. "Next week?" Whitehead said. "No parties next week. I'm joining a monastery." He looked across at Marty. "Marty knows what a troubled man I am." "Troubled?" said Dwoskin. "Concerned for my immortal soul," said Whitehead, not taking his eyes off Marty. This earned a spluttered guffaw from Otway, who was rapidly losing control of himself. Dwoskin leaned across and refilled Marty's glass. "Drink up," he said. "We've got a lot to get through." There was no slow savoring of the wine going on around the table. The glasses were being filled, guzzled, and refilled, as though the tipple were water. There seemed something desperate in their appetite, but he should have known Whitehead did nothing by halves. Not to be outdone, Marty downed his second glass in 2 gulps, and filled it to brimming again immediately. "Like it?" Dwoskin asked. "Willie would not approve," said Otway. "What, of Mr. Strauss?" Oriana said. The caviar had still not found her mouth. "Not of Martin. Of this indiscriminate consumption." He was barely able to get his tongue around the last 2 words. There was some pleasure in seeing the lawyer tongue-twisted, no more the fan-dancer. "Toy can go fuck himself," Dwoskin said. Marty wanted to say something in Bill's defense, but the drink had slowed his responses, and before he could speak, Whitehead had lifted his glass. "A toast," he announced. Dwoskin stumbled to his feet, knocking over an empty bottle, which in turn felled another 3. Wine gurgled out of one of the spilled bottles, weaving across the table and splashing onto the floor. "To Willie," Whitehead said, "wherever he is." Glasses raised and tapped together, even Dwoskin's. A chorus of voices offered up, "To Willie," and the glasses were noisily drained. Marty's glass was filled up by Otway. "Drink, man, drink!" The drink on Marty's empty stomach was causing ructions. He felt dislocated from events in the room, from the women, the fan-dancer, the crucifixion on the wall. His initial shock, seeing the men like this, wine on their bibs and chins, mouthing obscenities, had long since faded. Their behavior didn't matter. Getting more of these vintages down his throat did. He exchanged a baleful look with Christ. "Fuck you," he said under his breath. Kurtzinger caught the comment. "My very words," he whispered back. "Where is Willie?" Emily was asking. "I thought he'd be here." She offered the question to the table, but nobody seemed willing to take it up. "He's gone," Whitehead replied eventually. "He's such a nice man," the girl said. She dug Dwoskin in the ribs. "Didn't you think he was a nice man?" Dwoskin was irritated by the interruptions. He had taken to fumbling at the zipper on the back of Stephanie's dress. She made no objection to this public advance. The glass he held in the other hand was spilling wine into his lap. He either didn't notice or didn't care. Whitehead caught Marty's eye. "Entertaining you, are we?" he said. Marty wiped the nascent smile off his face. "Don't you approve?" Otway asked Marty. "Not up to me. I always got the impression the criminal classes were quite puritanical at heart. Is that right?" Marty looked down from the fan-dancer's drink-puffed features and shook his head. The jibe was beneath contempt, as was the jiber. "If I were you, Marty," Whitehead said from the other end of the table, "I'd break his neck." Marty shrugged. "Why bother?" he said. "Seems to me you're not so dangerous after all," Otway went on. "Who said I was dangerous?" The smirk the lawyer wore deepened. "I mean, we were expecting an animal act, you know." Otway moved a bottle to get a better look at Marty. "We were promised—" The conversation around the table had ground to a halt, but Otway didn't seem to notice. "Still, nothing's quite as advertised, is it?" he said. I mean, you ask any one of these God-forsaken gentlemen." The table was a still life. Otway's arm swept around to include everyone in his tirade. "We know, don't we? We know how disappointing life can be." "Shut up," Kurtzinger snapped. He stared woozily at Otway. "We don't want to hear." "We may not get another chance, my dear James," Otway replied, his courtesy contemptuous. "Don't you think we should all admit the truth? We are in extremis. Oh, yes, my friends, we should all get down on our knees and confess." "Yes, yes," said Stephanie. She was trying to stand, but her legs were of another mind. Her dress, the back unzipped, threatened to slip. "Let's all confess," she said. Dwoskin pulled her back into her chair. "We'll be here all night," he said. Emily giggled. Otway, undeterred, was still talking. "Seems to me," he said, "he's probably the only innocent one amongst us." Otway pointed at Marty. "I mean, look at him. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about." The remarks were beginning to irritate Marty, but there'd be precious little satisfaction in threatening the lawyer. In his present state, Otway would crumble under one blow. His bleary eyes didn't look far from unconsciousness. "You disappoint me," Otway murmured, with genuine regret in his voice. "I thought we'd end better than this." Dwoskin stood up. "I've got a toast," he announced. "I want to toast the women." "Now there's an idea," Kurtzinger said. "But we'll need a fire." Oriana thought this the funniest remark she'd heard all night. "The women!" Dwoskin declared, raising his glass. But nobody was listening. Emily, who had been lamb-like so far, had suddenly taken it into her head to strip off. She'd pushed her chair back and was now unbuttoning her blouse. She wore nothing beneath. Her nipples looked rouged, as if in preparation for this unveiling. Kurtzinger applauded. Otway and Whitehead joined in with a chorus of encouraging remarks. "What do you think?" Kurtzinger asked Marty. "Your type, is she? And they're all her own, aren't they, sweetheart?" "You want to feel?" Emily offered. She'd discarded her blouse. She was now naked from the waist up. "Come on," she said, taking hold of Marty's hand and pressing it against her breast, working it around and around. "Oh, yes," said Kurtzinger, leering at Marty. "He likes that. I can tell he likes that." "Of course he does," Marty heard Whitehead say. His gaze, not too focused, slid in the old man's direction. Whitehead met it head-on. The hooded eyes were devoid of humor or arousal. "Go on," he said. "She's all yours. That's what she's here for." Marty heard the words but couldn't make proper sense of them. He pulled his hand off the girl's flesh as if scalded. "Go to hell," he said. Kurtzinger had stood up. "Now, don't be a spoil sport," he rebuked Marty. "We only want to see what you're made of." Down the table, Oriana had started to laugh again. Marty wasn't sure at what. Dwoskin was banging his hand, palm down, on the table. The bottles jumped in rhythm. "Go on," Whitehead told Marty. They were all looking at him. He turned to face Emily. She was standing a yard away from him, attempting the catch of her skirt. There was something undeniably erotic about her exhibitionism. Marty's trousers felt tight. His head, too. Kurtzinger had his hands on Marty's shoulders and was trying to slip off his jacket. The tattoo Dwoskin was beating on the table, which Otway had now taken up, made Marty's head dance. Emily had succeeded with the catch, and her skirt was at her feet. Now, without prompting, she pulled off her panties and stood in front of the assembled company, wearing only pearls and high-heeled shoes. Naked, she looked young enough to be jail-bait, 14, 15 at most. Her skin was creamy. Somebody's hand, Oriana's, he thought, was massaging Marty's erection. He half-turned. It wasn't her at all, but Kurtzinger. He pushed the hand away. Emily had stepped toward him and was unbuttoning his shirt from the bottom up. He tried to stand, to say something to Whitehead. The words weren't there yet, but he badly wanted to find them, wanted to tell the old man what a cheat he was. More than a cheat. He was scum, dirty-minded scum. This was why he'd been invited up here, plied with wine and dirty talk. The old man had wanted to see him naked and rutting. Marty pushed Kurtzinger's hand away a second time. The touch was horribly expert. He looked along the table to Whitehead, who was pouring himself another glass of wine. Dwoskin's gaze was fixed on Emily's nakedness, Ottaway's on Marty. Both had given up slapping the table. The lawyer's stare said everything. He was sickly pale, sweaty anticipation on his face. "Go on," he said, his breath ragged. "Go on, take her. Give us a show to remember. Or haven't you got anything worth displaying?" Marty heard the sense too late to reply. The naked child was pressing herself against him, and somebody, Kurtzinger, was trying to unbutton the top of his trousers. He made one last ungainly lunge at equilibrium. "Stop this," he murmured, looking at the old man. "What's the problem?" Whitehead asked lightly. "Joke over," Marty said. There was a hand in his trousers, reaching for his erection. "Get the fuck off me!" He shoved Kurtzinger back with more force than he'd planned. The big man stumbled and fell against the wall. "What's wrong with you people?" Emily took a step back from him to avoid Marty's flailing arm. The wine was boiling up in his belly and throat. His trousers jutted. He looked, he knew, absurd. Oriana was still laughing. Not just her, Dwoskin too, and Stephanie. Ottaway just stared. "You never seen a fucking hard-on before?" He spat at them all. "Where's your sense of humor?" Ottaway said. "We just want a floor show. Where's the harm?" Marty jabbed a finger in Whitehead's direction. "I trusted you," he said. It was all he could find to shape his hurt. "That was an error, then, wasn't it?" Dwoskin commented. He spoke as if to an imbecile. "You fucking shut up!" Fighting back the urge to break somebody's face, anybody's would do, Marty pulled on his jacket and with one back sweep of his hand cleared a dozen bottles, most of them full, off the table. Emily screamed as they shattered around her feet, but Marty didn't wait to see how much damage he'd done. He backed off from the table and stumbled toward the door. The key was in the lock. He opened it and stepped into the hallway. Behind him, Emily had begun to bawl like a baby just woken from a nightmare. He could hear her all the way down the darkened corridor. He hoped to God his jittering limbs would bear him up. He wanted out, into the air, into the night. He lurched down the back staircase, hand outstretched against the wall for support, the steps receding beneath his feet. He reached the kitchen, having fallen only once, and opened the back door. The night was waiting. Nothing to see him, nothing to know him. He breathed in cold black air, and it burned in his nostrils and lungs. He staggered across the lawn, almost blind, not knowing which direction he was going in, until he thought of the woods. Taking a moment to reorient himself, he ran toward them, begging their discretion. 46. He ran, the undergrowth dragging at his legs, until he was so deep in the stand of trees he could see neither the house nor its lights. Only then did he stop, his whole body thumping like one vast heart. His head felt loose on his neck. Bile gurgled at the back of his throat. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. For a moment his gyrating head lost control. His ears whined, his eyes blurred. He was suddenly certain of nothing, not even his physical existence. Panic crawled up from his bowels, raking the tissue of his gut and his stomach as it came. "Get down," he told it. Only once before had he felt so close to losing his mind, to throwing back his head and screaming, and that had been the first night at Wandsworth, the first of many years of nights, locked in a cell 12 by 8. He'd sat on the edge of the mattress and felt what he was feeling now, the blind beast ascending, squeezing adrenaline from his spleen. He'd mastered the terror then, and he could do it again. Brutally he stuck his fingers as far down his throat as he could, and was rewarded with a surge of nausea. The reflux begun, he let his body do the rest, throwing up a system full of undigested wine. It was a filthy, cleansing experience, and he made no effort to control the spasms until there was nothing left to vomit. His stomach muscles aching from the contractions, he uprooted some ferns and wiped his mouth and chin, then washed his hands in the damp soil and stood up. The rough treatment had done its job. There was a marked improvement in his condition. He turned his back on his spilled stomach and wandered further away from the house. Though the thatch of leaves and branches was heavy above, some starlight trickled down, enough illumination to give a tenuous solidity to trunk and brush. Walking in the ghost wood enchanted him. He let the gentle spectacle of light and leaf shade heal his wounded vanity. He saw how all his dreams of finding a permanent and trusted place in Whitehead's world had been pretension. He was, and always would be, a marked man. He walked quietly here, where the trees thickened and the undergrowth, light-starved, thinned. Small animals scuttled ahead of him. Night insects whirred in the grass. He stood still to hear the nocturne better. As he did so, he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. He looked toward it, seeking focus through the receding corridor of trunks. It was no trick. There was somebody, gray as the trees, standing 30 or so yards from him. Now still, now moving again. Concentrating, he fixed the figure in the matrix of shadow and deeper shadow. It was a ghost, surely. So quiet, so casual. He watched it as a deer might watch a hunter, not certain if he had been seen, but unwilling to break cover. Fear ran in his scalp. Not of an open blade. He'd long ago faced those terrors and mastered them. This was the prickly heat fear of childhood, the essential fear. And, paradoxically, it made him whole. It didn't matter if he were 4 or 34. He was the same creature at heart. He'd dreamed of such woods, of such encompassing night. He touched his terror reverently, frozen to the spot, while the gray figure, too taken with its own business to notice him, watched the earth between the trees. They stood in that relation, ghost and he, for what seemed like several minutes. Certainly a good time passed before he heard a noise that was neither owl nor rodent filtering between the trees. It had been there all along. He had just failed to interpret it for what it was. The sound of digging. The rattle of tiny stones, the fall of earth. The child in him said, "Bad. Leave it be. Leave it all be." But he was too curious to ignore it. He took 2 experimental steps toward the ghost. It made no sign of seeing or hearing him. Taking courage, he advanced a few more steps, attempting to keep as close to a tree as possible, so that should the ghost look his way, he could find cover quickly. In this way he advanced 10 yards toward his quarry, close enough to see the host and enough detail for recognition. It was Mamoulian. The European was still staring down at the earth at his feet. Marty slid into hiding behind a trunk and flattened himself there, his back to the scene. There was obviously somebody digging at Mamoulian's feet. He conceivably had other cohorts in the vicinity. The only safety was in lying doggo and hoping to God no one had been spying on him as he had spied on the European. At length the digging stopped, and so, as if on an unspoken cue, did the nocturne. It was bizarre. The whole assembly, insect and animal alike, seemed to hold its breath, aghast. Marty slid down the trunk into crawling position, his ears straining for every clue as to what was going on. He chanced to look. Mamoulian was moving off in what Marty guessed to be the direction of the house. Undergrowth obscured his view. He could see nothing of the digger, or the other disciples who were accompanying the European. He heard their passage, however, the brush of their dragging steps. Let them go, he thought. He was past protecting Whitehead. That bargain was defunct. He sat, knees hugged against his chest, and waited until Mamoulian had woven between the trees and disappeared. Then he counted to 20 and stood up. Pins and needles pricked at his lower legs, and he had to rub the circulation back into them. Only then did he start toward the spot where Mamoulian had lingered. Even as he approached, he recognized the glade, though he had previously come to it from the direction of the house. His late-evening walk had taken him in a semicircle. He was standing now in the place he'd buried the dogs. The grave was open and empty. The black plastic shrouds had been torn apart, their contents unceremoniously removed. Marty stared into the hole, not quite comprehending the joke. What use were dead dogs? There was a movement in the grave. Something shifted beneath the plastic sheets. He stepped back from the edge, his gorge too susceptible for this. A nest of maggots, presumably, or perhaps a worm the size of his arm, grown fat on dog meat. Who knew what hid in the earth? Turning his back on the hole, he walked toward the house, following the trail Mamoulian had taken, until the trees thinned and the starlight brightened. There, on the borderland between wood and lawn, he stayed, until the sounds of the night re-established themselves around him. 47. Stephanie excused herself from the table and went out to the bathroom, leaving the hysteria behind her. As she closed the door, one of the men, Ottaway, she thought, suggested she come back in and piss in a bottle for him. She didn't grace the remark with a reply. However well they paid, she wasn't going to get involved in that kind of activity. It wasn't clean. The hallway was in semi-darkness. The sheen of vases, the richness of the carpet underfoot, all of it spoke wealth, and on previous visits she had enjoyed the extravagance of the place. But tonight they were so uneasy. Ottaway, Dwoskin, the old man himself. There was an air of desperation in their drinking and their innuendo, and it took any pleasure out of being here. On the other nights they'd all got pleasantly drunk, and then there'd been the usual performances, sometimes developing into something more serious, with one or two of them. Just as often they were content to watch, and at the end of the night there'd been generous payment. But tonight was different. There was cruelty in it, which she disliked. Money or no money, she wouldn't come here again. It was time she retired anyway. Leave it to younger girls, who at least looked less rattled than she did. She bent close to the bathroom mirror and tried to reapply her eyeliner, but her hand was shaky with drink, and it slipped. She cursed and dug in her purse for a tissue to clean off the error. As she did so, there was a scuffling sound in the hallway. Dwoskin, she guessed. She didn't want the gargoyle touching her again, at least not until she was too paralytic with drink to care. She tiptoed to the door and locked it. The sounds outside had stopped. She went back to the sink and turned on the tap, cold water to splash on her tired face. Dwoskin had gone out after Stephanie. He intended to suggest something outrageous for her to perform on him, something gross for this night of nights. "Where are you going?" somebody asked him as he traipsed the hall. Or did he just imagine the words? He'd taken a few pills before the party. That always loosened him up. But it tended to put voices in his head, mostly his mother's. Whether somebody had asked the question or not, he chose not to answer. He just wandered down the corridor, calling for Stephanie. The woman was extraordinary, or so his drugged libido had decided. She had superb buttocks. He wanted to be smothered by those cheeks, to die under them. "Stephanie," he demanded. She didn't reappear. "Come on," he reassured her. "It's only me." There was a smell in the corridor, just a hint of sewer. He inhaled it. "Foul," he announced, not unappreciatively. The smell was getting stronger, as though its source was close by, and approaching. "Lights," he told himself, and peered along the wall looking for a switch. A few yards down the corridor, something started to move toward him. The light was too dim to see properly by, but it was a man, and the man was not alone. There were other shapes, knee-high, mustering in the darkness. The smell was becoming overpowering. Dwoskin's head had started to dance with color. Disgraceful images flickered in the air to accompany the smell. It took him a moment to grasp that this air graffiti was not his doing. It was coming from the man ahead of him. Dashes and dots of light flared and whirled away into the air. "Who are you?" Dwoskin demanded. In answer, the graffiti ignited into a full-blown literature. Not certain if any sound was coming out, the Troll King began to screech. Stephanie dropped the eyeliner into the sink as the scream reached her. She didn't recognize the voice. It was high enough to be a woman's, but it was neither Emily nor Oriana. The shake suddenly worsened. She held on to the edge of the sink to steady herself as the noises multiplied. Howls now, and running feet. Somebody was shouting. All but incoherent orders. It was Ottaway, she thought. But she wasn't going out to check. Whatever was going on beyond the door, pursuit, capture, murder even, she needed none of it. She turned off the light in the bathroom in case it spilled under the door. Somebody ran by, calling on God. Now there was desperation. Feet thudded down the stairs. Somebody fell. Doors slammed. Screams mounted. She backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the bath. There in the darkness she started to sing, "Abide with me," or what little she could remember of it, very quietly. Marty heard the screams too, though he didn't want to. Even at such a distance they carried a freight of blind panic that made him clammy. He knelt down in the dirt between the trees and stopped his ears. The earth smelled ripe beneath him, and his mind seethed with unwelcome thoughts of lying face up in the ground, dead perhaps, but anticipating resurrection, like a sleeper on the verge of waking, nervous of the day. After a while the din became intermittent. Soon, he told himself, he must open his eyes, stand up and go back to the house to see the hows and the whys of all this commotion. Soon, but not yet. When the noise in the hallway and on the stairs had long stopped, Stephanie crept to the bathroom door, unlocked it, and peered out. The corridor was in complete darkness now. The lamps had either been turned off or shattered, but her eyes, accustomed to the blackness of the bathroom, soon pierced the feeble light from the stairwell. The gallery was empty in both directions. There was just a smell in the air, like a bad butcher's shop on a hot day. She slipped off her shoes and started to the top of the stairs. The contents of a handbag were scattered down the steps, and there was something wet underfoot. She looked down. The carpet was stained, either wine or blood. She hurried on down into the hallway. It was chilly. Both front and vestibule doors were wide open. Again there was no sign of life. The cars had gone from the driveway. The downstairs rooms, library, reception rooms, kitchen, all were forsaken. She rushed back upstairs to collect her belongings from the white room and leave. As she retraced her steps along the gallery, she heard a soft padding behind her. She turned. There was a dog at the top of the stairs. It had presumably followed her up. She could scarcely make it out in the bad light, but she wasn't afraid. "Good boy," she said, glad of its living presence in the abandoned house. It didn't growl, nor did it wag its tail. It simply hobbled towards her. Only then did she realize her error in welcoming it. The butcher's shop was here, on all fours. She backed off. "No," she said. "I don't... Oh, Christ, leave me alone." Still it came, and with every step it took toward her she saw more of its condition. The innards that looped from its underside, the decayed face, all teeth and putrescence. She headed toward the white room, but it covered the distance between them in 3 strides. Her hands slid on its body as it leaped at her, and to her disgust fur and flesh separated, her grasp skinning the creature's flanks. She fell back. It advanced, head rocking uneasily on its scrappy neck, its jaws closing around her throat and shaking her. She couldn't scream. It was devouring her voice. But her arm thrust up into the cold body and found its spine. Instinct made her grasp the column, muscle dividing in slimy threads, and the beast let her go, arching back as her grip snapped one vertebrae from the next. It let out a prolonged hiss as she dragged her arm out. Her other hand cupped her throat. Blood was hitting the carpet with thudding sounds. She must get help or bleed to death. She started to crawl back toward the top of the stairs. Miles away from her, somebody opened a door. Light fell across her. Too numb to feel pain, she looked around. Whitehead was silhouetted in a distant doorway. Between them stood the dog. Somehow it had got up, or rather its front portion had, and it was dragging itself across the shining carpet toward her, most of its bulk useless now, its head barely raised from the ground, but still moving, as it would move until its resurrector granted it rest. She raised her arm to signal her presence to Whitehead. If he saw her in the gloom, he made no sign. She had reached the top of the stairs. She had no strength left in her. Death was coming quickly. "Enough," her body said, "enough." Her will conceded, and she slumped down, the blood, loosed from her wounded neck, flowing down the stairs as her darkening eyes watched. 1 step, 2 steps. Counting games were a perfect cure for insomnia. 3 steps. 4. She didn't see the fifth step, or any other in the creeping descent. Marty was loath to go back into the house, but whatever had happened there was surely over, and he was getting chilly where he knelt. His expense account suit was dirtied beyond reclamation. His shirt was stained and torn, his immaculate shoes clay-caked. He looked like a derelict. The thought almost pleased him. He meandered back across the lawn. He could see the lights of the house somewhere ahead. They burned reassuringly, though he knew such reassurance was delusion. Not every house was a refuge. Sometimes it was safer to be out in the world, under the sky, where no one could come knocking and looking for you, where no roof could fall on your trusting head. Halfway between house and trees, a jet growled overhead. High up, its lights twin stars. He stood and watched it pass over him at its zenith. Perhaps it was one of the monitoring planes that he'd read passed perpetually over Europe, one American, one Russian, their electric eyes scanning the sleeping cities, judgmental twins upon whose benevolence the lives of millions depended. The sound of the jet diminished to a murmur and then to silence. Gone to spy on other heads. The sins of England would not prove fatal tonight, it seemed. He began to walk toward the house with fresh resolution, taking a route that would lead him around to the front and into the false day of the floodlights. As he crossed the stage toward the front door, the European stepped out of the house. There was no way to avoid being seen. Marty stood, rooted to the spot, while Breer emerged, and the two unlikely companions moved away from the house. Whatever job they'd come to do was clearly completed. A few steps across the gravel, Mamoulian glanced around. His eyes found Marty immediately. For a long moment the European simply stared across the expanse of bright grass. Then he nodded, a short, sharp nod that was simply acknowledgment. "I see you," it said, "and look. I do you no harm." Then he turned and walked away, until he and the gravedigger were obscured by the cypresses that lined the drive. Part 4. The Thief's Tale. Civilizations do not degenerate through fear, but because they forget that fear exists. Freya Stark, Perseus and the Wind. 48. Marty stood in the hallway and listened for footsteps or voices. There were neither. The women had obviously gone, as had Ottaway, Kurtzinger, and the Troll King. Perhaps the old man, too. Few lights burned in the house. Those that did rendered the place almost two-dimensional. Power had been unleashed here. Its remnants skittered in the metalwork. The air had a bluish tinge. He made his way upstairs. The second floor was in darkness, but he found his way along it by instinct, his feet kicking the porcelain shards, some smashed treasure or other, as he went. There was more than porcelain underfoot. Things damp, things torn. He didn't look down, but made his way toward the white room, anticipation mounting with every step. The door was ajar, and a light, not electric but candle, burned inside. He stepped over the threshold. The single flame offered a panicky illumination. His very presence had it jumping, but he could see that every bottle in the room had been smashed. He stepped into a swamp of broken glass and spilled wine. The room was pungent with the dregs. The table had been overturned and several of the chairs reduced to matchwood. Old Man Whitehead was standing in the corner of the room. There were spatters of blood on his face, but it was difficult to be certain if it was his. He looked like a man pictured in the aftermath of an earthquake. Shock had bled his features white. "He came early," he said, disbelief in every hushed syllable. "Imagine that. I thought he believed in covenants. But he came early to catch me out. Who is he?" He wiped tears from his cheeks with the heel of his hand, smearing the blood. "The bastard lied to me," he said. "Are you hurt?" "No," Whitehead said, as if the question were utterly ridiculous. "He wouldn't lay a hand on me. He knows better than that. He wants me to go willingly, you see." Marty didn't. "There's a body in the hallway," Whitehead observed matter-of-factly. I moved her off the stairs." "Who?" "Stephanie." "He killed her?" "Him? No, his hands are clean. You could drink milk from them." "I'll call the police." "No." Whitehead took several ill-advised steps through the glass to catch Marty's arm. "No, no police. But somebody's dead. Forget her. You can hide her away later, eh?" His tone was almost ingratiating, his breath, now he was close, toxic. "You'll do that, won't you? After all you've done?" "A little joke," Whitehead said. He tried to smile. His grip on Marty's arm was blood-stopping. "Come on. A joke, that's all." It was like being buttonholed by an alcoholic on a street corner. Marty loosed his arm. "I've done all I'm going to do for you," he said. "You want to go back home, is that it?" Whitehead's tone soured on an instant. "Want to go back behind bars where you can hide your head?" "You've tried that trick." "Am I getting repetitive? Oh, dear. Oh, Christ in heaven." He waved Marty away. "Go on, then. Piss off. You're not in my class." He staggered back to the crutch of the wall and leaned there. "What the fuck am I doing, expecting you to take a stand?" "You set me up," Marty snarled in reply. "All along." "I told you. A joke." "Not just tonight. All along. Lying to me, bribing me. You said you needed someone to trust, and then you treat me like shit. No wonder they all run out on you in the end." Whitehead wheeled on him. "All right," he shouted back. "What do you want?" "The truth." "Are you sure?" "Yes, damn you, yes." The old man sucked at his lip, debating with himself. When he spoke again, the voice had quietened. "All right, boy. All right." The old glitter flared in his eyes, and momentarily the defeat was burned away by a new enthusiasm. "If you're so eager to hear, I'll tell you." He pointed a shaky finger at Marty. "Close the door." Marty kicked a smashed bottle out of the way and pushed the door shut. It was bizarre to be closing the door on murder simply to listen to a story, but this tale had waited so long to be told, it could be delayed no longer. "When were you born, Marty?" "In 1948, December." "The war was over?" "Yes." "You don't know what you missed." It was an odd beginning for a confession. "Such times." "You had a good war?" Whitehead reached for one of the less damaged chairs and righted it. Then he sat down. For several seconds he didn't say anything. "I was a thief, Marty," he said at last. "Well, black marketeer has a more impressive ring, I suppose, but it amounts to the same thing. I was able to speak 3 or 4 languages adequately, and I was always quick-witted. Things fell my way very easily. You were lucky." "Luck had no bearing on it. Luck's out for people with no control. I had control, though I didn't know it at the time. I made my own luck, if you like." He paused. "You must understand, war isn't like you see in the cinema. Or at least, my war wasn't. Europe was falling apart. Everything was in flux. Borders were changing. People were being shipped into oblivion. The world was up for grabs." He shook his head. "You can't conceive of it. You've always lived in a period of relative stability. But war changes the rules you live by. Suddenly it's good to hate. It's good to applaud destruction. People are allowed to show their true selves." Marty wondered where this introduction was taking them, but Whitehead was just getting into the rhythm of his telling. This was no time to divert him. "And when there's so much uncertainty all around, the man who can shape his own destiny can be king of the world. Forgive the hyperbole, but it's how I felt. King of the world. I was clever, you see. Not educated, that came later, but clever. Streetwise, you'd call it now. And I was determined to make the most of this wonderful war God had sent me. I spent 2 or 3 months in Paris just before the occupation, then got out while the going was good. Later on I went south, Enjoyed Italy, the Mediterranean. I wanted for nothing. The worse the war became, the better it was for me. Other people's desperation made me into a rich man. Of course, I frittered the money away, never really held on to my earnings for more than a few months. When I think of the paintings I had through my hands, the objets d'art, the sheer loot, not that I knew that when I pissed in the bucket I splashed a Raphael, I bought and sold these things by the jeep-load. Towards the end of the European War, I took off north, into Poland. The Germans were in a bad way. They knew the game was coming to an end, and I thought I could strike a few deals. Eventually, it was an error, really, I wound up in Warsaw. There was practically nothing left by the time I got there. What the Russians hadn't flattened, the Nazis had. It was one wasteland from end to end. He sighed and pulled a face, making an effort to find the words. "You can't imagine it," he said. "This had been a great city. But now? How can I make you understand? You have to see through my eyes, or none of this makes sense." "I'm trying," Marty said. "You live in yourself," Whitehead went on, "as I live in myself. We have very strong ideas of what we are. That's why we value ourselves, by what's unique in us. Do you follow what I'm saying?" Marty was too involved to lie. He shook his head. "No, not really. The isness of things, that's my point. The fact that everything of any value in the world is very specifically itself. We celebrate the individuality of appearance, of being, and I suppose we assume that some part of that individuality goes on forever, if only in the memories of the people who experienced it. That's why I valued Evangeline's collection, because I delight in the special thing. The vase that was unlike any other, the carpet woven with special artistry." Then suddenly they were back in Warsaw. "There'd been such glories there, you know. Fine houses, beautiful churches, great collections of paintings. So much. But by the time I arrived it was all gone. Pounded to dust. Everywhere you walked it was the same. Underfoot there was muck, gray muck. It caked your boots. Its dust hung in the air. It coated the back of your throat. When you sneezed, your snot was gray. Your shit the same. And if you looked closely at that filth, you could see it wasn't just dirt. It was flesh. It was rubble. It was porcelain fragments, newspapers. All of Warsaw was in that mud. Its houses, its citizens, its art, its history. All ground down to something that you scraped off your boots." Whitehead was hunched up. He looked his 70 years, an old man lost in remembering. His face was knotted up. His hands were fists. He was older than Marty's father would have been, had he survived his lousy heart, except that his father would never have been able to speak this way. He'd lacked the power of articulation, and, Marty thought, the depth of pain. Whitehead was in agonies, the memory of muck. More than that, the anticipation of it. Thinking of his father, of the past, Marty alighted upon a memory that made some sense of Whitehead's reminiscences. He'd been a boy of 5 or 6 when a woman who'd lived 3 doors down the terrace died. She'd had no relatives, apparently, or none that cared sufficiently to remove what few possessions she'd had from the house. The council had reclaimed the property and summarily emptied it, carting off her furniture to be auctioned. The day after, Marty and his playmates had found some of the dead woman's belongings dumped in the alley behind the row of houses. The council workmen, pressed for time, had simply emptied all the drawers of worthless personal effects into a pile and left them there. Bundles of ancient letters roughly tied up with faded ribbon, a photograph album. She was there repeatedly, as a girl, as a bride, as a middle-aged harridan, diminishing in size as she dried up. Much valueless bric-a-brac, sealing wax, inkless pens, a letter-opener. The boys had fallen on these leavings like hyenas in search of something nourishing. Finding nothing, they scattered the torn-up letters down the alley, They dismembered the album and laughed themselves silly at the photographs, although some superstition in them prevented them tearing those. They had no need to do so. The elements soon vandalized them more efficiently than their best efforts could have done. In a week of rain and night frost, the faces on the photographs had been spoiled, dirtied, and finally eroded entirely. Perhaps the last existing portraits of people now dead went to mush in that alley, and Marty, passing down it daily, had watched the gradual extinction, seen the ink on the scattered letters rained off until the old woman's memorial was gone away utterly, just as her body had gone. If you'd upended the tray that held her ashes onto the trampled remains of her belongings, they would have been virtually indistinguishable. Both gray dirt, their significance irretrievably lost. Muck held the whip hand. All this Marty recalled mistily. It wasn't quite that he saw the letters, the rain, the boys, as much as retouching the feelings the events had aroused, the buried sense that what had happened in that alley was unbearably poignant. Now his memory meshed with Whitehead's. All the old man had said about Muck, about the isness of things, made some sense. "I see," he murmured. Whitehead looked up at Marty. "Perhaps," he said. "I was a gambling man in those days, far more than I am now. War brings it out in you, I think. You hear stories all the time about how some lucky man escaped death because he sneezed, or died for the same reason. Tales of benign providence, or fatal bad fortune. And after a while you get to look at the world a little differently. You begin to see chance at work everywhere. You become alive to its mysteries, and, of course, to its flip side, to determinism. Because, take it from me, there are men who make their own luck, men who can mold chance like putty. You talked yourself of feeling a tingle in your hands, as though today, whatever you did, you couldn't lose." "Yes." That conversation seemed an age away, ancient history. "Well, while I was in Warsaw, I heard about a man who never once lost a game, a card player." "Never lost?" Marty was incredulous. "Yes. I was as cynical as you. I treated the stories I heard as fable, at least for a while. But wherever I went, people told me about him. I got to be curious. In fact, I decided to stay in the city, though God knows there was precious little to keep me there, and find this miracle worker for myself." "Who did he play against?" "All comers, apparently. Some said he'd been there in the last days before the Russian advance, playing against Nazis, and then when the Red Army entered the city, he stayed on." "Why play in the middle of nowhere? There can't have been much money around." "Practically none. The Russians were betting their rations, their boots." "So again, why?" "That's what fascinated me. I couldn't understand it either. Nor did I believe he won every game, however good a player he was." "I don't see how he kept finding people to play him." "Because there's always somebody who thinks he can bring the champion down. I was one. I went searching for him to prove the stories wrong. They offended my sense of reality, if you like. I spent every waking hour of every day searching the city for him. Eventually I found a soldier who'd played against him, and, of course, lost. Lieutenant Konstantin Vasilyev." "And the card player? What was his name?" "I think you know," Whitehead said. "Yes," Marty replied after a moment. "Yes, you know I saw him. At Bill's club?" "When was this?" "When I went to buy my suit. You told me to gamble what was left of the money." "Mamoulian was at the academy? And did he play?" "No. Apparently he never does. I tried to get him to play when he came here last, but he wouldn't." "But in Warsaw? You played him there?" "Oh, yes. That's what he'd been waiting for. I see that now. All these years I pretended I was in charge, you know? That I'd gone to him, that I'd won by my own skills." "You won?" Marty exclaimed. "Certainly I won. But he let me. It was his way of seducing me, and it worked. He made it look difficult, of course, to give some weight to the illusion, but I was so full of myself I never once contemplated the possibility that he'd lost the game deliberately. I mean, there was no reason for him to do that, was there? Not that I could see. Not at the time. Why did he let you win? I told you. Seduction. What, do you mean he wanted you in bed? Whitehead made the gentlest of shrugs. It's possible, yes. The thought seemed to amuse him. Vanity bloomed on his face. Yes, I think I probably was a temptation. Then the smile faded. But sex is nothing, is it? I mean, as possessions go, to fuck somebody is trite stuff. What he wanted me for went far deeper, and was far more permanent than any physical act. Did you always win when you played him? I never played against him again. That was the first and only time. I know it sounds unlikely. He was a gambler, and so was I. But as I told you, he wasn't interested in cards for the betting. It was a test. Yes, to see if I was worthy of him, fit to build an empire. After the war, when they started rebuilding Europe, he used to say there were no real Europeans left. They'd all been wiped out by one Holocaust or another, and he was the last of the line. I believed him. All the talk of empires and traditions, I was flattered to be lionized by him. He was more cultured, more persuasive, more penetrating than any man I had met or have met since. Whitehead was lost in his reverie, hypnotized by the memory. All that's left now is a husk, of course. You can't really appreciate what an impression he made. There was nothing he couldn't have been or done if he'd put his mind to it. But when I said to him, "Why do you bother with the likes of me? Why don't you go into politics, some sphere where you can wield power directly?" he'd give me this look and say, "It's all been done." At first I thought he meant those lives were predictable, but I think he meant something else. I think he was telling me that he'd been those people, done those things. How's that possible? One man. I don't know. It's all conjecture. It was from the beginning, and here I am 40 years later, still juggling rumors. He stood up. By the look on his face, it was obvious that his sitting position had caused some stiffness in the joints. Once he was upright, he leaned against the wall and put his head back, staring up at the blank ceiling. He had one great love, one all-consuming passion. Chance. It obsessed him. All life is chance, he used to say. The trick is learning how to use it. And all this made sense to you? It took time, but I came to share his fascination over a period of years. Yes, not out of intellectual interest. I've never had much of that, but because I knew it could bring power. If you can make Providence work for you, he glanced down at Marty, work out its system, if you like, the world succumbs to you. The voice soured. I mean, look at me. See how well I've done for myself? He let out a short, bitter laugh. He cheated, he said, returning to the beginning of their conversation. He didn't obey the rules. This was to be the last supper, Marty said. Am I right? You were going to escape before he came for you. In a way. How? Whitehead didn't reply. Instead, he began the story again, where he'd left off. He taught me so much. After the war, we traveled around for a while, picking up a small fortune. Me with my skills, him with his. Then we came to England, and I went into chemicals, and got rich, beyond the dreams of Croesus. It took a few years, but the money came, the power came, with his help. Whitehead frowned at this unwelcome observation. I applied his principles, yes, he replied. But he prospered every bit as much as I did. He shared my houses, my friends, even my wife. Marty made to speak, but Whitehead cut him off. Did I tell you about the lieutenant? He said. You mentioned him. Vasilyev. He died, did I tell you that? No. He didn't pay his debts. His body was dragged out of the sewers of Warsaw. Marmulian killed him? Not personally, but yes, I think. Whitehead stopped in mid-flow, almost cocked his head, listening. Did you hear something? What? No, it's all right. In my head. What was I saying? The lieutenant. Oh, yes. This piece of the story, I don't know if it'll mean too much to you, but I have to explain, because without it the rest doesn't quite make sense. You see, the night I found Marmulian was an incredible evening. Useless to try to describe it, really. But you know the way the sun can catch the tops of clouds. They were blush-colored, love-colored, and I was so full of myself, so certain that nothing could ever harm me. He stopped and licked his lips before going on. I was an imbecile. Self-contempt stung the words for him. I walked through the ruins, smell of putrefaction everywhere, muck under my feet, and I didn't care, because it wasn't my ruin, my putrefaction. I thought I was above all that, especially that night. I felt like the victor, because I was alive and the dead were dead. The words stopped pressing forward for a moment. When he spoke again, it was so quietly it hurt the ears to catch the words. What did I know? Nothing at all. He covered his face with his shaking hand and said, "Oh, Jesus," quietly into it. In the silence that followed, Marty thought he heard something outside the door, a movement in the hallway, but the sound was too soft for him to be certain, and the atmosphere in the room demanded his absolute fixedness. To move now, to speak, would ruin the confessional, and Marty, like a child hooked by a master storyteller, wanted to hear the end of this narrative. At that moment it seemed to him more important than anything else. Whitehead's face was concealed behind his hand as he attempted to stem tears. After a moment he took up the tale of the story again, carefully, as if it might strike him dead. "I've never told anyone this. I thought if I kept my silence, if I let it become another rumor, sooner or later it would disappear." There was another noise in the hall, a whine like wind through a tiny aperture, and then a scratching at the door. Whitehead didn't hear it. He was in Warsaw again, in a house with a bonfire and a flight of steps, and a room with a table and a guttering flame, almost like the room they were in now, in fact, but smelling of old fire rather than souring wine. "I remember," he said. "When the game was over, Marmulian stood up and shook hands with me. Cold hands, icy hands. Then the door opened behind me. I half turned to see. It was Vasiliev." "The lieutenant?" "Horribly burned." "He'd survived," Marty breathed. "No," came the reply. "He was quite dead." Marty thought maybe he'd missed something in the story that would justify this preposterous statement. But no, the insanity was presented as plain truth. "Marmulian was responsible," Whitehead went on. He was trembling, but the tears had stopped, boiled away by the glare of the memory. "He'd raised the lieutenant from the dead, you see. Like Lazarus. He needed functionaries, I suppose." As the words faltered, the scratching began again at the door, an unmistakable appeal for entry. This time Whitehead heard it. His moment of weakness had passed, apparently. His head jerked up. "Don't answer it," he commanded. "Why not?" "It's him," he said, eyes wild. "No, the European's gone. I saw him leave." "Not the European," Whitehead replied. "It's the lieutenant. Vasiliev." Marty looked incredulous. "No," he said. "You don't know what Marmulian can do." "You're being ridiculous." Marty stood up and picked his way through the glass. Behind him he heard Whitehead say, "No," again. "Please, Jesus, no." But he turned the handle and opened the door. Meager candlelight found the would-be entrant. It was Bella, the Madonna of the Kennels. She stood uncertainly on the threshold, her eyes, what was left of them, turned balefully up to look at Marty, her tongue a rag of maggoty muscle that hung from her mouth as if she lacked the strength to withdraw it. From somewhere in the pit of her body she exhaled a thin whistle of air, the whine of a dog seeking human comfort. Marty took 2 or 3 stumbling steps back from the door. "It isn't him," Whitehead said, smiling. "Jesus Christ! It's all right, Martin. It isn't him." "Close the door," Marty said, unable to move and do it himself. Her eyes, her stench, kept him at bay. "She doesn't mean any harm. She used to come up here sometimes for tidbits. She was the only one of them I trusted. Vile species." Whitehead pushed himself away from the wall and walked across to the door, kicking broken bottles ahead of him as he went. Bella shifted her head to look at him, and her tail began to wag. Marty turned away, revolted, his reason thrashing around to find some sane explanation, but there was none to be had. The dog had been dead. He'd parceled her up himself. There was no question of premature burial. Whitehead was staring at Bella across the threshold. "No, you can't come in," he told her as if she were a living thing. "Send it away," Marty groaned. "She's lonely," the old man replied, chiding him for his lack of compassion. It crossed Marty's mind that Whitehead had lost his wits. "I don't believe this is happening," he said. "Dogs are nothing to him, believe me." Marty remembered watching Mamoulian standing in the woods, staring down at the earth. He had seen no gravedigger because there'd been none. They exhumed themselves, squirming out of their plastic shrouds and pawing their way to the air. "It's easy with dogs," Whitehead said. "Isn't it, Bella? You're trained to obey." She was sniffing at herself, content now that she'd seen Whitehead. Her God was still in his heaven, and all was well with the world. The old man left the door ajar and turned back to Marty. "There's nothing to be afraid of," he said. "She's not going to do us any harm." "He brought them to the house?" "Yes, to break up my party. Pure spite. It was his way of reminding me what he's capable of." Marty stooped and righted another chair. He was shaking so violently he feared if he didn't sit down he'd fall down. "The lieutenant was worse," the old man said, "because he didn't obey like Bella. He knew what had been done to him was an abomination. That made him angry." Bella had woken with an appetite. That was why she'd made her way up to the room she remembered most fondly, a place where a man who knew the best spot to scratch behind her ear would coo soft words to her and feed her morsels off his plate. But tonight she'd come up to find things changed. The man was odd with her, his voice jangling, and there was someone else in the room, one she vaguely knew the scent of, but couldn't place. She was still hungry, such deep hunger, and there was an appetizing smell very close to her, of meat left in the earth, the way she liked it, still on the bone and half gone to putrescence. She sniffed, almost blind, looking for the source of the smell, and having found it, began to eat. Not a pretty sight. She was devouring her own body, taking gray, greasy bites from the decayed muscle of her haunch. Whitehead watched as she pulled at herself. His passivity in the face of this new horror broke Marty. "Don't let her!" He pushed the old man aside. "But she's hungry," he responded, as though this horror were the most natural sight in the world. Marty picked up the chair he'd been sitting on and slammed it against the wall. It was heavy, but his muscles were brimming, and the violence was a welcome release. The chair broke. The dog looked up from her meal. The meat she was swallowing fell from her cut throat. "Too much," Marty said, picking up a leg of the chair and crossing the room to the door before Bella could register what he intended. At the last moment she seemed to understand that he meant her harm, and tried to get to her feet. One of her back legs, the haunch almost chewed through, would no longer support her, and she staggered, teeth bared, as Marty swung his makeshift weapon down on her. The force of his blow shattered her skull. The snarling stopped. The body backed off, dragging the ruined head on a rope of a neck. the tail tucked between its back legs in fear. 2 or 3 trembling steps of retreat, and it could go no further. Marty waited, hoping to God he wouldn't have to strike a second time, as he watched the body seem to deflate. The swell of its chest, the remnants of its head, the organs hanging in the vault of its torso, all collapsed into an abstraction, one part indistinguishable from the next. He closed the door on it, and dropped the blooded weapon at his side. Whitehead had taken refuge across the room. His face was as gray as Bella's body. "How did he do this?" Marty said. "How is it possible?" "He has power," Whitehead stated. It was as simple as that, apparently. "He can steal life, and he can give it." Marty dug in his pocket for the linen handkerchief he'd bought specially for this night of dining and conversation. Shaking it out, its edges pristine, he wiped his face. The handkerchief came away dirtied with specks of rot. He felt as empty as the sack in the hall outside. "You asked me once if I believed in hell," he said. "Do you remember?" "Yes." "Is that what you think Mamoulian is? Something—" He wanted to laugh. "Something from hell?" "I've considered the possibility. But I'm not by nature a supernaturalist. Heaven and hell, all that paraphernalia. My system revolts at it. If not devils, what? Is it so important?" Marty wiped his sweaty palms on his trousers. He felt contaminated by this obscenity. It would take a long time to wash the horror out, if he ever could. He'd made the error of digging too deep, and the story he'd heard, that and the dog at the door, were the consequence. "You look sick," Whitehead said. "I never thought—" "What? That the dead can get up and walk? Oh, Marty, I took you for a Christian, despite your protestations." "I'm getting out," Marty said. "Both of us." "Both?" "Karras and me. We'll go away, from him, from you." "Poor Marty. You're more bovine than I thought you were. You won't see her again." "Why not?" "She's with him, damn you! Didn't it occur to you? She went with him." So that had been the unthinkable solution to her abrupt vanishing trick. "Willingly, of course?" "No." "Oh, yes, Marty. He had a claim on her from the beginning. He rocked her in his arms when she was barely born. Who knows what kind of influence he has? I won her back, of course, for a while." He sighed. "I made her love me. She wanted to be away from you." "Never. She's my daughter, Strauss. She's as manipulative as I am. Anything between you and her was purely a marriage of her convenience." "You're a fucking bastard." "That's a given, Marty. I'm a monster. I concede the point." He threw up his hands, palms out, innocent of everything but guilt. "I thought you said she loved you. Still she went." "I told you. She's my daughter. She thinks the way I do. She went with him to learn how to use her powers. I did the same, remember?" This line of argument, even from vermin like Whitehead, made a kind of sense. Beneath her strange conversation, hadn't there always lurked a contempt for Marty and the old man alike? Contempt earned by their inability to sum her up? Given the opportunity, wouldn't Karras go dance with the devil if she felt she'd understand more of herself by doing so? "Don't concern yourself with her," Whitehead said. "Forget her. She's gone." Marty tried to hold on to the image of her face, but it was deteriorating. He was suddenly very tired, exhausted to his bones. "Get some rest, Marty. Tomorrow we can bury the whore together." "I'm not getting involved in this." "I told you once, didn't I? If you stayed with me, there was nowhere I couldn't take you. It's more true now than ever. You know Toy's dead." "When? How?" "I didn't ask the details. The point is he's gone. There's only you and I now. You made a fool out of me." Whitehead's face was a portrait of persuasion. "An error of taste," he said. Forgive me. Too late. I don't want you to leave me, Marty. I won't let you leave me. You hear?" His finger jabbed the air. "You came here to help me. What have you done? Nothing. Nothing." Blandishment had turned into accusations of betrayal in mere seconds. One moment tears, the next curses, and behind it all the same terror of being left alone. Marty watched the old man's trembling hands, fist and unfist. "Please," he appealed, "don't leave me." "I want you to finish the story." "Good boy." "Everything, you understand me? Everything." "What more is there to tell?" Whitehead said. "I became rich. I had entered one of the fastest-growing post-war markets, pharmaceuticals. Within half a decade I was up there with the world leaders." He smiled to himself. "What's more, there was very little illegality in the way I made my fortune. Unlike many, I played by the rules." "And Mamoulian? Did he help you?" "He taught me not to agonize over the moral issues." "And what did he want in return?" Whitehead narrowed his eyes. "You're not so stupid, are you?" he said appreciatively. "You manage to get right to the hurt when it suits you." "It's an obvious question. You'd made a deal with him." "No," Whitehead interrupted, face set. "I made no deal, not in the way you mean it, anyway. There was perhaps a gentleman's agreement, but that's long past. He's had all he's getting from me." "Which was?" "To live through me," Whitehead replied. "Explain," Marty said. "I don't understand." "He wanted life, like any other man. He had appetites, and he satisfied them through me. Don't ask me how. I don't understand myself, but sometimes I could feel him at the back of my eyes." "And you let him?" "At first I didn't even know what he was doing. I had other calls on my attention. I was getting richer by the hour, it seemed. I had houses, land, art, women. It was easy to forget that he was always there, watching, living by proxy. Then, in 1959, I married Evangeline. We had a wedding that would have shamed royalty. It was written up in the newspapers from here to Hong Kong. Wealth and influence marries intelligence and beauty. It was the ideal match. It crowned my happiness, it really did." "You were in love." "It was impossible not to love Evangeline. I think—" He sounded surprised as he spoke. "I think she even loved me." "What did she make of Mamoulian?" "Ah, there's the rub," he said. "She loathed him from the start. She said he was too puritanical, that his presence made her feel perpetually guilty. And she was right. He loathed the body. Its functions disgusted him. But he couldn't be free of it, or its appetites. That was a torment to him. And as time went by, that streak of self-hatred worsened." "Because of her?" "I don't know. Perhaps. Now I think back, he probably wanted her, the way he'd wanted beauties in the past. And of course she despised him right from the beginning. Once she was mistress of the house, this war of nerves just escalated. Eventually she told me to get rid of him. This was just after Karis was born. She said she didn't like him handling the baby, which he seemed to like to do. She just didn't want him in the house. I'd known him 2 decades by now. He'd lived in my house, he'd shared my life. And I realized I knew nothing about him. He was still the mythical card player I'd met in Warsaw." "Did you ever ask him?" "Ask him what?" "Who he was, where he came from, how he got his skills." "Oh, yes, I asked him. On each occasion the answer was a little different from the time before." "So he was lying to you?" "Quite blatantly. It was a sort of joke, I think, his idea of a party piece, never to be the same person twice, as if he didn't quite exist, as if this man called Mamoulian was a construction, covering something else altogether." "What?" Whitehead shrugged. "I don't know. Evangeline used to say, 'He's empty.' That was what she found foul about him. It wasn't his presence in the house that distressed her. It was his absence, the nullity of him, and I began to think maybe I'd be better getting rid of him, for Evangeline's sake. All the lessons he had to teach me I'd learned. I didn't need him any more. Besides, he'd become a social embarrassment. God, when I think back, I really wonder, how we let him rule us for so long. He'd sit at the dinner table, and you could feel the spell of depression he'd cast on the guests. And the older he got, the more his talk was all futility. Not that he visibly aged, he didn't. He doesn't look a year older now than when I first met him. No change at all? Not physically. There's something altered, maybe. He's got an air of defeat about him now. He didn't seem defeated to me. You should have seen him in his prime. He was terrifying then, believe me. People would fall silent when he stepped through the door. He seemed to soak up the joy in anyone, kill it on the spot. It got to the point where Evangeline couldn't bear to be in the same room with him. She got paranoid about him plotting to kill her and the child. She had somebody sit with Karis every night, to make certain that he didn't touch her. Come to think of it, it was Evangeline who first coaxed me into buying the dogs. She knew he had an abhorrence of them. But you didn't do as she asked? I mean, you didn't throw him out? Oh, I knew I'd have to act sooner or later. I just lacked the balls to do it. Then he started petty power games, just to prove I still needed him. It was a tactical error. The novelty value of an in-house Puritan had worn very thin. I told him so. Told him he'd have to change his whole demeanor, or go. He refused, of course. I knew he would. All I wanted was an excuse to break our association off, and he gave it to me on a plate. Looking back, of course, I realize he knew damn well what I was doing. Anyway, the upshot was I threw him out. Well, not me personally. Toy did the deed. Toy worked for you personally? Oh, yes. Again, it was Evangeline's idea. She was always so protective of me. She suggested I hire a bodyguard. I chose Toy. He'd been a boxer, and he was as honest as the day's long. He was always unimpressed by Marmulian. Never had the least qualm about speaking his mind. So, when I told him to get rid of the man, he did just that. I came home one day, and the card-player had gone. I breathed easy that day. It was as though I'd been wearing a stone around my neck and not known it. Suddenly it was gone. I was light-headed. Any fears I'd had about the consequences proved utterly groundless. My fortune didn't evaporate. I was as successful as ever without him. More so, perhaps. I found new confidence. And you didn't see him again? Oh, no, I saw him. He came back to the house twice, each time unannounced. Things hadn't gone well for him, it seemed. I don't know what it was, but he'd lost the magic touch somehow. The first time he came back, he was so decrepit I scarcely recognized him. He looked ill. He smelled foul. If you'd seen him in the street, you'd have crossed over the road to avoid him. I could scarcely credit the transformation. He didn't want even to step into the house. Not that I would have let him. All he wanted was money, which I gave him, and then he went away. And it was genuine? What do you mean, genuine? The beggar performance. It was real, was it? I mean, it wasn't another story. Whitehead raised his eyebrows. All these years. I never thought of that. Always assumed. He stopped and began again, on a different tack. You know, I'm not a sophisticated man, despite appearances to the contrary. I'm a thief. My father was a thief, and probably his father too. All this culture I surround myself with, it's a facade. Things I've picked up from other people. Received good taste, if you like. But after a few years you begin to believe your own publicity. You begin to think you actually are a sophisticate, a man of the world. You start to be ashamed of the instincts that got you where you are, because they're part of an embarrassing history. That's what happened to me. I lost any sense of what I was. Well, I think it's time the thief had his say again. Time I started to use his eyes, his instinct. You taught me that, though Christ knows you weren't aware of it. Me? We're the same, don't you see? Both thieves, both victims. The self-pity in Whitehead's pronouncement was too much. You can't tell me you're a victim, Marty said. The way you lived. What do you know about my feelings? Whitehead snapped back. Don't presume, you hear me? Don't think you understand because you don't. He took everything away from me. Everything. First Evangeline, then Toy. Now Karis. Don't tell me whether I've suffered or not. What do you mean, he took Evangeline? I thought she died in an accident. Whitehead shook his head. There's a limit to what I can tell you, he said. Some things I can't express, never will. The voice was ashen. Marty let the point go and moved on. You said he came back twice. That's right. He came again a year or two after his first visit. Evangeline wasn't at home that night. It was November. Toy answered the door, I remember, and though I hadn't heard Mamulian's voice, I knew it was him. I went into the hallway. He was standing on the step, in the porch light. It was drizzling. I can see him now, the way his eyes found me. "Am I welcome?" he said. Just stood there and said, "Am I welcome?" I don't know why, but I let him in. He didn't look in bad shape. Maybe I thought he'd come to apologize, I can't remember. Even then I would have been friends with him if he'd offered. Not on the old basis. As business acquaintances, perhaps. I let my defenses down. We started talking about the past together. Whitehead chewed the memory over, trying to get a better taste of it. And then he started to tell me how lonely he was, how he needed my companionship. I told him Warsaw was a long time gone. I was a married man, a pillar of the community, and I had no intention of changing my ways. He started to get abusive, accused me of ingratitude, said I'd cheated him, broken the covenant between us. I told him there'd never been a covenant. I'd just won a game of cards once, in a distant city, and as a result he'd chosen to help me for his own reasons. I said I felt I'd acceded to his demands sufficiently to feel that any debt to him had been paid. He'd shared my house, my friends, my life, for a decade. Everything that I had been his to share. "It's not enough," he said, and he began again. The same pleas as before, the same demands that I give up this pretense to respectability and go off somewhere with him, be a wanderer, be his pupil, learn new, terrible lessons about the way of the world. And I have to say he made it sound almost attractive. There were times when I tired of the masquerade, when I smelled war, dirt, when I saw the clouds over Warsaw, and I was homesick for the thief I used to be. But I wasn't going to throw everything away for nostalgia's sake. I told him so. I think he must have known I was immovable, because he became desperate. He started to ramble, started to tell me he was frightened without me, lost. I was the one he'd given years of his life and his energies to, and how could I be so callous and unloving? He laid hands on me, wept, tried to paw my face. I was horrified by the whole thing. He disgusted me with his melodrama. I wanted no part of it, or him. But he wouldn't leave. His demands turned into threats, and I suppose I lost my temper. No suppose about it. I've never been so angry. I wanted an end to him, and all he stood for. My grubby past. I hit him. Not hard at first, but when he wouldn't stop staring at me, I lost control. He didn't make any attempt to defend himself, and his passivity only inflamed me more. I hit him, and he just took it, kept offering up his face to be beaten. He took a trembling breath. God knows I've done worse things, but nothing I feel so ashamed of. I didn't stop till my knuckles began to split. Then I gave him to Toy, who really worked him over, and all the time not a peep out of him. I go cold to think about it. I can still see him against the wall, with Bill at his throat, and his eyes not looking at where the next blow was coming from, but at me. Just at me. I remember he said, "Do you know what you've done?" Just like that, very quietly, blood coming out with the words. Then something happened. The air got thick. The blood on his face started to crawl around like it was alive. Toy let him go. He slid down the wall, left a smear down it. I thought we'd killed him. It was the worst moment of my life, standing here with Toy, both of us staring down at this bag of bones we'd beaten up. That was our mistake, of course. We should never have backed down. We should have finished it then and there and killed him. Jesus. Yes. Stupid not to have finished it. Bill was loyal. There would have been no comeback. But we didn't have the courage. I didn't have the courage. I just made Toy clean Mamoulian up, then drive him to the middle of the city and dump him. You wouldn't have killed him, Marty said. Still you insist on reading my mind, Whitehead replied wearily. Don't you see that's what he wanted? What he'd come for? He would have let me be his executioner then, if I'd only had the nerve to follow through. He was sick of life. I could have put him out of his misery, and that would have been the end of it. You think he's mortal? Everything has its season. His is past, he knows it. So all you need do is wait, right? He'll die, given time. Marty was suddenly sick of the story now, of thieves, of chance. The whole sorry tale, true or untrue, repulsed him. You don't need me any more, he said. He stood and crossed to the door. The sound of his feet in the glass was too loud in the small room. Where are you going? The old man wanted to know. Away, as far as I can get. You promised to stay. I promised to listen. I have listened. And I don't want any of this bloody place. Marty began to open the door. Whitehead addressed his back. You think the European'll let you be? You've seen him in the flesh. You've seen what he can do. He'll have to silence you sooner or later. Have you thought of that? I'll take the risk. You're safe here. Safe? Marty repeated incredulously. You can't be serious. Safe? You really are pathetic, you know that? If you go, Whitehead warned. What? Marty turned on him, spitting contempt. What will you do, old man? I'll have them after you in 2 minutes flat. You're skipping parole. And if they find me, I'll tell them everything. About the heroine, about her out there in the hall. Every dirty thing I can dig up to tell them. I don't give a monkey's toss for your fucking threats, you hear? Whitehead nodded. So, stalemate. Looks like it, Marty replied, and stepped out into the corridor without looking back. There was a morbid surprise awaiting him. The pups had found Bella. They had not been spared Mamoulian's resurrecting hand, though they could not have served any practical purpose. Too small, too blind, they lay in the shadow of her empty belly, their mouths seeking teats that had long since gone. One of them was missing, he noted. Had it been the 6th child he'd seen move in the grave, either buried too deeply or too profoundly degenerated to follow where the rest went? Bella raised her neck as he sidled past. What was left of her head swung in his general direction. Marty looked away, disgusted, but a rhythmical thumping made him glance back. She had forgiven him the previous violence, apparently. Content now with her adoring litter in her lap, she stared eyeless at him, while her wretched tail beat gently on the carpet. In the room where Marty had left him, Whitehead sat slumped with exhaustion. Though it had been difficult to tell the story at first, it had become easier with the telling, and he was glad to have unburdened it. So many times he'd wanted to tell Evangeline, but she had signaled in her elegant, subtle way that if there were indeed secrets he had from her, she didn't want to know them. All those years living with Mamoulian in the home, she had never directly asked Whitehead why, as though she'd known the answer would be no answer at all, merely another question. Thinking about her brought many sorrows to his throat. They brimmed in him. The European had killed her. He had no doubt of that. He or his agents had been on the road with her. Her death had not been chance. Had it been chance, he would have known. His unfailing instinct would have sensed its rightness. however terrible his grief. But there had been no such sense, only the recognition of his oblique complicity in her death. She had been killed as revenge upon him, one of many such acts, but easily the worst. And had the European taken her after death? Had he slipped into the mausoleum and touched her into life, the way he had the dogs? The thought was repugnant, but Whitehead entertained it nevertheless, determined to think the worst for fear that if he didn't, Mamoulian might still find terrors to shake him with. "You won't," he said aloud to the room of glass, "won't frighten me, intimidate me, destroy me." There were ways and means. He could escape still, and hide at the ends of the earth, find a place where he could forget the story of his life. There was something he hadn't told, a fraction of the tale, scarcely pivotal, but of more than passing interest, that he'd withheld from Strauss, as he would withhold it from any interrogator. Perhaps it was unspeakable, or perhaps it touched so centrally, so profoundly upon the ambiguities that had pursued him through the wastelands of his life, that to speak it was to reveal the color of his soul. He pondered this last secret now, and in a strange way the thought of it warmed him. He had left the game, that first and only game with the European, and scrambled through the half-choked door into Muranovsky Square. No stars were burning, only the bonfire at his back. As he'd stood in the gloom, reorienting himself, the chill creeping up through the soles of his boots, the lipless woman had appeared in front of him. She'd beckoned. He assumed she intended to lead him back the way he'd come, and so followed. She'd had other intentions, however. She'd led him away from the square to a house with barricaded windows, and, ever curious, he'd pursued her into it, certain that tonight of all nights no harm could possibly come to him. In the entrails of the house was a tiny room whose walls were draped with pirated swaths of cloth, some rags, others dusty lengths of velvet that had once framed majestic windows. Here, in this makeshift boudoir, there was one piece of furniture only, a bed, upon which the dead Lieutenant Vasiliev, whom he had so recently seen in Mamoulian's gaming-room, was making love. And as the thief stepped through the door, and the lipless woman stood aside, Constantine had looked up from his labors, his body continuing to press into the woman who lay beneath him on a mattress strewn with Russian and German and Polish flags. The thief stood, disbelieving, wanting to tell Vasiliev that he was performing the act incorrectly, that he'd mistaken one hole for another, and it was no natural orifice he was using so brutally, but a wound. The lieutenant wouldn't have listened, of course. He grinned as he worked, the red pole rooting and dislodging, the corpse he was pleasuring rocked beneath him, unimpressed by her paramour's attentions. How long had the thief watched? The act showed no sign of consummation. At last the lipless woman had murmured, "Enough?" in his ear, and he had turned a little way to her, while she had put her hand on the front of his trousers. She seemed not at all surprised that he was aroused, though in all the years since he had never understood how such a thing was possible. He had long ago accepted that the dead could be woken, but that he had felt heat in their presence. That was another crime altogether, more terrible to him than the first. "There is no hell," the old man thought, putting the boudoir and its charred Casanova out of his mind, "or else hell is a room and a bed and appetite everlasting, and I've been there and seen its rapture, and if the worst comes to the worst, I will endure it." Part 5. The Deluge. Out of a fired ship, which by no way but drowning could be rescued from the flame, some men leaped forth, and ever as they came near the foe's ships, did by their shot decay. So all were lost, which in the ship were found, they in the sea being burnt, they in the burnt ship drowned. John Donne, A Burnt Ship. Chapter 9. Bad Faith. 49. The deluge descended in the driest July in living memory, but then no revisionist dream of Armageddon is complete without its paradox. Lightning appeared out of a clear sky, flesh turned to salt, the meek inheriting the earth, all unlikely phenomena. That July, however, there were no spectacular transformations, no celestial lights appeared in the clouds, no rains of salamanders or children. If angels came and went that month, if the looked-for deluge broke, then it was, like the truest Armageddons, metaphor. There are, it's true, some freakish occurrences to be recounted, but most of them take place in backwaters and ill-lit corridors, in shunned wastelands among rain-sodden mattresses and the ashes of old bonfires. They are local, almost private. Their shock-waves, at best, made gossip among wild dogs. Most of these miracles, however, games, rains, and salvations, were slipped with such cunning behind the facade of ordinary life that only the sharpest-sighted, or those in search of the unlikely, caught a glimpse of the apocalypse showing its splendors to a sun-bleached city. 50. The city didn't welcome Marty back with open arms, but he was glad to be away from the house once and for all, his back turned on the old man and his madness. Whatever the consequences of his departure in the long term, and he would have to think very carefully about whether he now turned himself in, he at least had a breathing space, time to think things through. The tourist season was underway. London was thronged with visitors, making familiar streets unfamiliar. He spent the first couple of days just wandering around, getting used to being foot-loose and fancy-free again. He had precious little money left, but he could turn his hand to a laboring job if need be. With summer at its height, the building trade was hungry for fit workhorses. The thought of an honest day's work, its production of sweat paid for in cash, was attractive. If necessary, he would sell the Citroën that he'd taken from the sanctuary, in one last and probably ill-advised gesture of rebellion. After 2 days of liberty, his thoughts turned to an old theme, America. He'd had it tattooed on his arm as a keepsake of his prison dreams. Now perhaps was the time for him to make it a reality. In his imagination, Kansas beckoned, its grain fields running to the eye's limit in every direction, and not a man-made thing in sight. He'd be safe there, not just from the police and Mammalian, but from history, from stories told again and again, round in circles, world without end. In Kansas there would be a new story, a story that he could not know the end of. And wasn't that a working definition of freedom, unspoiled by European hand, European certainty? To keep himself off the streets while he planned his escape, he found a room in Kilburn, a dingy one-room flat with a toilet 2 flights down, which was shared, the landlord informed him, with 6 other people. In fact, there were at least 15 occupants of the 7 rooms in the house, including a family of 4 in one. The bawling of the youngest child kept his sleep fitful, so he'd rise early and leave the house to its own devices all day, only returning when the pubs were closed, and then only grudgingly. Still, he reassured himself, it wasn't for long. There were problems about the departure, of course, not the least of which was getting a passport with a visa stamp in it. Without it, he would not be allowed to step onto American soil. Securing himself these documents would have to be a speedy operation. For all he knew, his parole jumping had been reported by Whitehead, and damn what tales Marty told. Perhaps the authorities were already combing the streets for him. On the 3rd day of July, a week and a half after leaving the estate, he decided to take fate by the horns and visit Toy's place. Despite Whitehead's insistence that Bill was dead, Marty kept hope intact. Papa had lied before, many times. Why not in this instance? The house was in an elegant backwater in Pimlico, a road of hushed facades and expensive automobiles straddling the narrow pavements. He rang the doorbell 6 times, but there was no sign of life. The Venetian blinds were drawn on the downstairs windows. There was a fat wedge of mail, circulars mostly, thrust in the mailbox. He was standing on the step, staring dumbly at the door, knowing full well it wasn't going to open, when a woman appeared on the next-door step. Not the owner of the house, he was sure. More likely a cleaner. Her tanned face, who wasn't tanned this blistering summer, bore the suppressed delight of a bad news-bringer. "Excuse me, can I help you?" she inquired hopefully. He was suddenly glad he'd dressed in jacket and tie to come to the house. This woman looked the kind who'd report her slightest suspicions to the police. "I was looking for Bill, Mr. Toy." She clearly disapproved, if not of him, of Toy. "He's not here," she said. "Do you happen to know where he's gone?" "Nobody knows. He just left her. He just upped and left." "Left who?" "His wife." "Well, lady friend. She was found in there a couple of weeks ago. Didn't you read about it? It was all over the papers. They interviewed me. I told them. I said he wasn't a pretty piece of work, not at all." "I must have missed it." "It was all over the papers. They're looking for him at the moment." "Mr. Toy?" "Murder Squad." "Really? You're not a reporter?" "No. Only I'm willing, you know, to tell my story if the price is right. The things I could tell you." "Really?" "She was in a terrible state, apparently." "What do you mean?" Mindful of her salability, the matron had no intention of divulging the details, even if she knew them, which Marty doubted. But she was willing to offer a tantalizing trailer. "There was mutilation," she promised. "Unrecognizable, even to her nearest and dearest." "Are you sure?" The woman looked affronted by this smear on her authenticity. "She either did it to herself, or else somebody did it to her, and kept her in there, locked up, bleeding to death. For days and days, the smell when they opened the door." The sound of the slushy, lost voice that had answered the telephone came back to Marty, and he knew without doubt that Toy's lady had already been dead when she spoke. Mutilated and dead, but resurrected as a telephonist to keep up appearances for a useful while. The syllables ran in his ear. "Who is this?" she'd asked, hadn't she? Despite the heat and light of a brilliant July, he started to shiver. Mamoulian had been here. He'd crossed this very threshold in search of Toy. He had a score to settle with Bill, as Marty now knew. What might a man not plan while the humiliations festered and returned for such violence? Marty caught the woman staring at him. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Thank you, yes." "You need some sleep. I have the same problems. Hot nights like these, I get restless." He thanked her again and hurried away from the house without looking back. Too easy to imagine the horrors. They came without warning, out of nowhere. Nor would they go away. Not now. The memory of Mamoulian was with him, night and day and restless night, from then on. He became aware, was it just his dream life, denied its span in sleepless nights, spreading into wakefulness, of another world, hovering beyond or behind the facade of reality. There was no time for prevarication. He had to leave, forget Whitehead and Karras and the law, trick his way out of the country and into America, any way he could, away to a place where real was real, and dreams stayed under the eyelids, where they belonged. 51. Raglan was an expert at the fine art of forgery. 2 telephone calls located him, and Marty struck a deal with the man. The appropriate visa could be forged in a passport for a modest fee. If Marty could bring along a photograph of himself, the job could be done in a day, 2 at the most. It was the 15th of July. The month was simmering, a few degrees off the boil. The radio, blaring from the room next door, had promised a day as faultlessly blue as the one preceding, and the one preceding that. Not even blue. White. The sky was blind white these days. Marty set out for Raglan's house early, partially to avoid the worst of the heat, and partially because he was eager to get the forgery made, buy his ticket, and be away. As it was, he got no further than Kilburn High Road tube station. It was there, on the cover of the Daily Telegraph, that he read the headline, "Millionaire Recluse Found Dead at Home." Beneath it, a picture of Papa. A younger, beardless Whitehead, snapped at the height of his looks and influence. He bought the paper, and 2 others that carried the story on their covers, and read them standing in the middle of the pavement, while harried commuters nudged and tutted at him as they surged down the stairs into the station. The death was announced today of Joseph Newsom Whitehead, the millionaire head of the Whitehead Corporation, whose pharmaceutical products had, until recent falls, made it one of the most successful companies in Western Europe. Mr. Whitehead, 68, was found at his hideaway sanctum in Oxfordshire in the early hours of yesterday morning by his chauffeur. He is believed to have died of heart failure. Police say there are no suspicious circumstances. For obituary, see page 7. The obituary was the usual amalgam of information gleaned from the pages of Who's Who, with a brief outline of the fortunes of the Whitehead Corporation, plus a spicing of conjecture, mostly concerning the corporation's recent fall from financial grace. There was a potted history of Whitehead's life, though the early years were skimpily reported, as though there was some doubt as to the details. The rest of the design was there, albeit threadbare. The marriage to Evangeline, the spectacular rise in the boom years of the late 50s, the decades of consolidation and achievement, then the withdrawal, after Evangeline's death, into mysterious and unilluminating silence. He was dead. Despite all the brave talk, all the defiance, all the contempt for the machinations of the European, the battle was lost. Whether it was indeed a natural death, as the papers reported, or Mamoulian's doing, Marty could not know. But there was no denying the curiosity he felt. More than curiosity, grief. That he had a capacity for sorrow at the old man's death came as a shock, perhaps more of a shock than the sorrow itself. He hadn't counted on the ache of loss he felt. He cancelled the meeting with Raglan and went back to the flat, there to study the newspapers over and over again, squeezing out every drop from the text about the circumstances of Whitehead's death. There were few clues, of course. All the reports were couched in the bland and formal language of such announcements. Having exhausted the written word, he went next door and asked to borrow his neighbor's radio. The young woman who occupied the room, a student, he thought, took some persuading, but she eventually relinquished it. He listened to the half-hourly bulletins from mid-morning on, while the heat rose in his room. The story had some prominence until noon, but thereafter events in Beirut and a drugs coup in Southampton claimed the bulk of the time, the report of Whitehead's death steadily slipping from a major story to news in brief, and thence by mid-afternoon into invisibility. He returned the radio, declining a cup of coffee with the girl and her cat, the smell of whose uneaten food hung around the narrow room like the threat of thunder, and returned to his own quarters to sit and think. If Mamoulian had indeed murdered Whitehead, and he didn't doubt that the European had the skill to do it undetected by the acutest pathologist, it was indirectly his fault. Perhaps, had he remained at the house, the old man would still be alive. It was unlikely. Far more likely he, too, would be dead. But the guilt still nagged. For the next couple of days he did very little. Entropy had poured lead into his bowels. His thoughts were circular, almost obsessional. In the private cinema of his skull he ran the home movies he'd accrued, from those first uncertain glimpses of the private life of power to his later memories, almost too sharp, too detailed, of the man alone in a glass-floored cage, the dogs, the dark. Through most, though not all, the face of Caris appeared, sometimes quizzical, sometimes careless, often sealed from him, peering up between the bars of her downcast lashes, as if envying him. Late at night, when the baby had fallen asleep in the flat below, and the only sound was the traffic on the high road, he'd rerun those most private moments between them, moments too precious to be conjured up indiscriminately, for fear their power to revive him wane with repetition. For a time he had tried to forget her. It was more convenient that way. Now he clung to thoughts of that face, bereft. He wondered if he would see her again. The Sunday newspapers all carried further reports on the death. The Sunday Times gave over the front of its review section to a thumbnail sketch of Britain's Most Mysterious Millionaire, written by Lawrence Dwoskin, long-time associate and confidant of England's Howard Hughes. Marty read the piece through twice, unable to scan the printed words without hearing Dwoskin's insinuating tone in his ear. "He was in many ways a paragon," it read, though the almost hermit-like history of his latter years gave rise inevitably to reams of gossip and tittle-tattle, much of it hurtful to a man of Joseph's sensibilities. Through all his years in public life, exposed to the scrutiny of a press that was not always beneficent, he never hardened himself to criticism, implied or explicit. To we few who knew him well, he revealed a nature more susceptible to barbs than his outward show of indifference would ever have suggested. When he found rumors of misconduct or excess being circulated about him, the criticism bit deeply, especially as, since his beloved wife Evangeline's death in 1965, he had become the most fastidious of sexual and moral beings. Marty read this simpering cant with a bitter taste in his throat. The canonization of the old man had already begun. Soon, presumably, would come the biographies, authorized and then Bowdlerized by his estate, turning his life into a series of flattering fables by which he would be remembered. The process nauseated him. Reading the platitudes in Dwoskin's text, he found himself fiercely and unpredictably defensive of the old man's foibles, as though everything that had made him unique, made him real, now stood in danger of being whitewashed away. He read Dwoskin's article to its maudlin end and put it down. The only detail in its length that was of interest was mention of the funeral service, which was to be held in a small church in Minster Lovel the following day. The body was then to be cremated. Dangerous though it might be, Marty felt the need to go and pay his last respects. 52. In fact, the service attracted so many onlookers, from casual observers to die-hard scandal-sniffers, Marty's presence went entirely unnoticed. The whole event had an unreal air to it, as if contrived to have the entire world know that the great man was dead. There were correspondents and photographers from all over Europe, in addition to the clan from Fleet Street, and among the mourners some of the most famous faces in public life, politicians, professional pundits, captains of industry, even a smattering of movie stars whose only claim to fame was fame itself. The presence of so many celebrities attracted dedicated peeping toms in their hundreds. The small church, the yard around it, and the road around that were overrun. The service itself was relayed to those outside the building via loudspeakers, a curious, dislocating detail. The voice of the presiding clergyman sounded tinny and theatrical through the sound system, his eulogy punctuated by an amplified percussion of coughs and shufflings. Marty didn't like hearing the service this way, any more than he liked the tourists, ill-dressed for a funeral, who lolled on the gravestones and littered the grass, waiting with barely suppressed impatience for this tiresome interruption in their stargazing to be concluded. Whitehead had encouraged a dormant misanthropy in Marty. It now had a permanent place in his world-view. Looking around the graveyard at this heat-flushed, dull-eyed congregation, he felt contempt well up in him. He itched to turn his back on the farrago and slip away, but the desire to see this final scene played out overwhelmed the desire to leave. So he waited in the throng while wasps buzzed at children's sticky heads, and a woman with the physique of a stick insect flirted with him from the top of a tomb. Somebody was now reading the lesson, an actor, to judge by the self-regarding tone. It was announced as a passage from the Psalms, but Marty didn't recognize it. As the reading was drawing to a close, a car drew up at the main gate. Heads turned and cameras clicked as two figures emerged. A buzz spread through the crowd. People who'd taken to lying down stood up again to see what could be seen. Something roused Marty from his lethargy, and he too stood on tiptoe to glimpse the latecomers. It was quite an entrance they were making. He peered between the heads of the crowd to catch a look, caught sight, then lost it again, said "no" quietly to himself, not believing, then pushed his way through the crowd, trying to keep pace, as Mamulian, a veiled Karis at his side, glided down the pathway from gate to porch and disappeared into the church. "Who was it?" somebody asked him. "Do you know who it was?" "Hell," he wanted to answer. "The devil himself. Mamulian was here, in broad daylight, sun on the back of his neck, walking with Karis, arm in arm, like man and wife, letting the cameras catch him for tomorrow's edition. He had no fear, apparently. This late appearance, so measured, so ironic, was a final gesture of contempt. And why did she play his game? Why didn't she throw off his hand and denounce him for the unnatural thing he was? Because she had gone willingly into his entourage, the very way Whitehead had told him she would. In search of what? Someone to celebrate that strain of nihilism in her, to educate her in the fine art of dying? And what might she give in return? Ah, there was the prickly question. At long last the service came to an end. Suddenly, to the delight and outrage of the congregation, a raucous saxophone broke the solemnity, and a jazz rendering of "Fools Rush In" was blaring over the loudspeakers. Whitehead's final joke, presumably. It earned its laughs. Some of the crowd even applauded. From inside the church there came the clatter of people rising from their pews. Marty craned to get a better view of the porch, and, failing, threaded his way back through the press of people to a tomb that offered a view. There were birds in the heat-drooped trees, and their pursuits distracted him, catching him up in their swooping play. When he looked back, the coffin was almost parallel with him, shouldered, among others, by Ottaway and Kurtzinger. The plain box seemed almost indecently exposed. He wondered what they'd dressed the old man in at the last, if they'd trimmed his beard and sewed his eyelids shut. The procession of mourners followed on the heels of the pallbearers, a black cortege that parted the candy-colored sea of tourists. To right and left the shutters tutted. Some damn fool called, "Watch the birdie." The jazz played on. It was all gratifyingly absurd. The old man, Marty guessed, would be smiling in his box. Finally, Karras and Mamoulian emerged from the shade of the porch into the brilliance of the afternoon, and Marty was sure he caught the girl cautiously scanning the crowd, fearful that her companion would notice. She was looking for him, he was certain of it. She knew he'd be there, somewhere, and she was looking for him. His mind raced, tripping over itself in its turmoil. If he made a sign to her, however subtle, there was every chance Mamoulian would see it, and that was surely dangerous for them both. Better to hide his head, then, painful as it was not to lock glances with her. Reluctantly he stepped down off the tomb as the clump of mourners came abreast of him, and spied what he could from the shelter of the crowd. The European scarcely raised his head from its bowed position, and from what Marty could glimpse between the bobbing heads, Karras had given up her search, perhaps despairing of his being there. As the coffin and its black tail wound out of the churchyard, Marty ducked away and over the wall to watch events proceed from a better vantage point. In the road, Mamoulian was speaking to one or two of the mourners. Handshakes were exchanged, commiserations offered to Karras. Marty watched impatiently. Perhaps she and the European would separate in the throng, and he'd get a chance to show himself, if only momentarily, and reassure her of his presence. But no such opportunity presented itself. Mamoulian was the perfect guardian, keeping Karras close to him every moment. Pleasantries and farewells exchanged, they got into the back of a dark green rover and drove away. Marty raced to the Citroën. He mustn't lose her now, whatever happened. This was perhaps his last chance to locate her. The pursuit proved difficult. Once off the small country roads and onto the highway, the rover accelerated with insolent ease. Marty gave chase as discreetly as the twin imperatives of tactics and excitement would allow. In the back seat of the car, Karras had a strange, flickering thought. Whenever she closed her lids to blink or shut out the day's glare, a figure appeared. A runner. She recognized him in seconds. The gray tracksuit, a cloud of steam emerging from the hood, named him before she glimpsed his face. She wanted to glance over her shoulder, to see if he was, as she guessed, behind them somewhere. But she knew better. Mamoulian would guess something was going on if he hadn't already. The European looked across at her. She was a secret one, he thought. He never really knew what she was thinking. She was, in that regard, her mother's child. Whereas he had learned with time to read Joseph's face, Evangeline had seldom let a glimmer of her true feelings show. For the space of several months he'd assumed her to be indifferent to his presence in the house. Only time had told the true story of her machinations against him. He sometimes suspected Karras of similar pretenses. Wasn't she simply too compliant? Even now she wore the faintest trace of a smile. "It amused you?" he inquired.
"What?"
"The funeral."
"No," she said lightly. "No, of course not."
"You were smiling."
The trace evaporated. Her face slackened. "It had some grotesquerie value, I suppose," she said, her voice dull. "Watching them all play up to the cameras."
"You didn't trust their grief?"
"They never loved him."
"And you did?"
She seemed to weigh the question up. "Love," she said, floating the word on the hot air to see, it seemed, what it would become. "Yes, I suppose I did."
She made Mamoulian uneasy. He wanted a better grip on the girl's mind, but it refused his best endeavors. Fear of the illusions he might evoke for her had certainly given her a veneer of obsequiousness, but he doubted they'd truly made a slave of her. Terrors were a useful goad, but the law of diminishing returns pertained. Each time she fought him, he was obliged to find some new, more awesome fright. It exhausted him. And now, to add insult to injury, Joseph was dead. He had perished, according to the talk at the funeral, peacefully in his sleep. Not even died. That vulgarity had been exorcised from the vocabulary of all concerned. He had passed on, or over, or away. He had gone to sleep, but never died. The cant and sentimentality that followed the thief to the grave disgusted the European, but he disgusted himself more. He had let Whitehead go, not once, but twice, undone by his own desire to have the game concluded with due attention to detail. That, and his concern to persuade the thief to come willingly into the void. Prevarication had proved his undoing. While he had threatened and juggled visions, the old goat had slipped away. That might not have been the end of the story. After all, he possessed the facility to follow Whitehead into death and bring him out of it, had he been able to get to the corpse. But the old man had been wise to such eventuality. His body had been kept from viewing, even by his closest companions. It had been locked in a bank safe. How appropriate! And guarded night and day, much to the delight of the tabloids, who revelled in such eccentricities. By this evening it would be ash, and Mamoulian's last opportunity for permanent reunion would have been lost. And yet, why did he feel as if the games they'd played all these years, the temptation games, the revelation games, the rejection, vilification, and damnation games, were not quite over? His intuition, like his strength, was dwindling, but he was certain that something was amiss. He thought of the way the woman at his side smiled, the secret on her face. "Is he dead?" he suddenly asked her. The question appeared to flummox her. "Of course he's dead," she replied. "Is he, Caris?" "We just saw his funeral, for God's sake." She felt his mind, a solid presence, at the back of her neck. They had played this scene many times in the preceding weeks, the trial of strength between wills, and she knew that he was weaker by the day. Not so weak as to be negligible, however. He could still deliver terrors if it suited him. "Tell me your thoughts," he said, "so I don't have to dig for them." If she didn't answer his questions, and he entered her forcibly, he'd see the runner for certain. "Please," she said, making a sham of cowardice, "don't hurt me." The mind withdrew a little. "Is he dead?" Mamoulian inquired again. "The night he died," she began. What could she tell but the truth? No lie would suffice. He would know. "The night they said he died, I felt nothing. There was no change. Not like when Mamma died." She threw a cowed look at Mamoulian to reinforce the illusion of servility. "What do you construe from that?" he asked. "I don't know," she replied quite honestly. "What do you guess?" Again honestly. "That he isn't dead." The first smile Caris had ever seen on the European's face appeared. It was merest hint, but it was there. She felt him withdraw the horns of his thought and content himself with musing.
He would not press her further. Too many plans to plan. "Oh, Pilgrim," he said under his breath, chiding his invisible enemy like a much-loved but errant child, "you almost had me fooled." Marty followed the car off the highway and across the city to the house on Caliban Street. It was early evening by the time the pursuit ended. Parked at a prudent distance, he watched them get out of the car. The European paid the driver, and then, after some delay, unlocking the front door, he and Kara stepped into a house whose dirtied lace curtains and peeling paintwork suggested nothing abnormal in a street whose houses were all in need of renovation. A light went on at the middle floor. A blind was drawn. He sat in the car for an hour, keeping the house in view, though nothing happened. She did not appear at the window. No letters were thrown, wrapped in stones and kisses, out to her waiting hero. But he hadn't really expected such signs. They were fictional devices, and this was real. Dirty stone, dirty windows, dirty terrors skulking at his groin. He hadn't eaten properly since the announcement of Whitehead's death. Now, for the first time since that morning, he felt healthily hungry. Leaving the house to creeping twilight, he went to find himself sustenance. 53. Luther was packing. The days since Whitehead's death had been a whirlwind, and he was dizzied by it. With so much money in his pocket, every minute a new option occurred to him, a fantasy now realizable. For the short term, at least, he decided to go home to Jamaica for a long holiday. He had left when he was 8, 19 years ago. His memories of the island were gilded. He was prepared to be disappointed, but if he didn't like the place, no matter. A man of his newfound wealth needed no specific plans. He could move on. Another island, another continent. He had almost finished his preparations for departure when a voice called him from downstairs. It wasn't a voice he knew. "Luther, are you there?" He went to the top of the stairs. The woman he'd once shared this small house with had gone, left him 6 months ago, taking their children. The house should have been empty, but there was somebody in the hall. Not one, but 2 people. His interlocutor, a tall, even stately man, stared up the stairs at him, light from the landing shining on his wide, smooth brow. Luther recognized the face. From the funeral, perhaps? Behind him, in shadow, was a heavier figure. "I'd like a word," said the first. "How did you get in here? Who the hell are you?" "Just a word about your employer." "Are you from the press, is that it?" "Look, I've told you everything I know. Now get the hell out of here before I call the police. You've got no right breaking in here." The second man stepped out of the shadows and looked up the stairs. His face was made up. That much was apparent even from a distance. The flesh was powdered, the cheeks rouged. He looked like a pantomime dame. Luther stepped back from the top of the stairs, mind racing. "Don't be afraid," the first man said, and the way he said it made Luther more afraid than ever. What capacities might such politeness harbor? "If you're not out of here in 10 seconds, he warned. "Where is Joseph?" the polite man asked. "Dead." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. I saw you at the funeral, didn't I?" "I don't know who you are." "My name is Mamoulian." "Well, you were there, weren't you? You saw for yourself. He's dead." "I saw a box." "He's dead, man," Luther insisted. "You were the one who found him, I gather," the European said, moving a few silent paces across the hallway to the bottom of the stairs. "That's right, in bed," Luther replied. "Maybe they were press after all." "I found him in bed. He died in his sleep." "Come down here. Furnish the details, if you would." "I'm fine where I am." The European looked up at the chauffeur's frowning face, felt tentatively at the nape of his neck. There was too much heat and dirt in there. He wasn't resilient enough for an investigation. There were other, cruder methods, however. He half gestured toward the razor-eater, whose sandalwood presence he smelled close. "This is Anthony Breer," he said. "He has in his time dispatched children and dogs. You remember the dogs, Luther? With admirable thoroughness. He is not afraid of death. Indeed, he enjoys an extraordinary empathy with it. The pantomime face gleamed up from the stairwell, desire in its eyes. "Now, please," Mamoulian said, "for both our sakes, the truth." Luther's throat was so dry the words scarcely came. "The old man's dead," he said. "That's all I know. If I knew any more, I'd tell you." Mamoulian nodded. The look on his face as he spoke was compassionate, as if he genuinely feared for what must happen next. "You tell me something I want to believe, and you say it with such conviction I almost do. In principle, I can leave content, and you can go about your business, except—" He sighed heavily. "Except that I don't quite believe you enough." "Look, this is my fucking house," Luther blustered, sensing that extreme measures were needed now. The man called Breer had unbuttoned his jacket. He wore no shirt underneath. There were skewers threaded through the fat of his chest, transfixing his nipples crossways. He reached up and drew two out. No blood came. Armed with these steel needles, he shuffled to the bottom of the stairs. "I've done nothing," Luther pleaded. "So you say." The razor-eater began to mount the stairs. The unpowdered breasts were hairless and yellowish. "Wait!" At Luther's shout, Breer paused. "Yes?" said Mamoulian. "You keep him off me. If you have something to tell me, spit it out. I'm more than eager to listen." Luther nodded. Breer's face registered disappointment. Luther swallowed hard before speaking. He'd been paid what was to him a small fortune not to say what he was about to say, but Whitehead hadn't warned him that it would be like this. He expected a gaggle of inquisitive reporters, perhaps even a lucrative offer for his story to go into the Sunday papers, but not this. Not this ogre, with his doll's face and his bloodless wounds. There was a limit to the amount of silence any money could buy, for Christ's sake. "What have you got to say?" Mamoulian asked. "He's not dead," Luther replied. There. It wasn't so difficult to do, was it? "It was all set up. Only 2 or 3 people knew. I was one of them." "Why you?" Luther wasn't certain on this point. "I suppose he trusted me," he said, shrugging. "Ah. Besides, somebody had to find the body, and I was the most believable candidate. He just wanted to make a clean getaway, start again where he'd never be found." "And where was that?" Luther shook his head. "I don't know, man. Anywhere, I suppose, where nobody knows his face. He never told me." "He must have hinted." "No." Breer took heart at Luther's reticence. His look brightened. "Now, come on," Mamoulian coaxed. "You've given me the mother lode. Where's the harm in telling me the rest?" "There is no more." "Why make pain for yourself?" "He never told me, man." Breer took a step up the stairs, and another, and another. "He must have given you some idea," Mamoulian said. "Think. You said he trusted you." "Not that much. Hey, keep him off me, will you?" The skewers glittered. "For Christ's sake, keep him off me." There were many pities. The first was that one human being was capable of such smiling brutality to another. The second, that Luther had known nothing. His fund of information had been, as he'd claimed, strictly limited. But by the time the European was certain of Luther's ignorance, the man was past recall. Well, that wasn't strictly true. Resurrection was perfectly plausible. But Mamoulian had better things to do with his waning stamina, and besides, letting the man remain dead was the one way he could compensate for the suffering the chauffeur had vainly endured. "Joseph, Joseph, Joseph," Mamoulian chided, and the dark flowed on. Chapter 10. Nothing and After. 54. Having secured himself all he needed for a long vigil at the house on Caliban Street, reading material, food, drink, Marty returned there and watched through most of the night, with a bottle of Chivas Regal and the car radio for company. Just before dawn he deserted his watch and drove drunkenly back to his room, sleeping through until almost noon.
When he woke, his head felt the size of a balloon, and as stalely inflated. But there was purpose in the day ahead. No dreams of Kansas now. Just the fact of the house and Karis locked up in it. After a breakfast of hamburgers, he returned to the street, parking far enough away to be inconspicuous, yet close enough to see the comings and goings. He spent the next 3 days, in which the temperature rose from the high 70s into the middle 80s, in the same location. Sometimes he'd catch a few minutes of cramped sleep in the car. More often he returned to Kilburn to snatch an hour or two. The furnace of the street became familiar to him in all its moods. He saw it just before dawn, flickering into solidity. He saw it in mid-morning, young wives out with children, business in their walk, in the gaudy afternoon, too, and in the evening, when the sugar-pink light of a declining sun made brick and slate exult. The private and public lives of the Calabanese unfolded to him. A spastic child at number 67, whose anger was a secret vice. The woman at number 81, who welcomed a man to the house daily at 12:45. Her husband, a policeman to judge by shirt and tie, was welcomed home each night with a ration of doorstep ardor in direct proportion to the time the wife and lover had spent together at lunchtime. More, too. 12 stories, interlocking, dividing again. As to the house itself, he saw occasional activity there, but not once did he glimpse Karis. The blinds at the middle windows were kept drawn throughout the day, and only lifted in the late afternoon, when the strongest of the sun was past. The single top-story window looked to be permanently shuttered from inside. Marty concluded that there were only 2 people in the house besides Karis. One, of course, was the European. The other was the butcher that they'd almost faced back at the sanctuary, the dog-killer. He came and went once, sometimes twice, daily, usually about some trivial business. An unpalatable sight, with his cosmeticized features, his hobbled walk, the sly looks he gave the children as they played. In those 3 days Mamoulian didn't leave the house. At least Marty didn't see him leave. He might appear fleetingly at the downstairs window, glancing out down the sunlit street, but that infrequently. And as long as he was in the house, Marty knew better than to attempt a rescue. No amount of courage, and he did not possess that attribute in limitless supply, would arm him against the powers the European wielded. No, he must sit it out and wait for a safer opportunity to present itself. On the 5th day of his surveillance, with the heat still rising, luck came his way. About 8:50 in the evening, as dusk invaded the street, a taxi drew up outside the house, and Mamoulian, dressed for the casino, got into it. Almost an hour later, the other man appeared at the front door, his face a blur in the deepening night, but hungry somehow. Marty watched him lock the door, then glance up and down the pavement before setting off. He waited until the shambling figure disappeared around the corner of Caliban Street before he got out of the car. Determined not to risk the least error in this, his first and probably only chance at rescue, he went to the corner to check that the butcher was not simply taking a late-evening constitutional. But the man's bulk was unmistakable, as he headed toward the city, hugging the shadows as he went. Only when he was completely out of sight did Marty go back to the house. All the windows were locked, back and front. There were no visible lights. Perhaps, the doubt niggled, she was not even in the house. Perhaps she had gone out while he was dozing in the car. He prayed not, and praying, forced open the back door with a jimmy he'd bought for that very purpose. That and a flashlight, the standbys of any self-respecting burglar. Inside, the atmosphere was sterile. He began a room-by-room search of the ground floor, determined to be as systematic as possible. This was no time for unprofessional behavior. No shouting, no rushing about, just a cautious, efficient investigation. The rooms were all empty, of people and of furniture. A few items, discarded by the previous occupants of the house, emphasized rather than alleviated the sense of desolation. He ascended a flight. On the 2nd floor he found Breer's room. It stank, an unwholesome mingling of perfume and rancid meat. In the corner, a large-screened black-and-white television had been left on, its sound turned down to a sibilant whisper. Some sort of quiz show was playing. The quizmaster howled soundlessly in mock despair at a contestant's defeat.
The fluttering metallic light fell on the few articles of furniture in the room: a bed with a bare mattress and several stained cushions, a mirror propped on a chair, the seat of which was littered with cosmetics and toilet waters. On the walls were photographs torn from a book of war atrocities. He did no more than glimpse at them, but their details, even in the doubtful light, were appalling. He closed the door on the squalor and tried the next. It was the toilet. Beside that, the bathroom. The fourth and last door on this floor was tucked around a half-corridor, and it was locked. He turned the handle once, twice, back and forth, and then pressed his ear to the wood, listening for some clue from within. "Caris?" There was no reply. No sound of occupancy, either. "Caris? It's Marty. Can you hear me?" He rattled the handle again, more fiercely. "It's Marty." Impatience overtook him. She was there, just beyond the door. He was suddenly seized by the absolute conviction of her presence. He kicked the door, more out of frustration than anything. Then, raising his heel to the lock, he booted it with all his strength. The wood began to splinter beneath his assault. Half a dozen further blows, and the lock cracked. He put his shoulder to the door and forced it open. The room smelled of her, was hot with her. Other than her presence and her heat, however, it was practically empty. Just a bucket in the corner and a selection of empty dishes, a scattering of books, a blanket, a small table on which lay her gear, needles, hypodermic, dishes, matches. She was lying curled up on herself in a corner of the room. A lamp with a low-voltage bulb in it stood in another corner, its shade partially draped with a cloth to keep the light level lower yet. She was wearing only a T-shirt and a pair of panties. Other articles of clothing, jeans, sweaters, shirts, lay strewn around. When she looked up at him, he could see how the sweat on her brow made her hair cling. "Caris." At first she didn't seem to recognize him. "It's me. It's Marty." A tick of a frown creased her shiny forehead. "Marty," she said, her voice in miniature. The frown deepened. He wasn't sure she even saw him. Her eyes swam. "Marty," she repeated, and this time the name seemed to mean something to her. "Yes, it's me." He crossed the room to her, and she seemed almost shocked by the suddenness of his approach. Her eyes sprang open, recognition flooding into them with fear in attendance. She half sat up, the T-shirt clinging to her sweaty torso. The crook of her arm was punctured and bruised. "Don't come near me." "What's wrong?" "Don't come near me." He took a step back at the ferocity of her order. What the hell had they done to her? She sat up fully and put her head between her legs, elbows on her knees. "Wait," she said, still whispering. Her breath became very regular. He waited, aware for the first time that the room seemed to buzz. Perhaps not just the room. Perhaps this whine, as if a generator were humming away to itself somewhere in the building, had been in the air since he'd first come in. If so, he hadn't noticed it. Now, waiting for her to finish whatever ritual she was engaged upon, it irritated him. Subtle, yet so pervasive it was impossible, after a few seconds of hearing it, to know if it were more than a whine in the inner ear. He swallowed hard. His sinuses clicked. The sound went on, a monotone. At last, Caris looked up. "It's all right," she said. "He isn't here." "I could have told you that. He left the house 2 hours ago. I watched him go." "He doesn't need to be here physically," she said, rubbing the back of her neck. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." From the tone of her voice, they might have seen each other only the day before. He felt foolish, as though his relief, his desire to pick her up and run, was inappropriate, even redundant. "We have to go," he said. "They may come back." She shook her head. "No use," she told him. "What do you mean, no use?" "If you knew what he can do." "Believe me, I've seen." He thought of Bella, poor dead Bella with her pups suckling rot. He'd seen enough, and more. "There's no use trying to escape," she insisted. "He's got access to my head. I'm an open book to him." This was an overstatement. He was less and less able to control her, but she was tired of the fight, almost as tired as the European. She wondered sometimes if he hadn't infected her with his world-weariness. if a trace of him in her cortex hadn't tainted every possibility with the knowledge of its dissolution. She saw that now, and Marty, whose face she'd dreamed, whose body she'd wanted, saw how he would age, would wind down and die, as everything wound down and died. Why stand up at all, the disease in her system asked, if it's only a matter of time before you fall down again? Can't you block him out? Marty demanded. I'm too weak to resist him. With you, I'll be weaker still. Why? The remark appalled him. As soon as I relax, he'll get through. Do you see? The moment I surrender to anything, anyone, he can break in. Marty thought about Karis's face on the pillow, and the way for an insane moment another face had seemed to peer down between her fingers. The last European had been watching even then, sharing the experience. A ménage à trois for male, female, and occupying spirit. Its obscenity touched deeper chords of anger in him, not the superficial rage of a righteous man, but a profound rejection of the European and all his decadence. Whatever happened as a consequence, he would not be talked into leaving Karis to Mamulian's devices. If need be, he'd take her against her will. When she was out of this buzzing house, with the despair peeling the wallpaper, she'd remember how good life could be. He'd make her remember. He stepped toward her again and went down on his haunches to touch her. She flinched. He's occupied, he reassured her. He's at the casino. He'll kill you, she said simply, if he finds you've been here. He'll kill me whatever happens now. I've interfered. I've seen his hidey hole, and I'm going to do damage to it before we go, just so he remembers me. Do whatever you want to do, she shrugged. It's up to you. But leave me be. So Papa was right, Marty said bitterly. Papa? What did he tell you? That you wanted to be with Mamulian all along. No. You want to be like him. No, Marty, no. I suppose he supplies the best quality dope, eh? And I can't, can I? She didn't deny this, just looked sullen. What the fuck am I doing here? He said. You're happy, aren't you? Christ, you're happy. It was laughable to think how he'd misunderstood the politics of this rescue. She was content in this hovel, as long as she was supplied. Her talk of Mamulian's invasions were window-dressing. In her heart she could forgive him every crime he perpetrated, as long as the dope kept coming. He stood up. Where's his room? No, Marty. I want to see where he sleeps. Where is it? She pulled herself up on his arm. Her hands were hot and damp. Please leave, Marty. This isn't a game. It's not all going to be forgiven when we come to the end, you know. It doesn't even stop when you die. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, yes, he said. I understand. He put his palm on her face. Her breath smelled sour. His, too, he thought, but for the whiskey. I'm not an innocent any longer. I know what's going on. Not all of it, but enough. I've seen things I pray I never see again. I've heard stories. Christ, I understand. How could he impress it upon her forcibly enough? I'm shit scared. I've never been so scared in my life. You've got reason, she said coldly. Don't you care what happens to you? Not much. I'll find you dope, he said. If that's all that's keeping you here, I'll get it for you. Did a doubt cross her face? He pressed the point home. I saw you looking for me at the funeral. You were there? Why were you looking if you didn't want me to come? She shrugged. I don't know. I thought maybe you'd gone with Papa. Dead, you mean? She frowned at him. No, gone away, wherever he's gone. It took a moment for her words to sink in. At last he said, You mean he's not dead? She shook her head. I thought you knew. I thought you'd be involved with his getaway. Of course the old bastard wasn't dead. Great men didn't just lie down and die off stage. They bided their time through the middle acts, revered, mourned, and vilified, before appearing to play some final scene or other. A death scene, a marriage. Where is he? Marty asked. I don't know, and neither does Mamulian. He tried to get me to find him, the way I found Toy, but I can't do it. I've lost focus. I even tried to find you once. It was useless. I could scarcely think my way beyond the front door.
But you found Toy?
That was at the beginning. Now, I'm used up. I tell him it hurts, like something's going to break inside me.
Pain, remembered and actual, registered on her face. And you still want to stay?
It'll be over soon, for all of us. Come with me. I've got friends who can help us. He appealed to her, gripping her wrists. Gentle God, can't you see I need you? Please, I need you. I'm no use. I'm weak. Me too. I'm weak too. We deserve each other.
The thought and its cynicism seemed to please her. She pondered it a moment before saying,
Maybe we do,
very quietly. Her face was a maze of indecision, dope and doubt. Finally she said,
I'll dress.
He hugged her hard, breathing the staleness of her hair, knowing that this first victory might be his only one, but jubilating nevertheless. She gently broke his embrace and turned to the business of preparing to go. He watched her while she pulled on her jeans, but her self-consciousness made him leave her to it. He stepped onto the landing. Out of her presence, the hum filled his ears. Louder now, he thought, than it had been. Switching on his flashlight, he climbed the last flight of stairs to Mamulian's room. With each step he took, the whine deepened. It sounded in the boards of the stairs and in the walls. A living presence. On the top landing there was only one door. The room beyond it, apparently, spread over the entire top floor. Mamulian, the natural aristocrat, had taken the choicest space for himself. The door had been left open. The European feared no intruder. When Marty pushed it, it swung inward a few inches, but his reluctant flashlight beam failed to penetrate more than an arm's length into the darkness beyond. He stood on the threshold like a child hesitating in front of a ghost train ride. During his peripheral association with Mamulian, he had come to feel an intense curiosity about the man. There was harm there, no doubt of that. Perhaps terrible capacities for violence. But just as Mamulian's face had appeared beneath Karis, there was probably a face under that of the European. More than one, perhaps. 100 faces, each stranger than the one before, regressing toward some state that was older than Bethlehem. He had to have one peep, didn't he? One look for old time's sake. Girding his loins, he pushed forward into the living darkness of the room. "Marty!" Something flickered in front of him. A bubble burst in his head as Karis called up to him. "Marty! I'm ready!" The hum in the room seemed to have risen as he entered. Now, as he withdrew, it lowered itself to a moan of disappointment. "Don't go," it seemed to sigh. "Why go? She can wait. Let her wait. Stay a while up here and see what's to be seen." "There's no time," Karis said. Almost angered to have been summoned away, Marty closed the door on the voice and went down. "I don't feel good," she said, when he joined her on the lower landing. "Is it him? Is he trying to get to you?" "No, I'm just dizzy. I didn't realize that I'd got so weak." "There's a car outside," he said, offering a supportive hand. She waved him off. "There's a parcel of my things," she said, "in the room." He went back to get it and was picking it up when she made a small noise of complaint and stumbled on the stairs. "Are you all right?" "Yes," she said. When he appeared on the stairs beside her, pillowcase parcel in hand, she gave him an ashen look. "The house wants me to stay," she whispered. "We'll take it steady," he said, and went ahead of her, for fear she stumble again. They reached the hallway without further incident. "We can't go by the front door," she said. "It's double-locked from the outside." As they made their way back through the hall, they heard the unmistakable sound of the back door opening. "Shit," Marty said under his breath. He let go of Karis' arm and slipped back through the gloom to the front door and tried to open it. It was, as Karis had warned, double-locked. Panic was rising in him, but in its confusion a still voice, which he knew to be the voice of the room, said, "No need to worry. Come up. Be safe in me. Hide in me."
He thrust the temptation aside. Kara's face was turned to his. "It's Breer," she breathed. The dog-killer was in the kitchen. Marty could hear him, smell him. Karis tapped at Marty's sleeve and pointed to a bolted door under the well of the stairs. "Cellar," he guessed. White-faced in the murk, she pointed down. He nodded. Breer, about some business, was singing to himself. Strange to think of him happy, this lumbering slaughterer, content enough with his lot to sing. Karis had slid the bolt open on the cellar door. Steps, dimly illuminated by the thrown light from the kitchen, led down into the pit. A smell of disinfectant and wood-shaving. Healthy smells. They crept down the stairs, cringing at each scraped heel, each creaking step. But the razor-eater was too busy to hear, it seemed. There was no howl of pursuit. Marty closed the cellar door on them, desperately hoping Breer would not notice that the bolts had been drawn, and listened. In time, the sound of running water, then the clink of cups, a teapot, perhaps. The monster was brewing chamomile. Breer's senses were not as acute as they had been. The heat of the summer made him listless and weak. His skin smelled. His hair was falling out. His bowels would scarcely move these days. He needed a holiday, he'd decided. Once the European had found Whitehead and dispatched him, and that was surely only a matter of days away. He'd go and see the aurora borealis. That would mean leaving his house-guest. He felt her proximity mere feet away. But by that time she would have lost her appeal anyway. He was more fickle than he used to be, and beauty was transient. In 2 weeks, 3 in cool weather, all their charms dispersed. He sat down at the table and poured a cup of the chamomile. Its scent, once a great joy to him, was too subtle for his clogged sinuses, but he drank it for tradition's sake. Later he'd go up to his room and watch the soap operas he loved so much. Maybe he'd look in on Karis and watch her while she slept. Oblige her, if she woke, to pass water in his presence. Lost in a reverie of toilet training, he sat and sipped his tea. Marty had hoped the man would retire to his room with his brew, leaving them access to the back door. But Breer was clearly staying put for a while. He reached back in the dark to Karis. She was on the stairs behind him, trembling from head to toe, as was he. Foolishly, he'd left his jimmy, his only weapon, somewhere in the house, probably in Karis' room. Should it come to a face-to-face confrontation, he was weaponless. Worse, time was passing. How long before Mamulian came home? His heart sank at the thought. He slid down the stairs, hands on the cold brick of the wall, past Karis and into the body of the cellar itself. Perhaps there was a weapon of some kind down here. Even, hope of hopes, another exit from the house. There was very little light, however. He could see no chinks to suggest a trap-door or coal-hole. Certain that he was out of direct line with the door, he switched on his flashlight. The cellar was not entirely empty. There was a tarpaulin strung up to divide it, an artificial wall. He put his hand up to the low roof and guided himself across the cellar, step by tentative step, clinging to the pipes on the ceiling for equilibrium. He pulled the tarpaulin aside and aimed the flashlight beam into the space beyond. As he did so, his stomach leaped up into his mouth. A cry almost came. He stifled it an instant before it escaped. A yard or two from where he stood was a table. At it sat a young girl. She was staring at him. He put his fingers to his mouth to hush her before she cried out, but there was no need. She neither moved nor spoke. The glazed look on her face was not mental deficiency. The child was dead, he now understood. There was dust on her. "Oh, Christ," he said very quietly. Karis heard him. She turned and made her way to the bottom of the steps. "Marty?" she breathed. "Stay away," he said, unable to unglue his eyes from the dead girl. There was more than the body to feast his eyes upon. There were the knives and the plate on the table in front of her, with a napkin lovingly shaken out and spread in her lap. The plate, he saw, had meat on it, sliced thinly as if by a master butcher. He moved past the body, trying to slide from under its gaze. As he passed the table, he brushed the silk napkin. It slid through the divide of the girl's legs. 2 horrors came, brutal twins, one upon the other. The napkin had neatly covered a place on the girl's inner thigh from which the meat on her plate had been carved. In the same moment came another recognition that he had eaten such meat, at Whitehead's encouragement, in the room at the estate. It had been the tastiest of delicacies. He'd left his plate clean. Nausea swept up him. He dropped the flashlight as he tried to fight the sickness back, but it was beyond his physical control. The bitter odor of stomach acid filled the cellar. All at once there was no hiding, no help for this insanity but to throw it up and take the consequences. Overhead, the razor-eater raised himself from his tea, pushed back his chair, and came out of the kitchen. "Who?" his thick voice demanded. "Who's down there?" He crossed unerringly to the cellar door and pulled it open. Dead fluorescent light rolled down the stairs. "Who's there?" he said again, and now he was coming down in pursuit of the light, his feet thundering on the wooden steps. "What are you doing?" he was shouting. His voice was at hysteria pitch. "You can't come down here." Marty looked up, dizzied by breathlessness, to see Karis crossing the cellar toward him. Her eyes alighted on the tableau at the table, but she kept admirable control, ignoring the body and reaching for the knife and fork that sat beside the plate. She snatched them both up, catching the tablecloth in her haste. The plate and its fly-blown serving spun to the floor. Knives cluttered beside it. Breer had paused at the bottom of the stairs to take in the desecration of his temple. Now, appalled, he came careering toward the infidels, his size lending awesome momentum to the attack. Dwarfed by him, Karis half-turned as he reached for her, roaring. She was eclipsed. Marty couldn't make out who was where, but the confusion lasted only seconds. Then Breer was raising his gray hands as if to push Karis off, his head shaking to and fro. A howl was issuing from him, more of complaint than pain. Karis ducked his flailing and slipped sideways out of harm's way. The knife and fork she had held were no longer in her hands. Breer had run straight onto them. He seemed not to be aware of their presence in his gut, however. His concern was for the girl, whose body was even now toppling and falling into a rubber-jointed heap on the cellar floor. He rushed to her comfort, ignoring the desecrators and his anguish. Karis caught sight of Marty, his face a greaseball, hauling himself upright by hanging onto the ceiling pipes. "Move!" she yelled at him. She waited long enough to see that he had responded, and then made for the stairs. As she clattered up the steps toward the light, she heard the razor-eater behind him shouting, "No, no!" She glanced over her shoulder. Marty gained the bottom of the stairs just as Breer's hands, manicured, perfumed, and lethal, grabbed for him. Marty threw an ill-aimed swipe backward, and Breer lost his hold. It was a moment's grace, however, no more. Marty was only halfway up the stairs before his attacker was back on his heels. The rouged face was smeared as it peered up from the cellar depths, the features so contorted by outrage that they appeared scarcely human. This time Breer's grasp caught Marty's trousers, the fingers digging deeply into the muscle of his skin. Marty yelped as cloth tore and blood ran. He flung out a hand to Karis, who loaned what strength she had left to the contest, pulling Marty up toward her. Breer, badly balanced, lost his snatched grip, and Marty stumbled up the stairs, pressing Karis ahead of him. She tumbled into the hallway, and Marty followed, with Breer at his back. At the top of the stairs, Marty suddenly turned and kicked. His heel struck the razor-eater's punctured belly. Breer fell backward, hands clawing the air for support. There was none to be had. His nails managed to rake the brickwork as he toppled and fell heavily down the steps, hitting the stone floor of the cellar with a lazy thud. There, sprawled, he lay still, a painted giant. Marty slammed the door on him and bolted it. He felt too squeamish to look at the gouging on his leg, but he could tell by the warmth soaking into sock and shoe that it was bleeding badly. "Can you get something?" he said. "Just to cover it?" Too breathless to reply, Karis nodded and rounded the corner into the kitchen. There was a towel on the draining board, but it was too unsavory to be used on an open wound. She started to search for something clean, however primitive. It was time they were gone. Mamoulian would not stay out all night. In the hallway, Marty listened for any sound from the cellar. He heard none. Another noise infiltrated, however. one that he'd almost forgotten about. The buzz of the house was back in his head, and that mellow voice was threaded into it, a dreamy undercurrent. Common sense told him to shut it out, but when he listened, trying to sort out its syllables, it seemed the nausea and the pain in his legs subsided. On the back of a kitchen chair, Karras had found one of Mamoulian's dark grey shirts. The European was fastidious about his laundry. The shirt had been recently laundered, an ideal bandage. She tore it up, though its fine-quality cotton resisted, then soaked a length of it in cold water to clean the wound, and made strips of the rest to bind the leg up. When she was done, she went out into the hallway. But Marty had gone. 55. He had to see, or if seeing wouldn't do, what was seeing anyway? Mere sensuality. Then he would learn a new way of knowing. That was the promise the room whispered in his ear. A new thing to know, and a way of knowing it. He pulled himself up the banisters, hand over hand, less and less aware of the pain as he climbed to the buzzing darkness. He wanted so much to take the ghost train ride. There were dreams in there he'd never dreamed, would never have a chance to dream again. Blood squelched in his shoe. He laughed at it. A spasm had begun in his leg. He ignored it. The last steps were ahead. He climbed them with steady work. The door was ajar. He achieved the summit of the stairs and limped toward it. Though it was totally dark in the cellar, that scarcely concerned the razor-eater. It was many weeks since his eyes had worked as well as they'd used to. He'd learned to substitute touch for sight. He stood up and tried to think clearly. Soon the European would come home. There would be punishment for leaving the house unattended and letting this escape take place. Worse than that, he would not see the girl any more. No longer be able to watch her pass water, that fragrant water he preserved for special occasions. He was desolate. He heard her moving even now in the hallway above him. She was going up the stairs. The rhythm of her tiny feet was familiar to him. He'd listened long nights and days to her padding back and forth in her cell. In his mind's eye, the ceiling of the cellar became transparent. He looked up between her legs as she climbed the stairs. That lavish slit gaped. It made him angry to be losing it, and her. She was old, of course, not like the pretty at the table, or the others on the streets, but there had been times when her presence had been the one thing keeping him from insanity. He went back, stumbling in the pitch, in the direction of his little auto-cannibal, whose dining had been so rudely interrupted. Before he got to her, his foot kicked at one of the carving knives he'd left on the table should she want to help herself. He went down on all fours and patted the ground until he found it, and then he crawled back up the stairs and started to hack at the wood where the light through the door crack showed the bolts to be. Karras didn't want to go to the top of the house again. There was so much up there she feared. Innuendo rather than fact, but enough to make her weak. Why Marty had gone up, and that was the only place he could have gone, confounded her. Despite his claim to understanding, there was still so much he had to learn. "Marty," she'd called, at the foot of the stairs, hoping he'd appear at the top, smiling, and limp down to her without her having to go up and fetch him. But her inquiry was met with silence, and the night wasn't getting any younger. The European might come to the door at any moment. Unwillingly, she started up the stairs. Marty had never understood until now. He'd been a virgin, living in a world innocent of this deep and exhilarating penetration, not simply of body, of mind, too. The air in the room closed around his head as soon as he stepped into it. The plates of his skull seemed to grind against each other. The voice of the room, no longer needing its whispered tones, shouted in his brain, "So you came. Of course you came. Welcome to Wonderland." He was dimly aware that it was his own voice that was speaking these words. It had probably been his voice all along. He had been talking to himself like a lunatic. Even though he'd now seen through the trick, the voice came again, lower this time. "This is a fine place to find yourself in, don't you think?" At the question, he looked around. There was nothing to see, not even walls. If there were windows in the room, they were hermetically sealed. Not a chink of the outside world belonged in here. "I don't see anything," he murmured in reply to the room's boast. The voice laughed. He laughed with it. "Nothing here to be frightened of," it said. Then, after a smirking pause, "Nothing here at all." And that was right, wasn't it? Nothing at all. It wasn't just darkness that kept him sightless. It was the room itself. He glanced giddily over his shoulder. He could no longer see the door behind him, even though he knew he had left it open when he came in. There should have been at least a glimmer of light from downstairs, spilling into the room. But that illumination had been eaten up, as was the beam of his flashlight. A smothering gray fog pressed so close to his eyes that even if he lifted his hand up in front of him, he could see nothing. "You're all right here," the room soothed him. "No judges here. No bars here." "Am I blind?" he asked. "No," the room replied. "You're seeing truly for the first time." "I don't like it." "Of course you don't. But you'll learn in time. Living's not for you. Ghosts of ghosts, the living are. You want to lie down. Be done with that caper. Nothing's essential, boy." "I want to leave." "Would I tell you lies?" "I want to leave. Please." "You're in safe hands. Please." He stumbled forward, confused as to which way the door was. In front or behind? Arms spread before him like a blind man on a cliff edge. He reeled, looking for some point of security. This wasn't the adventure he'd thought it would be. It was nothing. Nothing is essential. Once stepped into, this boundless nowhere had neither distance nor depth, north nor south, and everything outside it, the stairs, the landing, the stairs below that, the hallway, Karis, all of it was like a fabrication, a dream of palpability, not a true place. There was no true place but here. All he'd lived and experienced, all he'd taken joy in, taken pain in, it was insubstantial. Passion was dust, optimism, self-deception. He doubted now even the memory of senses, the textures, the temperatures, color, form, pattern, all diversions, games the mind had invented to disguise this unbearable zero. And why not? Looking too long into the abyss would madden a man. "Not mad, surely," said the room, savoring the thought. Always, even in his blackest moments, lying on a bunk in a hothouse cell, listening to the man in the bed below sob in his sleep, there had been something to look forward to, a letter, a dawn, release, some glimpse of meaning. But here, meaning was dead. Future and past were dead. Love and life were dead. Even death was dead, because anything that excited emotion was unwelcome here. Only nothing. Once and for all, nothing. "Help me," he said like a lost child. "Go to hell," the room respectfully replied. And for the first time in his life he knew exactly what that meant. On the second landing, Karis stopped. She could hear voices, not, now she listened more closely, plural, but the same voice, Marty's voice, speaking and answering itself. It was difficult to know where the exchange was coming from. The words seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. She glanced into her room, then into Breer's. Finally, steeling herself for a repeat of her nightmare, she looked into the bathroom. He was in none of them. There was no avoiding the unpalatable conclusion. He'd gone upstairs, back to Mamoulian's room. Even as she crossed the landing to the flight of stairs that led up to the top story, another sound caught her attention. Somewhere below, a blade was hacking wood. She knew at once it was the razor-eater. He was up and itching to come for her. What a house this is, she thought, for all its bland facade. It would take another Dante to describe its depths and heights. Dead children, razor-eaters, addicts, madmen and all. Surely the stars that hung at its zenith squirmed in their settings, and the earth beneath it, the magma, curdled. In the European's room, Marty cried out, a bewildered plea. Calling his name in answer, and hoping to God he heard her, she scrambled to the top of the stairs and crossed, heart in mouth, toward the door. He had fallen to his knees. What was left of his self-preservation was a tattered and hopeless thought, grey on grey. Even the voice had stopped now. It was bored with the banter. Besides, it had taught its lesson well. Nothing is essential, it had said, and shown him the why and how, or rather dug up that part of him that had known all along. Now he would just wait for the progenitor of this elegant syllogism to come and dispatch him. He lay down, not certain if he was alive or dead, if the man who would presently come would kill him or resurrect him, only certain that to lie down was easiest, in this, the emptiest of all possible worlds. Caris had been in this nowhere before. She'd tasted its flat, futile air, but in the past few hours she had glimpsed something beyond its aridity. There had been victories today. Not large, perhaps, but victories nevertheless. She thought of the way Marty had come, his eyes with more than lust in them. That was a victory, wasn't it? She'd won that feeling out of him, earned it in some incalculable way. She would not be beaten by this last oppressor, this stale beast that smothered her senses. It was only the European's residue, after all, his sloughings, left to decorate his bower. Scurf, dross. It and he were contemptible. "Marty," she said, "where are you?" "Nowhere," came a voice. She followed it, stumbling. Desolation pressed in, insisting on her. Breer paused for a moment. A long way off he heard voices. He couldn't make out the words, but the sense was academic. They hadn't escaped yet. That was the important thing. He had plans for them once he got out, especially the man. He would divide him into tiny pieces, until not even his loved ones could tell which part was his finger, which his face. He began to hack at the wood with renewed fervor. Under his relentless attack, the door finally began to splinter. Caris followed Marty's voice through the fog, but he eluded her. Either he was moving around, or else the room was somehow deceiving her, echoing his voice off the walls, or even impersonating him. Then his voice called her name close by. She turned in the murk, utterly without bearings. There was no sign of the door she'd entered by. It had disappeared, as had the windows. The pieces of her resolve began to unglue. Doubt seeped in, smirking. "Well, well, and who are you?" somebody asked. Perhaps herself. "I know my name," she breathed. It wasn't going to unseat her that way. "I know my name." She was a pragmatist, damn it. She wasn't prone to believing that the world was all in the mind. That's why she had gone to H. The world was too real. Now here was this vapor in her ears, telling her she was nothing, everything was nothing, nameless muck. "Shit," she told it. "You're shit. His shit." It didn't deign to reply. She took the advantage while she had it. "Marty, can you hear me?" There was no answer. "It's just a room, Marty. Can you hear me? That's all it is, just a room." "You've been in me before," the voice in her head pointed out. "Remember?" Oh, yes, she remembered. There was a tree in this fog somewhere. She'd seen it in the sauna. It was a blossom-laden freak of a tree, and under it she'd glimpsed such horrid sights. Was that where Marty had gone? Was he hanging from it even now? New fruit? Damn it, no. She mustn't give in to such thoughts. It was just a room. She could find the walls if she concentrated, even find the window, maybe. Careless of what she might stumble over, she turned to her right and walked 4 paces, 5, until her outstretched hands hit the wall. It was shockingly, splendidly solid. "Ha!" she thought. "Fuck you and your tree. Look what I found." She put her palms flat on the wall. Now, left or right? She threw up an imaginary coin. It came down heads, and she started to edge along to her left. "No, you don't," the room whispered. "Try stopping me." "Nowhere to go," it spat back. "Just round and round. You've always gone round and round, haven't you? Weak, lazy, ridiculous woman. You call me ridiculous. You, a talking fog." The wall she was moving steadily along seemed to stretch on and on.
After half a dozen paces, she began to doubt the theory she was testing. Perhaps this was a manipulable space after all. Perhaps she was moving away from Marty along some new wall of China. But she clung to the cold surface as tenaciously as a climber to a sheer cliff. If necessary, she would make her way around the entire room until she found the door, Marty, or both. "Pure cunt," the room said. "That's all you are. Can't even find your way out of a little maze like this. Better just lie down and take what's coming to you, the way good cunts should." Did she sense a note of desperation in this fresh assault? "Despair," said the room. "I thrive on it, cunt." She had reached a corner of the room. Now she turned along the next wall. "No, you don't," said the room. "Yes, I do," she thought. "I wouldn't go that way. Oh, no, really I wouldn't. The Razor Eater's up here with you. Can't you hear him? He's just a few inches ahead of you. No, don't. Oh, please don't. I hate the smell of blood." Pure histrionics. That was all it could muster. The more the room panicked, the more her spirits rose. "Stop! For your own sake, stop!" Even as it shouted in her head, her hands found the window. This was what it was so frightened she'd discover. "Cunt!" it shrieked. "You'll be sorry, I promise you. Oh, yes." There were no curtains or shutters. The window had been entirely boarded up, so that nothing could spoil this perfect nullity. Her fingers scrabbled for purchase on one of the planks. It was time she let some outside world in. The wood had been very firmly nailed in place, however. Though she tugged, there was little or no give. "Shift, damn you!" The plank creaked. Splinters sprang off it. "Yes," she coaxed. "Here we are." Light, a fractured, all too uncertain thread of it, filtered between the planks. "Come on," she cajoled, pulling harder. The top joints of her fingers were bent back in her effort to wrest the wood from its place, but the thread of light had now widened to a beam. It fell on her, and through a veil of dirty air she began to make out the shape of her own hands. It wasn't daylight that spilled between the planks, just the glimmer of street lamps and car headlights, of starlight, perhaps, of televisions blazing in a dozen houses along Caliban Street. It was sufficient, though. With every inch the gap increased, more certainty invaded the room, edge and substance. Elsewhere in the room, Marty too felt the light. It irritated him, like someone throwing open spring morning curtains on a dying man. He crabbed his way across the floor, trying to bury himself in the fog before it dispersed, seeking out the reassuring voice that would tell him nothing was essential. But it had gone. He was deserted, and the light was falling in broader and yet broader strokes. He could see a woman outlined against the window. She had wrenched off one plank and thrown it down. Now she was pulling at a second. "Come to Mama," she was saying, and the light came, defining her with an ever more nauseating detail. He wanted none of it. It was a burden, this being business. He exhaled a little whistle of pain and exasperation. She turned to him. "There you are," she said, crossing to him and pulling him to his feet. "We've got to be quick." Marty was staring at the room, which was now revealed in all its banality. A mattress on the floor, an upturned porcelain cup. Beside it, a water jug. "Wake up," Karis said, shaking him. No need to go, he thought. Nothing to lose if I stay here and the gray comes again. "For Christ's sake, Marty," she yelled at him. From below came the sound of wood shrieking. "He's coming, ready or not," she thought. "Marty," she shouted at him, "can you hear? It's Breer." The name awoke horrors. A cold girl sitting at her table laid with her own meat. His terrible, unspeakable joke. The image slapped the fog from Marty's head. The thing that had performed that horror was downstairs. He remembered now all too well. He looked at Karis with clear, if tearful, eyes. "What happened?" "No time," she said. He limped after her toward the door. She was still carrying one of the planks she'd pulled from the window, its nails still in place. The noise from below mounted still, the din of unhinged door and mind. The pain in Marty's torn leg, which the room had so skillfully dulled, now raged up again. He needed support from Karis to make his way down the first flight of stairs. They made the descent together, his hand, bloody from touching the wound, marking their passage on the wall. Halfway down the second flight of stairs, the cacophony from the cellar stopped. They stood still, waiting for Breer's next move. From below there came a thin creak as the razor-eater pushed the cellar door wide. Other than the dim light from the kitchen, which had several corners to round before it reached the hallway, there was nothing to illuminate the scene. Hunter and prey, both camouflaged by darkness, hung on to this tenuous moment, neither knowing if the next would bring catastrophe. Karis left Marty behind and slipped down the remaining steps to the bottom of the stairs. Her feet were all but silent on the carpetless stairs, but after the sense deprivation of Mamulian's room, Marty heard her every heartbeat. Nothing moved in the hallway. She beckoned Marty down after her. The passageway was still, and apparently empty. Breer was near, she knew, but where? He was large and cumbersome. Hiding places would be difficult to find. Perhaps, she prayed, he hadn't escaped after all, merely given up, exhausted. She stepped forward. Without warning, the razor-eater emerged from the door of the front room, roaring. The carving knife descended in a swooping stroke. She succeeded in sidestepping the blow, but in doing so, all but lost her balance. It was Marty's hand that caught her arm and dragged her out of the way of Breer's second slash. The force of the razor-eater's charge propelled him past her. He slammed against the front door. The glass rattled. "Out!" Marty said, seeing the way clear along the passage. But this time Karis had no intention of running. There was a time for running and a time for confrontation. She might never have another opportunity to thank Breer for his many humiliations. She shrugged Marty's hold off and took the wooden club she still carried in a two-handed grasp. The razor-eater had righted himself, the knife still in his hand, and now he took a raging step toward her. She preempted his attack, however. She raised the plank and ran at him, delivering a blow to the side of his head. His neck, already fractured by his fall, snapped. The nails in the plank pierced his skull, and she was obliged to relinquish her weapon, leaving it fixed like a fifth limb to the side of Breer's head. He fell to his knees. His twitching hand dropped the knife, while the other scrabbled for the plank and wrenched it from his head. She was glad of the darkness. The slosh of blood and the tattoo his feet beat on the bare boards were more than enough to appall. He knelt upright for several moments, then pitched forward, pressing the cutlery in his belly all the way home. She was satisfied. This time, when Marty pulled at her, she went with him. As they made their way along the corridor, there was a sharp rapping on the wall. They stopped. What now? More possessing spirits? "What is it?" he asked. The rapping ceased, then began again, this time accompanied by a voice. "Be quiet, will you? There's people trying to sleep in here." "Next door," she said. The thought of their complaint struck her as funny, and by the time they'd made their way out of the house, past the wreckage of the cellar door and Breer's cooling chamomile, they were both laughing. They slipped away down the darkened alleyway behind the house to the car, where they sat for several minutes, tears and laughter coming on them in alternating waves. Two mad people, the Calabanese might have guessed, or else adulterers amused by a night of adventures. Chapter 11. Kingdom Come. 56. Chad Shuckman and Tom Loomis had been bringing the message of the Church of the Resurrected Saints to the populace of London for 3 weeks now, and they were sick to the back teeth of it. Some way to spend a vacation, Tom grumbled daily as they planned their day's route. Memphis seemed a long way off, and they were both homesick for it. Besides, the whole campaign was proving a failure. The sinners they encountered on the doorsteps of this God-forsaken city were as indifferent to the Reverend's message of imminent apocalypse as they were to his promise of deliverance. Despite the weather, or maybe because of it, sin wasn't hot news in England these days. Chad was contemptuous. "They don't know what they've got coming," he kept telling Tom, who knew all the descriptions of the deluge by heart, but also knew they sounded better from the lips of a golden boy like Chad than from himself. He even suspected that those few people who did stop to listen did so more because Chad had the looks of a corn-fed angel than because they wanted to hear the Reverend's inspired word. Most simply slammed their doors. But Chad was adamant. "There's sin here. he assured Tom. "And where there's sin, there's guilt. And where there's guilt, there's money for the Lord's work." It was a simple equation, and if Tom had some doubts about its ethics, he kept them to himself. Better his silence than Chad's disapprobation. All they had was each other in this foreign city, and Tom wasn't about to lose his guiding light. Sometimes, though, it was difficult to keep your faith intact, especially on blistering days like this, when your polyester suit was itching at the back of your neck, and the Lord, if he was in his heaven, was keeping well out of sight. Not a hint of a breeze to cool your face, not a rain cloud in sight. "Isn't this from something?" Tom asked Chad. "What's that?" Chad was counting the pamphlets they still had left to distribute today. "The name of the street," Tom said. "Caliban. It's from something." "That's so?" Chad had finished counting. "We only got rid of 5 pamphlets." He handed the armful of literature to Tom and fished for a comb in the inside pocket of his jacket. Despite the heat, he looked cool and unruffled. By comparison, Tom felt shabby, overheated, and, he feared, easily tempted from the path of righteousness. By what, he wasn't certain, but he was open to suggestions. Chad put the comb through his hair, restoring in one elegant sweep the perfect sheen of his halo. It was important, the Reverend taught, to look your best. "You're agents of the Lord," he'd said. "He wants you to be clean and tidy, to shine through every nook and cranny." "Here," Chad said, exchanging the comb for the pamphlets. "Your hair's a mess." Tom took the comb. Its teeth had gold in them. He made a desultory attempt to control his coxcomb, while Chad looked on. Tom's hair wouldn't lie flat the way Chad's did. The Lord probably tutted at that. He wouldn't like it at all. But then what did the Lord like? He disapproved of smoking, drinking, fornication, tea, coffee, Pepsi, roller coasters, masturbation, and for those weak creatures who indulged in any, or, God help them, all of the above, the deluge hovered. Tom just prayed that the waters, when they came, would be cool. The guy in the dark suit who answered the door of number 82 Caliban Street reminded both Tom and Chad of the Reverend. Not physically, of course. Bliss was a tanned, glutinous man, while this dude was thin and sallow. But there was the same implicit authority about them both, the same seriousness of purpose. He was drawn to the pamphlets, too, the first real interest they'd had all morning. He even quoted Deuteronomy at them, a text they were unfamiliar with, and then, offering them both a drink, invited them into the house. It was like home from home, the bare walls and floors, the smell of disinfectant and incense, as though something had just been cleaned up. Truth to tell, Tom thought this guy had taken the asceticism to extremes. The back room he led them into boasted 2 chairs, no more. "My name is Mamulian." "How do you do? I'm Chad Shuckman. This is Thomas Loomis." "Both saints, eh?" The young man looked mystified. "Your names, both names of saints." "St. Chad?" the blond one ventured. "Oh, certainly. He was an English bishop. We're speaking of the 7th century now. Thomas, of course, the great doubter." He left them a while to fetch water. Tom squirmed in his chair. "What's your problem?" Chad snapped. "He's the first sniff of a convert we've had over here." "He's weird." "You think the Lord cares if he's weird?" Chad said. It was a good question, and one for which Tom was shaping a reply when their host came back in. "Your water." "Do you live alone?" Chad asked. "It's such a big house for one person." "Of late I've been alone," Mamulian said, proffering the glass of water. "And I must say, I'm in serious need of help." "I bet you are," Tom thought. The man looked at him as the idea flashed through his head, almost as though he'd said it aloud. Tom flushed and drank his water to cover his embarrassment. It was warm. Had the English never heard of refrigerators? Mamulian turned his attention back to St. Chad. "What are you 2 doing in the next few days?" "The Lord's work," Chad returned patly. Mamulian nodded. "Good," he said. "Spreading the word." I will make you fishers of men." "Matthew, chapter 4, Chad returned. "Perhaps," said Mamoulian, "if I allow you to save my immortal soul, you might help me?" "Doing what?" Mamoulian shrugged. "I need the assistance of 2 healthy young animals like yourself." Animals? That didn't sound too fundamentalist. Had this poor sinner never heard of Eden? No, Tom thought, looking at the man's eyes. No, he probably never has. "I'm afraid we've got other commitments," Chad replied politely. "But we'll be very happy to have you come along when the Reverend arrives, and have you baptized." "I'd like to meet the Reverend," the man returned. Tom wasn't certain if this wasn't all a charade. "We have so little time before the Maker's wrath descends," Mamoulian was saying. Chad nodded fervently. "Then we shall be as flotsam, shall we not? As flotsam in the flood?" The words were the Reverend's almost precisely. Tom heard them falling from this man's narrow lips, and that accusation of being a doubter came home to roost. But Chad was entranced. His face had that evangelical look that came over it during sermons, the look that Tom had always envied, but now thought positively rabid. "Chad," he began. "Flotsam in the flood," Chad repeated. "Hallelujah." Tom put his glass down beside his chair. "I think we should be going," he said, and got up. For some reason the bare boards he stood on seemed far more than 6 feet away from his eyes, more like 60. As though he was a tower about to topple, his foundations dug away. "We've got so many streets to cover," he said, trying to focus on the problem at hand, which was, in a nutshell, how to get out of this house before something terrible happened. "The deluge," Mamoulian announced, "is almost upon us." Tom reached toward Chad to wake him from his trance. The fingers at the end of his outstretched arm seemed 1,000 miles from his eyes. "Chad," he said. St. Chad, he of the halo, pissing rainbows. "Are you all right, boy?" the stranger asked, swiveling his fish eyes in Tom's direction. "I feel—" "What do you feel?" Mamoulian asked. Chad was looking at him, too, face innocent of concern, innocent, in fact, of all feeling. Perhaps, this thought dawned on Tom for the first time, that was why Chad's face was so perfect, white, symmetrical, and completely empty. "Sit down," the stranger said, "before you fall down." "It's all right," Chad reassured him. "No," Tom said. His knees felt disobedient. He suspected they'd give out very soon. "Trust me," Chad said. Tom wanted to. Chad had usually been right in the past. "Believe me, we're onto a good thing here. Sit down, like the gentleman said." "Is it the heat?" "Yes," Chad told the man on Tom's behalf. "It's the heat. It gets hot in Memphis, but we've got air conditioning." He turned to Tom and put his hand on his companion's shoulder. Tom let himself give in to weakness and sat down. He felt a fluttering at the back of his neck, as though a hummingbird was hovering there, but he didn't have the willpower to flick it away. "You call yourselves agents," the man said, almost under his breath. "I don't think you know the meaning of the word." Chad was quick to their defense. "The Reverend says—" "The Reverend?" the man interrupted contemptuously. "Do you think he had the slightest idea of your value?" This flummoxed Chad. Tom tried to tell his friend not to be flattered, but the words wouldn't come. His tongue lay in his mouth like a dead fish. Whatever happens now, he thought, at least it'll happen to us together. They'd been friends since first grade. They'd tasted pubescence and metaphysics together. Tom thought of them as inseparable. He hoped the man understood that where Chad went, Tom went too. The fluttering at his neck had stopped. A warm reassurance was creeping over his head. Things didn't seem so bad after all. "I need help from you young men." "To do what?" Chad asked. "To begin the deluge," Mamoulian replied. A smile, uncertain at first, but broadening as the idea caught his imagination, appeared on Chad's face. His features, too often sober with zeal, ignited. "Oh, yes," he said. He glanced across at Tom. "Hear what this man's telling us?" Tom nodded. "You hear, man?" I hear. All his blissful life Chad had waited for this invitation. For the first time he could picture the literal reality behind the destruction he'd threatened on 100 doorsteps. In his mind, waters, red, raging waters, mounted into foam-crusted waves and bore down on this pagan city. "We are as flotsam in the flood," he said, and the words brought images with them. Men and women, but mostly women, running naked before these curling tides. The water was hot. Rains of it fell on their screaming faces, their gleaming, jiggling breasts. This was what the Reverend had promised all along, and here was this man asking them to help make it all possible, to bring this thrashing, foamy day of days to consummation. How could they refuse? He felt the urge to thank the man for considering them worthy. The thought fathered the action. His knees bent, and he fell to the floor at Mamulian's feet. "Thank you," he said to the man with the dark suit. "You'll help me, then?" "Yes," Chad replied. Wasn't this homage sign enough? "Of course." Behind him, Tom murmured his own concession. "Thank you," Chad said. "Thank you." But when he looked up, the man, apparently convinced by their devotion, had already left the room. 57. Marty and Karis slept together in his single bed, long, rewarding sleep. If the baby in the room below them cried in the night, they didn't hear it. Nor did they hear the sirens on Kilburn High Road, police and fire engines going to a conflagration in Maida Vale. Dawn through the dirty window didn't wake them either, though the curtains had not been drawn. But once, in the early hours, Marty turned in his sleep, and his eyes flickered open to see the first light of day at the glass. Rather than turning away from it, he let it fall on his lids as they flickered down again. They had half a day together in the flat before the need began, bathing themselves, drinking coffee, saying very little. Karis washed and bound the wound on Marty's leg. They changed their clothes, ditching those they'd worn the previous night. It wasn't until the middle of the afternoon that they started to talk. The dialogue began quite calmly, but Karis' nervousness escalated as she felt hungrier for a fix, and the talk rapidly became a desperate diversion from her jittering belly. She told Marty what life with the European had been like, the humiliations, the deceptions, the sense she had that he knew her father, and her too, better than she guessed. Marty, in his turn, attempted to paraphrase the story Whitehead had told him on that last night, but she was too distracted to concentrate properly. Her conversation became increasingly agitated. "I have to have a fix, Marty." "Now?" "Pretty soon." He'd been waiting for this moment and dreading it, not because he couldn't find her a supply, he knew he could, but because he'd hoped somehow she'd be able to resist the need when she was with him. "I feel really bad," she said. "You're all right, you're with me. He'll come, you know." "Not now, he won't. He'll be angry, and he'll come." Marty's mind went back and back again to his experience in the upstairs room of Caliban Street. What he had seen there, or rather not seen there, had terrified him more profoundly than the dogs or Breer. Those were merely physical dangers, but what had gone on in the room was a danger of another order altogether. He had felt, perhaps for the first time in his life, that his soul, a notion he had hitherto rejected as Christian flim-flam, had been threatened. What he meant by the word he wasn't certain. Not, he suspected, what the Pope meant, but some part of him, more essential than limb or life, had been almost eclipsed, and Mamulian had been responsible. What more could the creature unleash if pressed? His curiosity was more now than an idle desire to know what was behind the veil. It had become a necessity. How could they hope to arm themselves against this demagogue without some clue to his nature? "I don't want to know," Karis said, reading his thoughts. "If he comes, he comes. There's nothing we can do about it." "Last night," he began, about to remind her of how they had won the skirmish. She waved the thought away before it was finished. The strain on her face was unbearable. Her need was flaying her. "Marty," he looked across at her. "You promised," she said accusingly. "I haven't forgotten." He'd done the mental arithmetic in his head. Not the cost of the drug itself, but of lost pride. He would have to go to Flynn for the heroin. He knew no one else he could trust. They were both fugitives now, from Mamulian and from the law. "I'll have to make a phone call," he said. "Make it," she replied. She seemed to have physically altered in the last half-hour. Her skin was waxy. Her eyes had a desperate gleam in them. The shaking was worsening by the minute. "Don't make it easy for him," she said. He frowned. "Easy?" "He can make me do things I don't want to," she said. Tears had started to run. There was no accompanying sob, just a free fall from the eyes. "Maybe make me hurt you." "It's all right. I'll go now. There's a guy lives with Charmaine. He'll be able to get me stuff, don't worry. You want to come?" She hugged herself. "No," she said. "I'll slow you down. Just go." He pulled on his jacket, trying not to look at her. The mixture of frailty and appetite scared him. The sweat on her body was fresh. It gathered in the soft passage behind her clavicles. It streamed on her face. "Don't let anybody in, okay?" She nodded, her eyes searing him. When he'd gone, she locked the door behind him and went back to sit on the bed. The tears started to come again freely. Not grief tears, just salt water. Well, perhaps there was some grief in them, for this rediscovered fragility, and for the man who had gone down the stairs. He was responsible for her present discomfort, she thought. He'd been the one to seduce her into thinking she could stand on her own 2 feet. And where had it brought her? Brought them both? To this hothouse cell in the middle of a July afternoon, with so much malice ready to close in on them. It wasn't love she felt for him. That was too big a burden of feeling to carry. It was at best infatuation, mingled with that sense of impending loss she always tasted when close to somebody, as though every moment in his presence she was internally mourning the time when he would no longer be there. Below, the door slammed as he stepped into the street. She lay back on the bed, thinking of the first time they'd made love together, of how even that most private act had been overlooked by the European. The thought of Mamoulian, once begun, was like a snowball on a steep hill. It rolled, gathering speed and size as it went, until it was monstrous. An avalanche, a whiteout. For an instant she doubted that she was simply remembering. The feeling was so clear, so real. Then she had no doubts. She stood up, the bed springs creaking. It wasn't memory at all. He was here. 58. "Flynn? Hello?" The voice at the other end of the line was gruff with sleep. "Who is this?" "It's Marty. Have I woken you up?" "What the hell do you want?" "I need some help." There was a long silence at the other end of the phone. "Are you still there?" Yeah. "I need heroin." The gruffness left the voice. Incredulity replaced it. "You want it?" "I need it for a friend." Marty could sense the smile spreading on Flynn's face. "Can you get me something? Quickly?" "How much?" "I've got 100 quid. "It's not impossible." "Soon?" "Yeah, if you like. What time is it now?" The thought of easy money had got Flynn's mind oiled and ready to go. 1:15? Okay. He paused for calculations. "You come around in about 3/4 of an hour." That was efficient. Unless, as Marty suspected, Flynn was involved with the market so deeply he had easy access to the stuff, his jacket pocket, for instance. "I can't guarantee, of course," he said just to keep the desperation shimmering, "but I'll do my best. Can't say fairer than that, can I?" "Thanks," Marty replied. "I appreciate this." "Just bring the cash, Marty. That's all the appreciation I need." The phone went dead. Flynn had a knack of getting the last word in. "Bastard," Marty said to the receiver and slammed it down. He was shaking slightly. His nerves were frayed. He slipped into a newsstand, picked up a packet of cigarettes, and then got back into the car. It was lunchtime. The traffic in the middle of London would be thick, and it would take the best part of 45 minutes to get to the old stamping ground. There was no time to go back and check on Karis. Besides, he guessed she wouldn't have thanked him for delaying his purchase. She needed dope more than she needed him. The European appeared too suddenly for Karis to hold his insinuating presence at bay. But, weak as she felt, She had to fight. And there was something about this assault that was different from others. Was it that he was more desperate in his approach this time? The back of her neck felt physically bruised by his entrance. She rubbed it with a sweating palm. "I found you," he said in her head. She looked around the room for a way to drive him out. "No use," he told her.
"Leave us alone."
"You've treated me badly, Karis. I should punish you, but I won't. Not if you give me your father." "Is that so much to ask?" "I have a right to him. You know that in your heart of hearts. He belongs to me." She knew better than to trust his coaxing tones. If she found Papa, what would he do then? Leave her to live her life? No, he would take her too, the way he'd taken Evangeline and Toy, and only he knew how many others. To that tree, to that nowhere. Her eyes came to rest on the small electric cooker in the corner of the room. She got up, her limbs jangling, and walked unsteadily across to it. If the European had caught wind of her plan, then all the better. He was weak, she could sense it. Tired and sad, one eye on the sky for kites, his concentration faltering. But his presence was still distressing enough to muddy her thought processes. Once she reached the cooker, she could hardly think of why she was there. She pressed her mind into higher gear. Refusal, that was it. The cooker was refusal. She reached out and turned on one of the 2 electric rings. "No, Karis," he told her. "This isn't wise." His face appeared in her mind's eye. It was vast, and it blotted out the room around her. She shook her head to rid herself of him. But he wouldn't be dislodged. There was a second illusion, too, besides his face. She felt arms around her. Not a stranglehold, but a sheltering embrace. They rocked her, those arms. "I don't belong to you," she said, fighting off the urge to succumb to his cradling. In the back of her head she could hear a song being sung. Its rhythm matched the soporific rhythm of the rocking. The words weren't English, but Russian. It was a lullaby. She knew that without understanding the words. And as it ran, and she listened, it seemed all the hurt she'd felt disappeared. She was a babe in arms again. In his arms. He was rocking her to sleep to this murmured song. Through the lace of approaching sleep, she caught sight of a bright pattern. Though she couldn't fix its significance, she remembered that it had been important. This orange spiral that glowed not far from her. But what did it mean? The problem vexed her, and kept the sleep she wanted at bay. So she opened her eyes a little wider to work out what the pattern was, once and for all, and so be done with it. The cooker came into focus in front of her, the ring glowing. The air above it shimmered. Now she remembered, and the memory thrust sleepiness away. She stretched out her arm toward the heat. "Don't do this," the voice in her head advised. "You'll only hurt yourself." But she knew better. Slumber in his arms was more dangerous than any pain the next few moments would bring. The heat was uncomfortable, though her skin was still inches from its source, and for a desperate moment her willpower faltered. "You'll be scarred for life," the European said, sensing her equivocation. "Let me alone." "I just don't want to see you hurt, child. I love you too much." The lie was a spur. She found the vital ounce of courage, raised her hand, and pressed it, palm down, onto the electric ring. The European screamed first. She heard his voice begin to rise in the instant before her own cry began. She pulled her hand off the cooker as the smell of burning hit her. Mamoulian withdrew from her. She felt his retreat. Relief flooded her system. Then the pain overwhelmed her, and a quick dark came down. She didn't fear it, though. It was quite safe, that dark. He wasn't in it. "Gone," she said, and collapsed. When she came to, less than 5 minutes later, her first thought was that she was holding a fistful of razors. She edged her way across to the bed and put her head on it until she fully regained her consciousness. When she had courage enough, she looked at her hand. The design of the rings was burned quite clearly onto her palm, a spiral tattoo. She stood up and went to the sink to run the wound under cold water. The process calmed the pain somewhat. The damage was not as severe as she had thought. Though it had seemed an age, her palm had probably only been in direct contact with the ring for a second or two. She wrapped her hand up in one of Marty's T-shirts. Then she remembered she'd read somewhere that burns were best left to the open air, and she undid her handiwork. Exhausted, she lay on the bed and waited for Marty to bring her a piece of the island. 59. The Reverend Bliss boys stayed in the downstairs back room of the house on Caliban Street, lost in a reverie of watery death, for well over an hour. In that time Mamoulian had gone in search of Karis, found her, and been driven out again. But he had discovered her whereabouts. More than that, he had gleaned that Strauss, the man he had so foolishly ignored at the sanctuary, had now gone to fetch the girl heroine. It was time, he thought, to stop being so compassionate. He felt like a beaten dog. All he wanted to do was to lie down and die. It seemed today, especially since the girl's skillful rejection of him, that he felt every hour of his long, long life in his sinews. He looked down at his hand, which still ached with the burn he'd received through Karis. Perhaps the girl would understand, finally, that all of this was inevitable, that the endgame he was about to enter was more important than her life or Strauss or Breer's, or those of the two idiot Memphisites he'd left dreaming 2 floors below. He went down to the first landing and into Breer's room. The razor-eater was recumbent on his mattress in the corner of the room, his neck akimbo, his stomach impaled, gaping up at him like a lunatic fish. At the bottom of the mattress, drawn up close because of Breer's failing eyesight, the television gabbled its inanities. "We'll be leaving soon," Mamoulian said. "Did you find her?" "Yes, I found her. A place called Bright Street. The house—" He seemed to find this thought amusing. "Is painted yellow. The 2nd floor, I think." "Bright Street," said Breer dreamily. "Shall we go and find her, then?" "No, not we." Breer turned a little more toward the European. He had braced his broken neck with a makeshift splint, and it made movement difficult. "I want to see her," he said. "You shouldn't have let her go in the first place." "He came. The one from the house, I told you." "Oh, yes," said Mamoulian. "I have plans for Strauss." "Shall I find him for you?" Breer said. The old images of execution sprang into his head, as if fresh from a book of atrocities. 1 or 2 of them were sharper than ever, as if they were close to being realized. "No need," the European replied. "I have 2 eager acolytes willing to do that job for me." Breer sulked. "What can I do, then?" "You can prepare the house for our departure. I want you to burn what few possessions we have. I want it to be as though we never existed, you and I." "The end's near, is it?" "Now I know where she is, yes. She may run off." "She's too weak. She won't be able to move until Strauss brings her drug. And, of course, he'll never do that." "You're going to have him killed?" "Him and anyone who gets in my way from this moment on. I've no energy left for compassion. That's been my error so often, letting the innocent escape. You've got your instructions, Anthony. Be about your business." He withdrew from the fetid room and went downstairs to his new agents. The Americans stood respectfully when he opened the door. "Are you ready?" he asked. The blond one, who had been the more compliant from the outset, started to express his undying thanks over again, but Mamoulian silenced him. He gave them their orders, and they took them as if he were dispensing sweets. "There are knives in the kitchen," he said. "Take them and use them in good health." Chad smiled. "You want us to kill the wife, too?" "The deluge has no time to be selective." "Suppose she hasn't sinned," Tom said, not sure of why he thought this foolish thought. "Oh, she's sinned," the man replied, with glittering eyes, and that was good enough for the Reverend Bliss boys. Upstairs, Breer hoisted himself off his mattress with difficulty and stumbled into the bathroom to look at himself in the cracked mirror. His injuries had long ago stopped seeping, but he looked terrible. Shave, he told himself, and sandalwood. He was afraid that things were moving too fast now, and if he wasn't careful he was going to be left out of the calculations. It was time he acted on his own behalf. He would find a clean shirt, a tie, and a jacket, and then he would go out courting. If the end game was so close that the evidence had to be destroyed, then he had better be quick. Better finish his romance with the girl before she went the way of all flesh. 60. It took considerably longer than 3/4 of an hour to cross London. A large anti-nuclear march was underway. Various sections of the main body were assembling around the city, then marching toward a mass rally in Hyde Park. The center of the city, which was at best difficult to navigate, was so thick with marchers and arrested traffic as to be virtually impassable, none of which Marty had realized until he was in the thick of it, by which time retreat and rerouting was out of the question. He cursed his lack of attention. There had surely been police signs warning incoming motorists of the delay. He had noticed none of them. There was nothing to be done, however, except perhaps to desert the car and set out on foot or by subway. Neither option was particularly attractive. The subway would be packed, and walking in today's blistering heat would be debilitating. He needed what small reserves of energy he still possessed. He was living on adrenaline and cigarettes, and had been for too long. He was weak. He only hoped, vain hope, that the opposition was weaker. It was the middle of the afternoon by the time he reached Charmaine's place. He drove around the block looking for somewhere to park, and eventually found a space around the corner from the house. His feet were somewhat reluctant. The abasement ahead wasn't particularly attractive, but Karas was waiting. The front door was just slightly ajar. He rang the bell, nevertheless, and waited on the pavement, unwilling simply to step into the house. Perhaps they were upstairs in bed, or taking a cool shower together. The heat was still furious, even though the afternoon was well advanced. Down at the end of the street, an ice-cream van, playing an off-key version of the Blue Danube, appeared and stopped by the curb to await patrons. Marty glanced toward it. The waltz had already attracted 2 customers. They drew his attention for a moment, sober-suited young men whose backs were turned to him. One of them boasted bright yellow hair. It shone in the sun. They were taking possession of their ice creams now. Money was exchanged. Satisfied, they disappeared around the corner without looking over their shoulders. Despairing of an answer to his bell ringing, Marty pushed the door open. It grated across the coconut matting, which bore a threadbare "Welcome." A pamphlet stuck halfway through the mailbox, dislodged and fell on the inside, face down. The sprung mailbox snapped loudly back into place. "Flynn? Charmaine?" His voice was an intrusion. It carried up the stairs, where dust motes thronged the sunlight through the half-landing window. It ran into the kitchen, where yesterday's milk was curdling on the board beside the sink. "Is anybody in?" Standing in the hallway, he heard a fly. It circled his head, and he waved it off. Unconcerned, it buzzed off down the hallway toward the kitchen, tempted by something. Marty followed it, calling Charmaine's name as he went. She was waiting for him in the kitchen, as was Flynn. They had both had their throats cut. Charmaine had sunk down against the washing machine. She sat, one leg bent beneath her, staring at the opposite wall. Flynn had been placed with his head over the sink, as though bending to douse his face. The illusion of life was almost successful, even to the splashing sound. Marty stood in the doorway, while the fly, not as finicky as he, flew around and around the kitchen, ecstatic. Marty just stared. There was nothing to be done. All that was left was to look. They were dead, and Marty knew without the effort of thinking about it that the killers were dressed in gray and had turned that far corner, ice creams in hand, accompanied by the Blue Danube. They'd called Marty the Dancer of Wandsworth, those who'd called him anything at all, because Strauss was the waltz king. He wondered if he'd ever told Charmaine that in any of his letters. No, he probably hadn't. And now it was too late. Tears had begun to sting the rims of his eyes. He fought them back. They would interrupt the view. And he hadn't finished looking yet. The fly who'd brought him here was circling close to his head again. "The European," he murmured to it. "He sent them." The fly zigzagged excitedly. "Of course," it buzzed. "I'll kill him." The fly laughed. "You don't have any idea what he is.
He could be the devil himself. Fucking fly, what do you know? Don't get so grand with me, the fly replied. You're a shit-walker, same as I am. He watched it rove, looking for a place to put its dirty feet. It landed at last on Charmaine's face, atrocious that she didn't raise a lazy hand to swat it away, terrible that she just sprawled there, leg bent, neck slit, and let it crawl on her cheek, up to her eye, down to her nostril, supping here and there, careless. The fly was right. He was ignorant. If they were to survive, he had to root out Mamulian's secret life, because that knowledge was power. Karras had been wise all along. There was no closing your eyes and turning your back on the European. The only way to be free of him was to know him, to look at him for as long as courage allowed and see him in every ghastly particular. He left the lovers in the kitchen and went to look for the heroine. He didn't have to search far. The packet was in the inside of Flynn's jacket, which was casually thrown over the sofa in the front room. Pocketing the fix, Marty went to the front door, aware that stepping out of this house into the open sunlight was tantamount to inviting a murder charge. He would be seen and easily recognized. The police would be after him in hours, but there was no help for it. Escaping by the back door would look every bit as suspicious. At the door he stooped, snatched up the pamphlet that had slid from the letterbox. It bore the smiling face of an evangelist, one Reverend Bliss, who was standing, microphone in hand, raising his eyes to heaven. "Join the crowd," the banner proclaimed, "and feel the power of God in operation. Hear the words, feel the Spirit." He pocketed it for future reference. On his way back to Kilburn, he stopped at a telephone box and reported the murders. When they asked him who he was, he told them, admitting that he was a parole jumper to boot. When they told him to turn himself in to the nearest police station, he replied that he would, but first he had to attend to some personal business. As he drove back to Kilburn through streets now littered with the aftermath of the march, his mind turned over every possible lead to Whitehead's whereabouts. Wherever the old man was, there sooner or later Mamulian would be. He could try to get Karras to find her father, of course, but he had another request to make of her, one that it might take more than gentle persuasion to get her to concede to. He would have to locate the old man by his own ingenuity. It was only as he drove back and caught sight of a signpost to Holborn that he remembered Mr. Halifax and the strawberries. 61. Marty smelled Karras as soon as he opened the door, but for a few seconds he mistook the scent for pork cooking. Only when he crossed to the bed did he see the burn on her open hand. "I'm all right," she told him very coolly. "He's been here." She nodded. "But he's gone now. Didn't he leave me any messages?" he asked with a crooked smile. She sat up. Something was horribly wrong with him. His voice was odd. His face was the color of fish meat. He stood off from her, as if the merest touch would shatter him. Looking at him made her almost forget the appetite that still consumed her. "Message?" she said. "For you?" She didn't understand. "Why? What's happened?" "They were dead." "Who?" "Flynn, Charmaine. Somebody slit their throats." His face came within an ace of crumpling up. This was the nadir, surely. They had no further to fall. "Oh, Marty." "He knew I was going back to my house," he said. She looked for accusation in his voice, but there was none. She defended herself nevertheless. "It couldn't have been me. I don't even know where you live." "Oh, but he does. I'm sure he makes it his business to know everything." "Why kill them? I don't see why." "Mistaken identity." "Breer knows who you are." "It wasn't Breer who did it." "You saw who?" "I think so. 2 kids." He fished for the pamphlet he had found behind the door. The assassins had delivered it, he guessed. Something about their sober suits and that glimpsed halo of blonde hair suggested doorstep evangelists, fresh-faced and lethal. Wouldn't the European delight in such a paradox? "They made an error," he said, slipping off his jacket and starting to unbutton his sweat-soaked shirt. "They just went into the house and murdered the first man and woman they met. Only it wasn't me, it was Flynn." He pulled his shirt out of his trousers and slung it off. "It's so easy, isn't it?
He doesn't care about the law. He thinks he's above all that." Marty was forcibly aware of how ironic this was. He, the ex-con, the despiser of uniforms, cleaving to the notion of law. It wasn't a pretty refuge, but it was the best he'd got at the moment. "What is he, Karis? What makes him so certain he's immune?" She was staring down at the fervent face of the Reverend Bliss. "Baptism in the Holy Ghost," he promised blithely. "What does it matter what he is?" she said. "Otherwise it's over." She made no reply. He went to the sink and washed his face and chest in cold water. As far as the European was concerned, they were like sheep in a pen. Not just in this room, in any room. Wherever they hid, he'd find their refuge in time, and come. There might be a small struggle. Do sheep fight the oncoming execution? He wondered. He should have asked the fly. The fly would have known. He turned from the sink, water dripping from his jawline, to look at Karis. She was staring at the floor, scratching herself. "Go to him," he said without warning. He tried a dozen ways to open this conversation as he drove back, but why try to sweeten the pill? She looked up at him, empty-eyed. "What did you say?" "Go to him, Karis. Go into him. The way he goes into you. Reverse the procedure." She almost laughed. There was a sneer mustering in reply to this obscenity. "Into him?" she said. "Yes." "You're insane. We can't fight what we don't know, and we can't know unless we look. You can do that. You can do it for both of us." He started across the room toward her, but she bowed her head again. "Find out what he is. Find a weakness, a hint of a weakness, anything that can help us survive." "No. Because if you don't, whatever we try to do, wherever we try to go, he's going to come, him or one of his cohorts, and slit my throat the way he did Flynn's. And you? God knows, I think you'll be wishing you'd died the way I did." This was brutal stuff, and he felt dirtied by the very saying of it, but he knew how passionately she'd resist. If bullying didn't work, he still had the heroin. He squatted on his haunches in front of her, looking up at her. "Think about it, Karis. Give the idea a chance." Her face hardened. "You saw his room," she said. "It'd be like locking myself in an asylum." "He wouldn't even know," he said. "He wouldn't be prepared." "I'm not going to discuss it. Give me the smack, Marty." He stood up, face slack. Don't make me cruel, he thought. "You want me to shoot up and then wait, is that it?" "Yes," she said faintly. Then more strongly, "Yes. Is that all you think you're worth?" She didn't reply. Her face was impossible to read. "If you thought that, why'd you burn yourself?" "I didn't want to go. Not without seeing you again. Being with you." She was trembling. "We can't win," she said. "If we can't win, what's to lose?" "I'm tired," she replied, shaking her head. "Give me the smack. Maybe tomorrow, when I'm feeling better." She looked up at him, eyes shining in the bruises of her eye sockets. "Just give me the smack." "Then you can forget all about it, eh?" "Marty, don't. It's going to spoil—" She stopped. "Spoil what? Our last few hours together?" "I need the dope, Marty." "That's very convenient. Fuck what happens to me." He suddenly felt this to be indisputably true, that she didn't care what he suffered and never really had. He'd run into her life, and now, once he'd brought her dope, he could fade out of it again and leave her to her dreams. He wanted to hit her. He turned his back on her before he did. Behind him, she said, "We could have some dope. You too, Marty. Why not? Then we could be together." He didn't reply for a long moment. When he did, he said, "No fix." "Marty?" "No fix until you go to him." It took Karis several seconds to register the full impact of his blackmail. Hadn't she said a long time ago that he'd disappointed her because she'd expected a brute? She'd spoken too soon. "He'll know," she breathed. "He'll know the moment I get near him." "Tread softly."
You can. You know you can. You're clever. You've crept into my head often enough. I can't, she protested. Didn't he understand what he was asking? He made a face, sighed, and crossed to his jacket, which was where he'd dropped it on the floor. He rummaged around in the pocket until he found the heroin. It was a pitifully small packet, and if he knew Flynn, the stuff was cut. But that was her business, not his. She stared transfixed at the packet. "It's all yours," he said, and threw it over to her. It landed on the bed beside her. "You're welcome to it." She still stared, now at his empty hand. He broke her look to pick up his stale shirt and slip it back on. "Where are you going?" "I've seen you high on that crap. I've heard the garbage you talk. I don't want to remember you like that. I have to have it." She hated him. She looked at him standing in a patch of late afternoon sun, with his bare belly and his bare chest, and she hated every fiber of him. The blackmail she could understand. It was crude but functional. This desertion was a worse kind of trick altogether. "Even if I was to do as you say," she began. The thought seemed to shrink her. "I won't find out anything." He shrugged. "Look, the smack's yours," he said. "You've got what you wanted." "And what about you? What do you want?" "I want to live, and I think this is our only chance." Even then it was such a slim chance, the slimmest crack in the wall through which they might, if fate loved them, slip. She weighed up the options. Why she even contemplated his idea, she wasn't certain. On another day she might have said, "For love's sake." Finally she said, "You win." He sat down and watched her prepare for the journey ahead. First she washed, not just her face, her whole body, standing on a spread towel at the little sink in the corner of the room, with the gas-fired water heater roaring as it spat water into the bowl. Watching her, he got an erection, and he felt ashamed that he should be thinking of sex when so much was at issue. But that was just the Puritan talking. He should feel whatever felt right. She'd taught him that. When she'd finished, she put her underwear back on, and a T-shirt. It was what she'd been wearing when he'd arrived at Caliban Street, he noted. Simple, unconfining clothes. She sat on a chair, her skin rippled with goose-flesh. He wanted to be forgiven by her, to be told that his manipulation was justified, and whatever happened from now on, she understood that he'd acted for the best. She offered no such disclaimer. She just said, "I think I'm ready. What can I do?" "Very little," she replied. "But be here, Marty. And if anything seems to be wrong, can I help you?" "No," she answered. "When will I know that you're there?" he asked. She looked at him as though his question was an idiot's and said, "You'll know." 62. It wasn't difficult to find the European. Her mind went to him with almost distressing readiness, as if into the arms of a long-lost compatriot. She could distinctly feel the pull of him, though not, she thought, a conscious magnetism. When her thoughts arrived at Caliban Street and entered the room at the top of the stairs, her suspicions about his passivity were verified. He was lying on the bare boards of the room in a posture of utter exhaustion. Perhaps, she thought, I can do this after all. Like a teasing mistress, she crept to his side and slipped into him. She murmured. Marty flinched. There were movements in her throat, which were so thin he felt he could almost see the words shaping in it. "Speak to me," he willed her. "Say it's all right." Her body had become rigid. He touched her. Her muscle was stone, as though she'd exchanged glances with the basilisk. "Karis?" She murmured again, her throat palpitating, but no words came. There was barely breath. "Can you hear me?" If she could, she made no sign of it. Seconds passed into minutes, and still she was a wall, his questions fracturing against her and falling into silence. And then she said, "I'm here." Her voice was insubstantial, like a foreign station found on a radio, words from some unfixable place. "With him?" he asked. "Yes." No prevarication now, he charged himself. She'd gone to the European as he'd asked.
Now he had to use her courage as efficiently as possible and call her back before anything went wrong. He asked the most difficult question first, and the one he most needed an answer to. "What is he, Karis?" "I don't know," she said. The tip of her tongue flickered out to spread a film of spit across her lips. "So dark," she muttered. It was dark in him, the same palpable darkness as in the room at Caliban Street. But for the moment, at least, the shadows were passive. The European didn't expect intruders here. He'd left no guardian terrors at the gates of his brain. She stepped deeper into his head. Darts of light burst at the corners of her thought's sight, like the colors that came after she'd rubbed her eyes, only more brilliant and more momentary. They came and went so quickly she was not certain if she saw anything in them or illuminated by them, but as she progressed and the bursts became more frequent, she began to see patterns there. Commas, lattices, bars, dots, spirals. Marty's voice interrupted the reverie, some foolish question that she had no patience with. She ignored it. Let him wait. The lights were becoming more intricate, their patterns cross-fertilizing, gaining depth and weight. Now she seemed to see tunnels and tumbling cubes, seas of rolling light, fissures opening and sealing, rains of white noise. She watched, entranced by the way they grew and multiplied, the world of his thought appearing in flickering heavens above her, falling in showers on her and about her. Vast blocks of intersecting geometries thundered over, hovering inches above her skull, the weight of small moons. Just as suddenly, gone. All of them. Darkness again, as relentless as ever, pressed on her from every side. For a moment she had the sensation of being smothered. She grabbed for breath, panicking. "Karis?" "I'm all right," she whispered to the distant inquirer. He was a world away, but he cared for her, or so she dimly remembered. "Where are you?" he wanted to know. She didn't have a clue, so she shook her head. Which way should she advance, if at all? She waited in the darkness, readying herself for whatever might happen next. Suddenly the lights began again, at the horizon. This time, for their second performance, pattern had become form. Instead of spirals, she saw rising columns of burning smoke. In place of seas of light, a landscape, with intermittent sunshine stabbing distant hillsides. Birds rose on burning wings, then turned into leaves of books, fluttering up from conflagrations that were even now flaring on every side. "Where are you?" he asked her again. Her eyes roved maniacally behind her closed lids, taking in this burgeoning province. He could share none of it, except through her words, and she was dumb with admiration or terror, he couldn't tell which. There was sound here, too. Not much. The promontory she walked on had suffered too many ravages to shout. Its life was almost out. Bodies sprawled underfoot, so badly disfigured they might have been dropped out of the sky. Weapons, horses, wheels. She saw all of this as if by a show of lurid fireworks, with no sight glimpsed more than once. In the instant of darkness between one light burst and the next, the entire scene would change. One moment she was standing on an open road with a naked girl running toward her, bawling. The next, on a hillside looking down on a raised valley, snatched through a pall of smoke. Now a silver birch copse, now not. Now a ruin, with a headless man at her feet. Again not. But always the fires somewhere near, the smuts and the shrieks dirtying the air, the sense of relentless pursuit. She felt it could go on forever, these scenes changing before her, one moment a landscape, the next an atrocity, without her having time to correlate the disparate images. Then, as abruptly as the first patterns had ceased, the fires did also, and the darkness was everywhere about her again. "Where?" Marty's voice found her. He was so agitated in his confusion, she answered him. "I'm almost dead," she said quite calmly. "Karis?" He was terrified that naming her would alert Mamoulian, but he had to know if she spoke for herself or for him. "Not Karis," she replied. Her mouth seemed to lose its fullness, the lips thinning. It was Mamoulian's mouth, not hers. She raised her hand a little way from her lap, as if making to touch her face.
"Almost dead," she said again. "Lost the battle, you see. Lost the whole bloody war." "Which war?" "Lost from the beginning. Not that it matters, eh? Find myself another war. There's always one around. Who are you?" She frowned. "What's it to you?" she snapped at him. "None of your business." "It doesn't matter," Marty returned. He feared pushing the interrogation too hard. As it was, his question was answered in the next breath. "My name's Mamulian. I'm a sergeant in the 3rd Fusiliers." "Correction. Was a sergeant." "Not now?" "No, not now. I'm nobody now. It's safer to be nobody these days, don't you think?" The tone was eerily conversational, as though the European knew exactly what was happening, and had chosen to talk with Marty through Karis. Another game, perhaps? "When I think of the things I've done," he said, "to stay out of trouble. I'm such a coward, you see. Always have been. Loathe the sight of blood." He began to laugh in her, a solid, unfeminine laugh. "You're just a man?" Marty said. He could scarcely credit what he was being told. There was no devil hiding in the European's cortex, just this half-mad sergeant, lost on some battlefield. "Just a man?" he said again. "What did you want me to be?" The sergeant replied, quick as a flash. "I'm happy to oblige. Anything to get me out of this shit." "Who do you think you're talking to?" The sergeant frowned with Karis' face, puzzling this one out. "I'm losing my mind," he said dolefully. "I've been talking to myself for days now, on and off. There's no one left, you see. The 3rd's been wiped out, and the 4th, and the 5th. All blown to hell." He stopped and pulled a wry face. "Got no one to play cards with, damn it. Can't play with dead men, can I? They've got nothing I want." The voice trailed away. "What date is it?" "Sometime in October, isn't it?" The sergeant came back. "I've lost track of time. Still, it's fucking cold at night, I tell you that much. Yes, must be October at least. There was snow in the wind yesterday. Or was it the day before?" "What year is it?" The sergeant laughed. "I'm not that far gone," he said. "It's 1811. That's right. I'm 32 on the 9th of November, and I don't look a day over 40. It was 1811. If the sergeant was answering truthfully, that made Mamulian 2 centuries old. "Are you sure?" Marty asked. "The year is 1811? You're certain?" "Shut your mouth," the answer came. "What?" "Trouble." Karis had drawn her arms up against her chest, as though constricted. She felt enclosed, but by what she wasn't certain. The open road she'd been standing on had abruptly disappeared, and now she sensed herself lying down in darkness. It was warmer here than it had been on the road, but not a pleasant heat. It smelled putrid. She spat, not once, but 3 or 4 times, to rid herself of a mouthful of muck. Where was she, for God's sake? Close by she could hear the approach of horses. The sound was muffled, but it made her, or rather the man she occupied, panic. Off to her right somebody moaned. "Shh!" she hissed. Didn't the moaner hear the horses too? They'd be discovered. And though she didn't know why, she was certain discovery would prove fatal. "What's happening?" Marty asked. She didn't dare reply. The horsemen were too close to dare a word. She could hear them dismounting and approaching her hiding place. She repeated a prayer soundlessly. The riders were talking now. They were soldiers, she guessed. An argument had erupted among them as to who would tackle some distasteful duty. Maybe, she prayed, they'd give up their search before they started. But no. The debate was over, and they were grunting and complaining as several set about their labors. She heard them moving sacks and flinging them down. 12, 2 dozen. Light seeped through to where she lay, scarcely breathing. More sacks were moved, more light fell on her. She opened her eyes, and finally recognized what refuge the sergeant had chosen. God Almighty, she said.
They weren't sacks she lay among, but bodies. He had hidden himself in a mound of corpses. It was the heat of putrefaction that made her sweat. Now the hillock was being taken apart by the horsemen, who were pricking each of the bodies as they were hauled from the heap, in order to distinguish living from dead. The few who still breathed were pointed out to the officer. He dismissed them all as past the point of no return. They were swiftly dispatched. Before a bayonet could pierce his hide, the sergeant rolled over and showed himself. "I surrender," he said. They jabbed him through the shoulder anyway. He yelled. Karis, too. Marty reached to touch her. Her face was scrawled with pain, but he thought better of interfering at what was clearly a vital juncture. It might do more harm than good. "Well, well," said the officer, high on the horse. "You don't look very dead to me." "I was practicing," the sergeant replied. His wit earned him a second jab. To judge by the looks of the men who surrounded him, he'd be lucky to avoid a disemboweling. They were ready for some sport. "You're not going to die," the officer said, patting his mount's gleaming neck. The presence of so much decay made the thoroughbred uneasy. "We need answers to some questions first. Then you can have your place in the pit." Behind the officer's plumed head the sky had darkened. Even as he spoke, the scene began to lose coherence, as though Mamoulian had forgotten how it went from here. Under her lids, Karis' eyes began to twitch back and forth again. Another welter of impressions had overtaken her, each moment delineated with absolute precision, but all coming too fast for her to make any sense of. "Karis, are you all right?" "Yes, yes," she said breathlessly. "Just moments, living moments." She saw a room, a chair, felt a kiss, a slap. Pain, relief, pain again, questions, laughter. She couldn't be certain, but she guessed that under pressure the sergeant was telling the enemy everything they wanted to know and more. Days passed in a heartbeat. She let them run through her fingers, sensing that the European's dreaming head was moving with mounting velocity toward some critical event. It was best to let him lead the way. He knew better than she the significance of this descent. The journey finished with shocking suddenness. A sky the color of cold iron opened above her head. Snow drifted from it, a lazy fall of goose-down, which instead of warming her made her bones ache. In the claustrophobic one-room flat, with Marty sitting bare-chested and sweating opposite her, Karis' teeth began to chatter. The sergeant's captors were done with their interrogation, it seemed. They had led him and 5 other ragged prisoners out into a small quadrangle. He looked around. This was a monastery, or had been until its occupation. 1 or 2 monks stood in the shelter of the cloister walkway and watched events in the yard unfold with philosophical gaze. The 6 prisoners waited in a line while the snow fell. They were not bound. There was nowhere in this square for them to run to. The sergeant on the end of the line chewed his nails and tried to keep his thoughts light. They were going to die here. That was an unavoidable fact. They were not the first to be executed this afternoon. Along one wall, arranged neatly for posthumous inspection, lay 5 dead men. Their lopped heads had been placed, the ultimate defamation, at their groins. Open-eyed, as if startled by the killing stroke, they stared at the snow as it descended, at the windows, at the one tree that was planted in a square of soil among the stones. In summer it surely bore fruit. Birds made idiot song in it. Now it was leafless. "They're going to kill us," she said matter-of-factly. It was all very informal. The presiding officer, a fur coat pulled around his shoulders, was standing with his hands at a blazing brazier, his back to the prisoners. The executioner was with him. His bloody sword jauntily leaned on his shoulder. A fat, lumbering man, he laughed at some joke the officer made and downed a cup of something warming before turning back to his business. Karis smiled. "What's happening now?" She said nothing. Her eyes were on the man who was going to kill them. She smiled on. "Karis, what's happening?" The soldiers had come along the line and pushed them to the ground in the middle of the square. Karis had bowed her head to expose the nape of her neck. "We're going to die," she whispered to her distant confidant. At the far end of the line, the executioner raised his sword and brought it down with one professional stroke. The prisoner's head seemed to leap from the neck, pushed forward by a geyser of blood. It was lurid against the gray walls, the white snow. The head fell face forward, rolled a little way, and stopped. The body curled to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Mamoulian watched the proceedings, trying to stop his teeth from chattering. He wasn't afraid, and didn't want them to think he was. The next man in line had started to scream. 2 soldiers stepped forward at the officer's barked command and seized the man. Suddenly, after a calm in which you could hear the snow pat the ground, the line erupted with pleas and prayers. The man's terror had opened a floodgate. The sergeant said nothing. They were lucky to be dying in such style, he thought. The sword was for aristocrats and officers. But the tree was not yet tall enough to hang a man from. He watched the sword fall a second time, wondering if the tongue still wagged after death, sitting in the draining palate of the dead man's head. "I'm not afraid," he said. "What's the use of fear? You can't buy it or sell it. You can't make love to it. You can't even wear it if they strip off your shirt and you're cold." A third prisoner's head rolled in the snow, and a fourth. A soldier laughed. The blood steamed. Its meaty smell was appetizing to a man who hadn't been fed for a week. "I'm not losing anything," he said in lieu of prayer. "I've had a useless life. If it ends here, so what?" The prisoner at his left was young, no more than 15. A drummer boy, the sergeant guessed. He was quietly crying. "Look over there," Mamoulian said. "Desertion, if ever I saw it." He nodded toward the sprawled bodies, which were already being vacated by their various parasites. Fleas and nits, aware that their host had ceased, crawled and leaped from head and hem, eager to find new residents before the cold caught them. The boy looked and smiled. The spectacle diverted him, in the moment it took for the executioner to position himself and deliver the killing stroke. The head sprang. Heat escaped onto the sergeant's chest. Idly, Mamoulian looked around at the executioner. He was slightly blood-spattered. Otherwise his profession was not written upon him. It was a stupid face, with a shabby beard that needed trimming, and round, parboiled eyes. "Shall I be murdered by this?" the sergeant thought. "Well, I'm not ashamed." He spread his arms to either side of his body, the universal gesture of submission, and bowed his head. Somebody pulled at his shirt to expose his neck. He waited. A noise like a shot sounded in his head. He opened his eyes, expecting to see the snow approaching as his head leaped from his neck. But no. In the middle of the square, one of the soldiers was falling to his knees, his chest blown open by a shot from one of the upper cloister windows. Mamoulian glanced behind him. Soldiers were swarming from every side of the quadrangle. Shots sliced the snow. The presiding officer, wounded, fell clumsily against the brazier, and his fur coat caught fire. Trapped beneath the tree, 2 soldiers were mowed down, slumping together like lovers under the branches. "Away!" Karras whispered the imperative with his voice. "Quickly, away!" He belly-crawled across the frozen stone as the factions fought above his head, scarcely able to believe that he'd been spared. Nobody gave him a second glance. Unarmed and skeletal thin, he was no danger to anyone. Once out of the square and into the backwaters of the monastery, he took a breath. Smoke had started to drift along the icy corridors. Inevitably, the place was being put to the torch by one side or the other, perhaps both. They were all imbeciles. He loved none of them. He began his way through the maze of the building, hoping to find his way out without encountering any stray fusiliers. In a passageway, far from the skirmishes, he heard footsteps. Sandaled, not booted, coming after him. He turned to face his pursuer. It was a monk, his scrawny features every inch the ascetic's. He arrested the sergeant by the tattered collar of his shirt. "You're God-given," he said. He was breathless, but his grip was fierce. "Let me alone. I want to get out. The fighting's spreading through the building. It's not safe anywhere." "I'll take the risk." The sergeant grinned. "You were chosen, soldier," the monk replied, still holding on. "Chance stepped in on your behalf. The innocent boy at your side died, but you survived. Don't you see? Ask yourself why. He tried to push the shaveling away. The mixture of incense and stale sweat was vile, but the man held fast, speaking hurriedly. "There are secret tunnels beneath the cells. We can slip away without being slaughtered." "Yes?" "Certainly, if you'll help me." "How?" "I've got writings to salvage, a life's work. I need your muscle, soldier. Don't fret yourself, you'll get something in return." "What have you got that I'd want?" the sergeant said. What could this wild-eyed flagellant possibly possess? "I need an acolyte," the monk said. "Someone to give my learning to." "Spare me your spiritual guidance." "I can teach you so much. How to live forever, if that's what you want." Marmulian had started to laugh, but the monk went on with his dream talk. "How to take life from other people, and have it for yourself. Or, if you like, give it to the dead to resurrect them." "Never." "It's old wisdom," the monk said, "but I found it again, written out in plain Greek. Secrets that were ancient when the hills were young. Such secrets." "If you can do all that, why aren't you Tsar of all the Russians?" Marmulian replied. The monk let go of his shirt and looked at the soldier with contempt, freshly squeezed from his eyes. "What man," he said slowly, "what man with true ambition in his soul would want to be merely Tsar?" The reply wiped the soldier's smile away. Strange words, whose significance, had he been asked, he would have had difficulty explaining, but there was a promise in them that his confusion couldn't rob them of. "Well," he thought, "maybe this is the way wisdom comes. And the sword didn't fall on me, did it?" "Show me the way," he said. Karis smiled, a small but radiant smile. In the space of a wing beat, winter melted away. Spring blossomed. The ground was green everywhere, especially over the burial pits. "Where are you going?" Marty asked her. It was clear from her delighted expression that circumstances had changed. For several minutes she had spat out clues to the life she was sharing in the European's head. Marty had barely grasped the gist of what was going on. He hoped she would be able to furnish the details later. What country this was, what war. Suddenly she said, "I'm finished." Her voice was light, almost playful. "Karis?" "Who's Karis? Never heard of him. Probably dead. They're all dead but me." "What have you finished?" "Learning, of course. All he can teach me. And it was true. Everything he promised, all true. Old wisdom." "What have you learned?" She raised her hand, the burned one, and spread it. "I can steal life," she said. "Easily. Just find the place and drink. Easy to take, easy to give." "Give?" "For a while. As long as it suits me." She extended a finger, God to Adam. "Let there be life." He began to laugh in her again. "And the monk?" "What about him? Is he still with you?" The sergeant shook Karis' head. "I killed him, when he taught me everything he could." Her hands reached out and strangled the air. "I just throttled him one night, when he was sleeping. Of course he woke when he felt my grip around his throat. But he didn't struggle. He didn't make the slightest attempt to save himself." The sergeant was leering as he described the act. "He just let me murder him. I could scarcely believe my luck. I'd been planning the thing for weeks, terrified that he'd read my thoughts. When he went so easily, I was ecstatic." The leer suddenly vanished. "Stupid," he murmured in her throat. So stupid." "Why?" "I didn't see the trap he'd set. Didn't see how he'd planned it all along. Nurtured me like a son, knowing that I'd be his executioner when the time came. I never realized, not once, that I was just his tool. He wanted to die. He wanted to pass his wisdom," the word was pronounced derisively, "along to me, and then have me put an end to him." "Why did he want to die?" "Don't you see how terrible it is to live when everything around you perishes? And the more the years pass, the more the thought of death freezes your bowels, because the longer you avoid it,
the worse you imagine it must be. And you start to long, oh, how you long, for someone to take pity on you, someone to embrace you and share your terrors, and at the end, someone to go into the dark with you. And you chose Whitehead, Marty said almost beneath his breath, the way you were chosen, by chance. Everything is chance, and so nothing is, the sleeping man pronounced, then laughed again at his own expense, bitterly. Yes, I chose him with a game of cards, and then I made a bargain with him. But he cheated you. Karis nodded her head very slowly, her hand inscribing a circle on the air. Round and round, she said, round and round. What will you do now? Find the pilgrim. Wherever he is, find him. Take him with me. I swear I won't let him escape me. I'll take him and show him. Show him what? No answer came. In its place she sighed, stretching a little, and moving her head from left to right and back again. With a shock of recognition, Marty realized that he was still watching her repeat Mamulian's movements, that all the time the European had been asleep, and now, his energies repleted, he was preparing to wake. He snapped his previous questions out again, determined to have an answer to his last vital inquiry. Show him what? Hell, Mamulian said. He cheated me. He squandered all my teachings, all my knowledge, threw it away for greed's sake, for power's sake, for the life of the body. Appetite. All gone for appetite. All my precious love wasted. Marty could hear in his litany the voice of the Puritan, a monk's voice, perhaps, the rage of a creature who wanted the world purer than it was, and lived in torment because it saw only filth and flesh, sweating to make more flesh, more filth. What hope of sanity in such a place, except to find a soul to share the torment, a lover to hate the world with? Whitehead had been such a partner, and now Mamulian was being true to his lover's soul, wanting at the end to go into death with the only other creature he had ever trusted. We'll go to nothing, he breathed, and the breath was a promise. All of us go to nothing. Down, down. He was waking. There was no time left for further questions, however curious Marty was. Karis. Down, down. Karis, can you hear me? Come out of him, quickly. Her head rolled on her neck. Karis, she grunted. Quickly. In Mamulian's head the patterns had begun again, as enchanting as ever, spurts of light that would become pictures in a while, she knew. What would they be this time? Birds, flowers, trees in blossom. What a wonderland it was. Karis! The voice of someone she had once known was calling her from some very distant place. But so were the lights. They were resolving themselves even now. She waited expectantly. But this time they weren't memories that burst into view. Karis, quickly! They were the real world, appearing as the European opened his lids. Her body tensed. Marty reached for her hand and seized it. She exhaled slowly, the breath coming out as a thin whine between her teeth, and suddenly she was awake to her imminent danger. She flung her thought out of the European's head and back across the miles to Kilburn. For an agonized instant she felt her will falter, and she was falling backward, back into his waiting head. Terrified, she gasped like a stranded fish, while her mind fought for propulsion. Marty dragged her to a standing position, but her legs buckled. He held her up with his arms wrapped around her. "Don't leave me," he whispered into her hair. "Gentle God, don't leave me." Suddenly her eyes flickered open. "Marty," she mumbled. "Marty." It was her. He knew her look too well for the European to deceive him. "You came back," he said. They didn't speak for several minutes, simply held on to each other. When they did talk, she had no taste for retelling what she'd experienced. Marty held his curiosity in check. It was enough to know they had no devil on their backs. Just old humanity, cheated of love, and ready to pull down the world on its head. 63. So perhaps they had a chance of life after all.
Mamoulian was a man, for all his unnatural faculties. He was 200 years old, perhaps, but what were a few years between friends? The priority now was to find Papa and warn him of what Mamoulian intended, then plan as best they could against the Europeans' offensive. If Whitehead wouldn't help, that was his prerogative. At least Marty would have tried for old time's sake. And in the light of the murder of Charmaine and Flynn, Whitehead's crimes against Marty diminished to sins of discourtesy. He was easily the lesser of two evils. As to the how of finding Whitehead, the only lead Marty had was the strawberries. It had been Pearl who'd told him that old man Whitehead had never let a day go by without strawberries. Not in 20 years, she'd claimed. Wasn't it possible, then, that he'd continued to indulge himself, even in hiding? It was a slender line of inquiry. But appetite, as Marty had so recently learned, was at the crux of this conundrum. He tried to persuade Caris to come with him, but she was wrung out to the point of collapse. Her journeys, she said, were over. She'd seen too much for one day. All she wanted now was the Sunshine Island, and on that point she would not be moved. Reluctantly, Marty left her to her fix, and went off to discuss strawberries with Mr. Halifax of Holborn. Left alone, Caris found forgetfulness very quickly. The sights she had witnessed in Mamoulian's head were dismissed to the dim past from which they'd come. The future, if there was to be one, was ignored here, where there was only tranquillity. She bathed under a sun of nonsenses, while outside a soft rain began. Chapter 12. The Fat Man Dances. 64. Breer didn't mind the change in the weather. It was altogether too sultry on the street, and the rain, with its symbolic cleansing, made him feel more comfortable. Though it was many weeks since he'd felt the least spasm of pain, he did itch in the heat. Not even an itch, really. It was a more fundamental irritation, a crawling sensation on or beneath his skin that no ointment allayed. The drizzle seemed to subdue it a measure, however, for which he was grateful, either the rain or the fact that he was going to see the woman he loved. Though Caris had attacked him several times, he wore the wounds like trophies, he forgave her trespasses. She understood him better than anyone else. She was unique, a goddess, despite her body hair, and he knew that if he could only see her again, display himself for her, touch her, all would be well. But first he had to get to the house. It had taken him a while to find a taxi that would stop for him, and when one obliged, the driver only took him part of the way before telling him to get out because, he claimed, the smell was so repulsive he wouldn't be able to get another fare all day. Shamed by this all-too-public rejection, the taxi driver harangued him from his cab as he drove away. Breer took to the back streets, where he hoped he wouldn't be sneered and sniggered at. It was in one such backwater, just a few minutes' walk from where Caris was waiting for him, that a young man with blue swallows tattooed on his neck stepped out of a doorway to offer the razor-eaters some assistance. "Hey, man, you look sick, you know that? Let me lend you a hand." No, Breer grunted, hoping the Good Samaritan would leave him alone. "I'm fine, really." "But I insist," Swallows said, picking up his pace to overtake Breer, then standing in the razor-eater's way. He glanced up and down the road to check for witnesses before pushing Breer into the doorway of a bricked-up house. "You keep your mouth shut, man," he said, whipping out a knife and pressing it to Breer's bandaged throat. "And you'll be okay. Just empty your pockets. Quick, quick!" Breer made no move to comply. The suddenness of the attack had disoriented him, and the way the youth had seized his splinted neck had made him giddy. Swallows pushed the knife a little way into the bandaging to make his point clear. The victim smelled bad, and the thief wanted the job over and done with as soon as possible. "Pockets, man! You deaf?" He pushed the knife deeper. The man didn't flinch. "I'll do it, man," the thief warned. "I'll slit your fucking throat." "Oh," said Breer, unimpressed. More to quiet the tic than out of fear, he rummaged in the pocket of his coat and found a handful of possessions, some coins, a few peppermints that he'd continued to suck until his saliva supply dried up, and a bottle of aftershave. He proffered them with faint apology on his rouged face. "That all you've got?" Swallows was outraged. He tore open Breer's coat. "Don't," the razor-eater suggested. "Bit hot to be wearing a coat, isn't it?" said the thief. "What are you hiding?" The buttons gave as he tore at the jacket Breer was wearing beneath his coat, and now the thief was staring open-mouthed at the handles of the knife and fork that were still buried in the razor-eater's abdomen. The stains of dried fluids that ran from the wounds were only marginally less disgusting than the brown rot that was spreading down from his armpits and up from his groin. In his panic, the thief pressed the knife more deeply into Breer's throat. "Christ, man!" Anthony, having lost his dignity, his self-esteem, and, did he but know it, his life, had only his temper left to lose. He reached up and took hold of the inquiring knife in a greasy palm. The thief relinquished it a moment too late. Breer, swifter than his bulk suggested, twisted blade and hand back, and broke his assailant's wrist. Swallows was 17. He had lived, he thought, a full life for a 17-year-old. He'd seen 2 violent deaths. He'd lost his virginity, to his half-sister, at 14. He'd raised whippets. He'd watched snuff movies. He'd taken every kind of pill he could get his trembling hands on. It had been, he thought, a busy existence, full of acquired wisdom. But this was new. Nothing like this ever. It made his bladder ache. Breer still had hold of the thief's useless arm. "Let me go. Please." Breer just looked at him, his jacket still swinging open, those bizarre wounds displayed. "What do you want, man? You're hurting me." Swallow's jacket was also open. Inside was another weapon, thrust into a deep pocket. "Knife?" Breer said, looking at the handle. "No, man." Breer reached for it. The youth, eager to oblige, pulled the weapon out and dropped it at Breer's feet. It was a machete. Its blade was stained, but its edge keen. "It's yours, man. Go on, take it. Only let go of my arm, man." "Pick it up. Get down and pick it up," Breer said, releasing the injured wrist. The youth went down onto his haunches and picked the machete up, then handed it to Breer. The razor-eater took it. The tableau, with him standing over his kneeling victim, blade in hand, meant something to Breer, but he couldn't fix exactly what. A picture from his book of atrocities, perhaps? "I could kill you," he observed with some detachment. The thought had not escaped Swallows. He closed his eyes and waited, but no blow came. The man simply said, "Thank you," and walked away. Kneeling in the doorway, Swallows began to pray. He quite surprised himself with this show of godliness, reciting by rote the prayers he and Hosanna, his half-sister, had said together before and after they'd sinned. He was still praying 10 minutes later, when the rain started to come on in earnest. 65. It took Breer several minutes of searching along Bright Street before he found the yellow house. Once he'd located it, he stood outside for several minutes, preparing himself. She was here, his salvation. He wanted their reunion to be as perfect as he could make it. The front door was open. Children were playing on the threshold, having been driven from their hopscotch and skipping games by the onset of the rain. He edged past them with caution, anxious that his lumpen feet shouldn't crush a tiny hand. One particularly fetching child earned a smile from him. She did not return it, however. He stood in the hallway trying to remember where the European had told him Karis was hiding. 2nd floor, wasn't it? Karis heard somebody moving about on the landing outside the room, but that passage of shabby wood and peeling wallpaper lay across unbridgeable straits, far from her island. She was quite safe where she was. Then somebody outside knocked on the door. A tentative, gentlemanly knock. She didn't answer at first, but when the knocking came again, she said, "Go away." After several seconds' hesitation, the handle of the door was lightly jiggled. "Please," she said as politely as possible, "go away. Marty isn't here." The handle was rattled again, this time more strongly. She heard soft fingers working at the wood.
Or was that the slosh of waves on the shore of the island? She couldn't find it in her to be frightened or even concerned. It was good H Marty had brought. Not the best. She'd only had that from Papa. But it took away every fiber of fear. "You can't come in," she told the would-be intruder. "You'll have to go away and come back later." "It's me," the razor-eater tried to say. Even through the haze of sunshine she knew the voice. How could Breer be whispering at the door like this? Her mind was playing unwelcome tricks. She sat up on the bed, while the noise of his pressure on the door increased. Suddenly, tiring of subtlety, he pushed. Once, twice. The lock succumbed too easily, and he stumbled into the room. It wasn't mind play after all. He was here in all his glory. "Found you," he said, the perfect prince. He carefully closed the door behind him and presented himself to her. She looked disbelievingly at him. His broken neck supported by some homemade contraption of wood and bandages, his shabby clothes. He worked at one of his leather gloves to take it off, but it wouldn't come. "I came to see you," he said, the words fractured. "Yes." He pulled at the glove. There was a soft, sickly noise. She looked at his hand. Much of the skin had come off with the glove. He extended this seeping patchwork to her. "You have to help me," he told her. "Are you alone?" she asked him. "Yes." That was something, at least. Perhaps the European didn't even know he was here. He'd come courting, to judge by this pathetic attempt at civility. His dalliance went back to that first encounter in the steam room. She hadn't screamed or puked, and that had won his undying loyalty. "Help me," he moaned. "I can't help you. I don't know how to. Let me touch you. You're ill." The hand was still extended. He took a step forward. Did he think she was an icon of some kind? A talisman that, once touched, cured all sickness? "Pretty," he said. The smell of him was overpowering, but her drugged mind idled. She knew it was important to escape, but how? The door, perhaps. The window? Or just ask him to leave. Come again tomorrow. "Will you go, please?" "Just touch." The hand was within inches of her face. Revulsion overcame her, bypassing the lethargy the island had induced. She swatted the arm away, appalled by even the briefest contact with his flesh. He looked offended. "You tried to harm me," he reminded her. "So many times. I never harmed you once. You wanted to. Him, never me. I want you to be with all my other friends, where nothing can hurt you." The hand, which had returned to his side, suddenly darted up and took her by the neck. "You'll never leave me," he said. "You're hurting me, Anthony." He drew her closer, and bent his head toward her as best he could, given the condition of his neck. In a patch of skin beneath his right eye she could see movement. The closer he came, the more she saw the fat white grubs that had been laid as eggs in his face and were maturing there, awaiting wings. Did he know he was a home for maggots? Was it perhaps a point of pride to be fly-blown? He was going to kiss her. She had no doubt of that. "If he puts his tongue in my mouth," she half thought, "I'll bite it off. I won't let him do this. Gentle God, I'd rather die." He put his lips on hers. "You are unforgivable," said a thin voice. The door was open. "Let her go." The razor-eater unhanded Karis and drew away from her face. She spat to rinse the kiss off and looked up. Mamulian was in the doorway. Behind him stood two well-dressed young men, one with golden hair, both with winning smiles. "Unforgivable," the European said again, and turned his vacant gaze to Karis. "You see what happens if you desert my custody?" he said. "What horrors come?" She didn't respond. "You're alone, Karis. Your erstwhile protector is dead." "Marty? Dead?" "At his house. Going out for your heroine." She was seconds ahead of him, realizing his error. Maybe it gave Marty an edge on them, if they thought him dead. But it wouldn't be wise to fake tears. She was no tragic actress. Best to feign disbelief. Doubt, at least. "No," she said. "I don't believe you." "My own fair hands," said the blonde Adonis at the European's back. "No," she insisted. "Take it from me," the European said. "He won't be coming back. Trust me in this, at least." "Trust you?" she murmured. It was almost funny. "Haven't I just prevented your rape?" "He's your creature." "Yes, and he will be punished, depend upon it. Now I trust you will return my kindness in coming here by finding your father for me. I will not brook delay of any kind, Caris. We will go back to Caliban Street, and you will find him, or by God I will turn you inside out. That is a promise. St. Thomas will escort you down to the car." The brown-haired Smile stepped past his blonde companion and offered a hand to Caris. "I have very little time to waste, girl," Mamoulian said, and the changed tone of his voice confirmed that claim. "So please, let's be done with this wretched business." Tom led Caris down the stairs. When she'd gone, the European turned his attention to the Razor-Eater. Breer was not afraid of him. He was afraid of no one any longer. The poky room they faced each other in was hot. He could tell it was hot by the sweat on Mamoulian's cheeks and upper lip. He, on the other hand, was cool. He was the coolest man in creation. Nothing would bring fear to him. Mamoulian surely saw that. "Close the door," the European told the blond boy, "and find something to bind this man with." Breer grinned. "You disobeyed me," the European said. "I left you to finish the work at Caliban Street." "I wanted to see her." "She is not yours to see. I made a bargain with you, and like all the others, you break my trust." "A little game," Breer said. "No game is little, Anthony. Have you been with me all this time and not understood that? Every act carries some weight of significance, especially play." "I don't care what you say. All words, just words." "You're despicable," the European said. Breer's smudged face looked back at him without a trace of anxiety or contrition. Though the European knew he had supremacy here, something about Breer's look made him uneasy. In his time, Mamoulian had been served by far viler creatures, poor Constantine, for example, whose post-mortem appetites had run to more than kisses. Why, then, did Breer distress him? St. Chad had torn up a selection of clothes. These, with a belt and a tie, were sufficient for Mamoulian's purposes. "Tie him to the bed." Chad could barely bring himself to touch Breer, though at least the man didn't struggle. He acceded to this punishment game with the same idiot grin still creasing his face. His skin, beneath Chad's hand, felt insolid, as though under its taut, glossy surface the muscle had turned to jelly and pus. The saint worked as efficiently as he could to get the duty done while the prisoner amused himself watching the flies orbiting his head. Within 3 or 4 minutes Breer was secured hand and foot. Mamoulian nodded his satisfaction. "That's fine. You may go and join Tom in the car. I'll be down in a few moments." Respectfully, Chad withdrew, wiping his hands on his handkerchief as he went. Breer still watched the flies. "I have to leave you now," said the European. "When will you come back?" the Razor-Eater asked. "Never." Breer smiled. "I'm free, then," he said. "You are dead, Anthony," Mamoulian replied. "What?" Breer's smile began to decay. "You've been dead since the day I found you, hanging from the ceiling. I think perhaps somehow you knew I was coming, and you killed yourself to escape me. But I needed you, so I gave you a little of my life to keep you in my employ." Breer's smile had disappeared altogether. "That's why you're so impervious to pain. You're a walking corpse. The deterioration your body should have suffered in these hot months has been held at bay, not entirely prevented, I'm afraid, but slowed considerably." Breer shook his head. Was this the miracle of redemption? Now I no longer need you, so I withdraw my gift. No! He tried to make a small pleading gesture, but his wrists were bound together, and the bindings bit into the muscle, causing it to buckle and furl like soft clay. "Tell me how to make amends," he offered. "Anything." "There is no way." "Anything you ask, please." "I ask you to suffer," the European replied. "Why?" "For treachery. For being in the end like the others." "No, just a little game." "Then let this be a game, too, if it amuses you. 6 months of deterioration pressed into as many hours." Mamoulian crossed to the bed and put his hand on Breer's sobbing mouth, making something very like a snatching gesture. "It's over, Anthony," he said. Breer felt a motion in his lower belly, as though some jittering thing had suddenly twitched and perished in there. He followed the European's exit with upturned eyes. Matter, not tears, gathered at their rims. "Forgive me," he begged his savior. "Please forgive me." But the European had gone quietly, closing the door behind him. There was a brawling on the window-sill. Breer looked from door to window. 2 pigeons had squabbled over some morsel and were now flying off. Small white feathers settled on the sill like midsummer snow. 66. "It is Mr. Halifax, isn't it?" The man inspecting the boxes of fruit in the breezeless wasp-woven yard at the back of the shop turned to Marty. "Yes. What can I do for you?" Mr. Halifax had been out sunbathing, and injudiciously. His face was peeling in places and looked tender. He was hot and uncomfortable, and, Marty guessed, thin of temper. Tact was the order of the day if he hoped to win the man's confidence. "Business okay?" Marty asked. Halifax shrugged. "It'll do," he said, unwilling to be drawn on the subject. "A lot of my regular customers are on holiday at this time of year." He peered at Marty. "Do I know you?" "Yes, I've been here several times," Marty lied. "For Mr. Whitehead's strawberries. That's what I came for. The usual order." Halifax registered nothing. He put down the tray of peaches he was holding. "I'm sorry. I don't supply any, Mr. Whitehead." "Strawberries?" Marty prompted. "I heard what you said," Halifax replied testily. "But I don't know anyone of that name. You must be mistaken." "You do remember me?" "No, I don't. Now, if you'd like to make a purchase, Teresa will serve you." He nodded back in the direction of the shop itself. "I'd like to finish here before I cook in this bloody heat." "But I'm supposed to be picking up strawberries." "You can have as many as you like," Halifax said, spreading his arms. "There's a glut. Just ask Teresa." Marty could see failure looming. The man wasn't about to give an inch. He tried one final tack. "You don't have any fruit set aside for Mr. Whitehead? You normally have them packed ready for him." This significant detail seemed to mellow the dismissal on Halifax's face. Doubt dawned. "Look," he said, "I don't think you quite understand." His voice dropped in volume, though there was nobody else in the yard to hear. "Joe Whitehead is dead. Don't you read the newspapers?" A large wasp alighted on Halifax's arm, navigating the ginger hairs with difficulty. He let it crawl there undisturbed. "I don't believe everything I read in the newspapers," Marty replied quietly. "Do you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," the other man returned. "His strawberries," Marty said. "That's all I'm after." "Mr. Whitehead is dead." "No, Mr. Halifax, Joe is not dead. You and I both know that." The wasp rose from Halifax's arm and careered in the air between them. Marty swatted it away. It came back, its buzz louder. "Who are you?" Halifax said. "Mr. Whitehead's bodyguard. I've told you I've been here before." Halifax bent back to the tray of peaches. More wasps congregated at a bruise on one of them. "I'm sorry I can't help you," he said. "You took them already, did you?" Marty laid a hand on Halifax's shoulder. "Did you?" "I'm not at liberty to tell you anything." "I'm a friend." Halifax glanced round at Marty. "I've sworn," he said, with the finality of a practiced bargainer. Marty had thought the scenario through as far as this impasse, Halifax confessing that he knew something, but refusing to provide the details. What now? Did he lay hands on the man? Beat it out of him? Joe is in great danger. Oh, yes, Halifax murmured. You think I don't realize that? I can help him. Halifax shook his head. Mr. Whitehead has been a valued customer for a good many years, he explained. He's always had his strawberries from me. I never knew a man love strawberries the way he does. Present tense, Marty commented. Halifax went on as though he hadn't been interrupted. He used to come in here personally before his lady wife died. Then he stopped coming. He still bought the fruit, had somebody come and pick it up for him, and at Christmas there was always a check for the kiddies. There still is, come to that. Still sends money for them. The wasp had alighted on the back of his hand, where the sweet juice of one fruit or another had dried. Halifax let it have its fill. Marty liked him. If Halifax wasn't willing to volunteer the information, Marty wouldn't be able to bully it out of the man. Now you come here and tell me you're a friend of his, Halifax said. How do I know you're telling the truth? People have friends who'd cut their throats. His more than most. True. So much money, so few people who care about him. Halifax had a sad look. Seems to me I should keep his hideaway secret, don't you? Or else who can he trust in all the world? Yes, Marty conceded. What Halifax said made perfect and compassionate sense, and there was nothing he was prepared to do to make him resent it. Thank you, he said, cowed by the lesson. I'm sorry to have kept you from your work. He made his way back toward the shop. He'd gone a few paces when Halifax said, You were the one. Marty pivoted on his heel. What? You were the one who came for the strawberries. I remember you. Only you looked different then. Marty ran his hand across several days' growth of beard. Shaving was a forgotten craft these mornings. Not the hair, Halifax said. You were harder. I didn't take to you. Marty waited somewhat impatiently for Halifax to finish this farewell homily. His mind was already turning over other possibilities. It was only when he turned back into Halifax's words that he realized the man had changed his mind. He was going to tell. He beckoned Marty back across the yard. You think you can help him? Maybe. I hope somebody can. You've seen him? I'll tell you. He rang the shop, asked for me. Funny, I recognized the voice immediately, even after all these years. He asked me to bring him some strawberries. He said he couldn't come himself. It was terrible. Why? He's so frightened. Halifax hesitated, looking for the right words. I remember him as being big, you know, impressive. He'd come in the shop and everyone would part for him. Now, shrunk to nothing. Fear did that to him. I've seen it happen. My sister-in-law, same thing happened to her. She had cancer. Fear killed her months before the tumor. Where is he? I tell you, I went back home and I didn't say a word to anyone. I just drank half a bottle of scotch straight off. Never done that in my life. I just wanted to get the way he'd looked out of my head. It really turned my stomach, hearing him and seeing him that way. I mean, if the likes of him's scared, what chance have the rest of us got? You're safe, Marty said, hoping to God the European's revenge wouldn't stretch as far as the old man's strawberry supplier. Halifax was a good man. Marty found himself holding on to this realization while staring at the round, red face. Here is goodness. Flaws, too, no doubt. Sins by the armful, perhaps. But the good was worth celebrating, however many stains the man had. Marty wanted to tattoo the date of this recognition on the palm of his hand. There's a hotel, Halifax was saying. It used to be called the Orpheus, apparently. It's up the Edgware Road. Staple Corner. Terrible, run-down place. Waiting for the demolition squad, I shouldn't be surprised. He's there alone? Yes. Halifax sighed, thinking of how the mighty had fallen. Perhaps, he suggested after a moment, you might take him some peaches, too? He went into the shop and came back with a tattered copy of the London A to Z Street Atlas.
He flicked through the age-creamed pages, looking for the appropriate map, all the while sounding his dismay at this turn of events, and his hope that things might still turn out well. "A lot of streets been leveled around the hotel," he explained. "These maps are well out of date, I'm afraid." Marty peered at the page Halifax had selected. A cloud bearing the rain that had already dampened Kilburn and points northwest covered the sun as Halifax's stained index finger traced a route across the map from the thoroughfares of Holborn to the Hotel Pandemonium. Chapter 13. At the Hotel Pandemonium. 67. Hell is reimagined by each generation. Its terrain is surveyed for absurdities and remade in a fresher mold. Its terrors are scrutinized, and if necessary reinvented to suit the current climate of atrocity. Its architecture is redesigned to appall the eye of the modern damned. In an earlier age, Pandemonium, the first city of hell, stood on a lava mountain while lightning tore the clouds above it and beacons burned on its walls to summon the fallen angels. Now such spectacle belongs to Hollywood. Hell stands transposed. No lightning, no pits of fire. In a wasteland a few hundred yards from a highway overpass, it finds a new incarnation, shabby, degenerate, forsaken. But here, where fumes thicken the atmosphere, minor terrors take on a new brutality. Heaven by night would have all the configurations of hell. No less the Orpheus, hereafter called Pandemonium, Hotel. It had once been an impressive building, and could have been again, if its owners had been willing to invest in it, but the task of rebuilding and refurbishing such a large and old-fashioned hotel was probably financially unsound. Sometime in its past a fire had raged through the place, gutting the first, second, and third floors before being extinguished. The fourth floor and those above were smoke-spoiled, leaving only the vaguest signs of the hotel's former glamour intact. The vagaries of the city planning department had taken a further toll on the building's chances of restoration. As Halifax had described, the land to either side of the hotel had been cleared for some projected redevelopment. None had been undertaken, however. The hotel stood in splendid isolation, mazed about with feed roads to and from the M1, no more than 300 yards from one of the busiest stretches of concrete and tarmac in the south of England. Thousands of drivers glanced its way every day, but its shabby grandeur was by now so familiar they probably scarcely registered its existence. Clever, Marty thought, to hide in such plain sight. He parked the car as close to the hotel as he could, then slipped in through a hole in the corrugated iron fencing around the plot, and picked his way across the wasteland. The instructions on the fence, no trespassing and no dumping, had been conspicuously ignored. Black plastic bags, bulging with rubbish, were piled in heaps among the rubble and the old bonfires. Many of the bags had been torn open by children or dogs. Domestic and manufacturing trash spilled out. Hundreds of scraps of cloth, sweatshop offcuts, were scattered underfoot. Rotting food, the ubiquitous tin can, cushions, lampshades, and car engines, all abandoned on a bed of rubble, dust, and gray grass. Some of the dogs, wild, Marty guessed, looked up from their scavenging as he advanced, their pale flanks dirty, their eyes yellow in the twilight. He thought of Bella and her gleaming family. These curs hardly seemed of the same species. When he looked their way, they hung their heads and watched him indirectly, like inept spies. He went up to the main entrance of the hotel. The word Orpheus was still clearly carved above the door. There were mock Doric columns to either side of the steps, and fancy tile work on the threshold. But the door itself had boards nailed across it, and notices warned of swift prosecution if anyone trespassed. There seemed little chance of that. The second, third, and fourth-story windows were boarded up with the same thoroughness as the door. Those on the first floor had been bricked up entirely. There was a door at the back of the building that was not boarded up, but it was bolted from the inside. This was probably where Halifax had entered the building, but Whitehead must have given him access. Without breaking and entering, there was no way in. It was only on his second orbit of the hotel that he gave some serious consideration to the fire escape. It zigzagged up the east side of the building, an impressive piece of wrought iron work that was now rusting badly. Further mutilation had been done to it by some enterprising salvage firm that, seeing profit in the scrap metal, had started to cut the escape away from the wall, only to give up on the job when it had reached the second floor. This left the bottom flight missing, the escape's truncated tail hanging 10 or 11 feet from the ground. Marty studied the problem. The fire exit doors on most of the stories had been nailed up, but one on the 4th story showed signs of tampering. Was this how the old man had gained entrance? He would have needed help, presumably. Luther, perhaps. Marty scanned the wall beneath the fire escape. It was graffiti-strewn, but smooth. There was no chance of a handhold or foothold to get him up the first few feet and onto the steps themselves. He turned to the wasteland, looking for inspiration, and a few minutes' search in the deepening dusk revealed a pile of discarded furniture, among it a table, 3-legged but serviceable. He hauled it back to the fire escape and then wedged a collection of refuse bags beneath it in lieu of its missing limb. It made an unsteady perch when he climbed up onto it, and even then his fingers missed the bottom of the escape. He was obliged to jump for a handhold, and on the 4th attempt he achieved one, leaving him swinging at arm's length from the bottom step. A drizzle of rust scales hit his face and hair. The escape creaked. He mustered his will and hauled himself up a vital few inches, then struck out with his left hand for a hold on a higher stair. His shoulder joints complained, but he pulled on upward, hand over hand, until he could lift his leg high enough to hoist his whole body onto the steps. The first stage achieved, he stood on the escape and caught his breath, then started up. The structure was by no means stable. The salvage crew had obviously been at work loosening it from the wall. Every step he took, a grating squeal seemed to presage its capitulation. "Hold on," he whispered to it, mounting the steps with as light a tread as he could. His efforts were rewarded on the 4th story. As he guessed, the door had been opened quite recently, and with no small sense of relief he stepped from the dubious safety of the fire escape and into the hotel itself. It still stank of the conflagration that had defeated it, the bitter smell of burned wood and charred carpeting. Below him he could see, by the meager light through the open fire door, the gutted floors. The walls were scorched, the paint on the banisters diseased with blisters. But just a few steps up from here, the fire's progress had been arrested. Marty started up the stairs to the 5th story. A long corridor presented itself to him, with rooms to right and left. He wandered down the passageway, taking a perfunctory look into each of the suites as he passed. The numbered doors led onto empty spaces. All the furniture and fittings that were salvageable had been removed years ago. Perhaps because of its isolated position and the difficulty of entering, the building had not been squatted or vandalized. The rooms were almost absurdly clean, their deep-pile beige carpets, too bothersome to remove, apparently, springy as cliff turf beneath his feet. He checked every suite on the 5th floor before retracing his path to the stairs and going up another flight. The scene was the same here, although the suites, which had perhaps once commanded a saleable view, were larger and fewer on this floor, the carpets, if anything, lusher. It was bizarre, ascending from the charred depths of the hotel to this pristine, breathless place. People had perhaps died in the blindfold corridors below, asphyxiated or baked to death in their dressing rooms. But up here, no trace of the tragedy had intruded. There was one floor left to investigate. As he climbed the final flight of stairs, the illumination suddenly strengthened until it was almost as bright as day. The source was highway light, finding its way through the skylights and ineptly sealed windows. He explored the labyrinthine system of rooms as quickly as possible, pausing only to glance out of the window. Far below he could see the car parked beyond the fence, the dogs engaged in a mass rape. In the second suite he suddenly caught sight of somebody watching him across the vast reception room, only to realize that the haggard face was his own, reflected in a wall-sized mirror. The door of the 3rd suite on this final floor was locked, the first locked suite Marty had encountered, proof positive, if any were needed, that it had an occupant.
Jubilant, Marty rapped on the door. "Hello? Mr. Whitehead?" There was no answering movement from within. He rapped again, harder, casing the door as he did so to see if a break-in was plausible, but it looked too solid to be easily shouldered down. If necessary, he'd have to go back to the car and get some tools. "It's Strauss, Mr. Whitehead. It's Marty Strauss. I know you're in there. Answer me." He listened. When there was no reply, he beat on the door a third time, this time with fist instead of knuckles. And suddenly the reply came, shockingly close. The old man was standing just the other side of the door. Had been all along, probably. "Go to hell," the voice said. It was a little slurred, but unmistakably that of Whitehead. "I have to speak to you," Marty replied. "Let me in." "How the fuck did you find me?" Whitehead demanded. "You bastard." "I made some inquiries, that's all. If I can find you, anybody can." "Not if you keep your wretched mouth shut. You want money, is that it? Come here for money, have you?" "No." "You can have it. I'll get it to you, however much you want." "I don't want money." "Then you're a damned fool," Whitehead said, and he laughed to himself, a witless, ragged titter. The man was drunk. "Mamoulian's on to you," Marty said. "He knows you're alive." The laughing stopped. "How?" "Karis." "You've seen her?" "Yes, she's safe." "Well, I underestimated you." He paused. There was a soft sound as if he was leaning against the door. After a while he spoke again. He sounded exhausted. "What did you come for, if not for money? She's got some expensive habits, you know." "No thanks to you." "I'm sure you'll find it as convenient as I did, given time. She'll bend over backward for a fix." "You're filth, you know that?" "But you came to warn me anyway." The old man leaped on the paradox with lightning speed, quick as ever to open a hole in a man's flank. "Poor Marty." The slurred voice trailed away, smothered by mock pity. Then, razor-sharp, "How did you find me?" "The strawberries." What sounded like muffled choking came from within the suite, but it was Whitehead laughing again, this time at himself. It took several moments for him to regain his composure. "Strawberries," he murmured. "My, you must be persuasive. Did you break his arms?" "No. He volunteered the information. He didn't want to see you curl up and die." "I'm not going to die," the old man snapped. "Mamoulian's the one who'll die, you'll see. He's running out of time. All I have to do is wait. Here's as good a place as any. I'm very comfortable. Except for Karis. I miss her. Why don't you send her to me, Marty? Now that would be most welcome. You'll never see her again." Whitehead sighed. "Oh, yes," he said. "She'll be back when she's tired of you, when she needs someone who really appreciates her stony heart. You'll see. Well, thank you for calling. Good night, Marty." "Wait." "I said good night." "I've got questions," Marty began. "Questions, questions." The voice was already receding. Marty pressed closer to the door to offer his final sliver of bait. "We found out who the European is, what he is." But there was no reply. He'd lost Whitehead's attention. It was fruitless anyway, he knew. There was no wisdom to be got here. Just a drunken old man replaying his old power games. Somewhere deep inside the penthouse suite, a door closed. All contact between the two men was summarily severed. Marty descended the 2 flights of stairs back to the open fire door, and left the building by the route he'd entered. After the smell of dead fire inside, even the highway-tainted air smelled light and new. He stood for several minutes on the escape and watched the traffic passing along the highway, his attention pleasantly diverted by the spectacle of lane-hopping commuters. Below, 2 dogs fought among the refuse, bored with rape. None of them cared, drivers or dogs, about the fall of potentates. Why should he? Whitehead, like the hotel, was a lost cause. He'd done his best to salvage the old man and failed. Now he and Karis would slip away into a new life, and let Whitehead make whatever arrangements for cessation he chose. Let him slit his wrists in a stupor of remorse, or choke on vomit in his sleep. Marty was past caring. He climbed down the escape and scrambled onto the table, then crossed the wasteland to the car, glancing back only once to see if Whitehead was watching. Needless to say, the upper windows were blank. 68. When they got to Caliban Street, the girl was still so high on her delayed fix, it was difficult to communicate through her chemically elated senses. The European left the evangelist to do the cleaning up and burning he had instructed Breer to do, and escorted Caris to the room on the top floor. There he set about persuading her to find her father, and quickly. At first the drug in her just smiled at him. His frustration began to curdle into anger. When she started to laugh at his threats, that slow, rootless laughter that was so like the pilgrim's laugh, as if she knew some joke about him that she wasn't telling, his control snapped, and he unleashed a nightmare of such unrestrained viciousness upon her. Its crudity disgusted him almost as much as it terrorized her. She watched in disbelief as the same tide of muck that he'd conjured in the bathroom dribbled and then gushed from her own body. "Take it away," she told him. But he only increased the pitch of the illusion until her lap squirmed with monstrosities. Abruptly her drug bubble burst. A gleam of insanity crept into her eyes as she cowered in the corner of the room, while the things came from her every orifice, struggling to work their way out, then clinging to her with whatever limbs his invention had supplied. She was within a hairbreadth of madness, but he'd gone too far to withdraw the assault now, repelled though he was by its depravity. "Find the pilgrim," he told her, "and all this vanishes." "Yes, yes, yes," she pleaded. "Whatever you want." He stood and watched while she obeyed his demands, flinging herself into that same fugue state she'd achieved when pursuing Toy. It took her longer to find the pilgrim, however, so long that the European began to suspect she'd cancelled all link with her body and left it to his devices rather than re-enter it. But she finally returned. She had found him at a hotel no less than half an hour's drive from Caliban Street. Mamoulian was not surprised. It was not in the nature of foxes to travel far from their natural habitat. Whitehead had simply gone to ground. Wrung out by the journey and the fear that had propelled her, Caris was half carried down the stairs by Chad and Tom, and out to the waiting car. The European made one farewell circuit of the house, to see that any sign of his presence there had been removed. The girl in the cellar and Breer's detritus could not be cleared at such short notice, but that was a nicety. Let those who came after construe what they liked from the atrocity photographs on the wall and the bottles of perfume so lovingly arranged. All that mattered was that evidence of his, the European's, existence here, or indeed anywhere, be thoroughly effaced. Soon he would be rumor again, gossip among the haunted people. "Time to go," he said as he locked the door. "The deluge is almost upon us." Now, as they drove, Caris was beginning to find some strength. Balmy air through the front window caressed her face. She opened her eyes fractionally and cast them in the direction of the European. He was not looking her way. He was staring out of the window, that aristocratic profile of his made blander than ever by fatigue. She wondered how her father would fare in the approaching endgame. He was old, but Mamoulian was vastly older. Was age in this confrontation an advantage or a disadvantage? Suppose, the thought occurred to her for the first time, they were equally matched. Suppose the game they were playing ended without defeat or victory on either side, just a 20th century conclusion, all ambiguities. She didn't want that. She wanted finality. Whichever way it went, she knew there was small chance of her survival in the coming deluge. Only Marty could tip the balance in her favor, and where was he now? If he returned to Kilburn and found it deserted, mightn't he assume she'd left him of her own accord? She couldn't predict the way he'd jump. That he was capable of the blackmail with the heroine had come as a shock. One desperate maneuver remained a possibility. To think her way to him, and tell him where she was and why. There were risks in such a gambit. Catching stray thoughts from him was one thing. It was no more than a parlor trick, but attempting to push her way into his head and communicate with him consciously, mind to mind, would require more mental muscle. Even assuming she had the strength to do it, what would the consequences of such an intrusion be for Marty? She pondered the dilemma in a daze of anxiety, knowing the minutes were ticking by, and soon it would be too late for any escape attempt, however desperate. Marty was driving south toward Cricklewood when a pain began at the nape of his neck. It spread rapidly up and over his skull, escalating within 2 minutes to a headache of unparalleled proportions. His instinct was to pick up speed and get back to Kilburn as quickly as possible, but the Finchley Road was heavily trafficked, and all he could do was edge along with the flow, the pain worsening every 10 yards. His consciousness, increasingly preoccupied with the upward spiral of pain, focused on smaller and yet smaller bits of information, his perception narrowing to a pinprick. Ahead of the Citroën, the road was a blur. He was almost blinded, and a collision with a refrigerated meat truck was only prevented by the skill of the other driver. He realized that driving any further could be fatal, so he edged out of the traffic as best he could, horns blaring front and behind, and parked inelegantly at the side of the road, then stumbled out of the car to get some air. Completely disoriented, he stepped straight into the middle of the traffic. The lights of the oncoming vehicles were a wall of strobing colors. He felt his knees about to buckle, and only prevented himself from collapsing in front of the traffic by hanging onto the open car door and hauling himself around the front of the Citroën to the comparative safety of the pavement. A single drop of rain fell on his hand. He peered at it, concentrating to bring it into focus. It was bright red. Blood, he thought dimly. Not rain, blood. He put his hand up to his face. His nose was bleeding copiously. The heat ran down his arm and into the rolled sleeve of his shirt. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out a handkerchief and clamped it under his nose, then staggered across the pavement to a shop front. In the window he caught his reflection. Fish swam behind his eyes. He fought the illusion, but it persisted. Brilliantly colored exotica, blowing bubbles inside his skull. He stood away from the glass and took in the words painted on it. Cricklewood Aquarium Supplies. He turned his back on the guppies and the ornamental carp and sat on the narrow sill. He had begun to shake. This was Mamoulian's doing, was all he could think. If I give in to it, I'll die. I must fight. At all costs, fight. Karis spoke the word escaping from her lips before she could prevent it. Marty. The European looked at her. Was she dreaming? There was sweat on her swollen lips. Yes, she was. Of Congress with Strauss, no doubt. That was why she spoke his name with such demand in her tone. Marty. Yes, for certain she was dreaming the arrow and the wound. Look how she trembled. Look how her hands ran between her legs. A shameful display. How far now? He asked St. Tom, who was consulting the map. 5 minutes, the youth replied. Fine night for it, Chad said. Marty? He looked up, narrowing his eyes to improve his vision of the street, but he could not see his interrogator. The voice was in his head. Marty? It was Karis' voice, horribly distorted. When it spoke, his skull seemed to creak, his brain blowing up to the size of a melon. The pain was unbearable. Marty! Shut up, he wanted to say, but she wasn't there to tell. Besides, it wasn't her, it was him. It, the European. The voice was now replaced by the sound of somebody's breath, not his own. His was a sickening pant. This was a sleepy rhythm. The blur of the street was darkening. The ache in his head had become heaven and earth. He knew if he didn't get help, he'd die. He stood up, blind. A hissing had filled his ears now, which all but blocked the din of traffic, mere yards from him. He stumbled forward. More blood streamed from his nose. Somebody help me. An anonymous voice filtered through the chaos in his head. The words it spoke were incomprehensible to him, but at least he was not alone. A hand was touching his chest. Another was holding his arm. The voice he'd heard was raised in panic. He wasn't sure if he made any reply to it. He wasn't even sure if he was standing up or falling down. What did it matter, anyway? Blind and deaf, he waited for some kind person to tell him he could die. They drew up in the street a short way from the Orpheus Hotel. Mamoulian got out and left the evangelists to bring Karis. She had begun to smell, he'd noted, that ripe smell he associated with menstruation. He strode on ahead, stepping through the rent fence and onto the no-man's land that surrounded the hotel. Desolation pleased him. The heaps of rubble, the piles of abandoned furniture. By the sickly light of the highway, the place had a glamour about it. If last rites were to be performed, what better place than here? The pilgrim had chosen well. "This is it?" said St. Chad, following on. "It is. Will you find a point of access for us?" "My pleasure. Only do it quietly, if you will." The young man skipped off across the pit-fraught ground, stopping only to select a piece of twisted metal from among the rubble to force an entry. "So resourceful, these Americans," Mamoulian mused, as he picked his way after Chad. "No wonder they ruled the world. Resourceful, but not subtle." At the front door, Chad was tearing the planks away without much regard for surprise attacks. "Can you hear?" he thought to the pilgrim. "Do you know I'm down here, so close to you at last?" He turned his cold eyes up to the top of the hotel. His belly was acid with anticipation. A film of sweat glossed his forehead and palms. "I'm like a nervous lover," he thought. So strange that the romance should end this way, without a sane observer to witness the final acts. Who would know once it was all over? Who would tell? Not the Americans. They would not survive the next few hours with the tatters of their sanity intact. Not Karis. She would not survive at all. There would be nobody to report the story, which for some buried reason he regretted. Was that what made him a European? To want to have his story told once more? Passed down the line to another eager listener who would in his time disregard its lesson and repeat his own suffering? Ah, how he loved tradition. The front door had been beaten open. St. Chad stood, grinning at his achievement, sweating in his tie and suit. "Lead the way," Mamoulian invited him. The eager youth went inside. European followed. Karis and St. Tom brought up the rear. Within, the smell was tantalizing. Associations were one of the curses of age. In this case, the perfume of carbonized wood and the sprawl of wreckage underfoot evoked a dozen cities he'd wandered in, but one, of course, in particular. Was that why Joseph had come to this spot? Because the scent of smoke and the climb up the creaking stairs woke memories of that room off Muranovsky Square? The thief's skills had been the equal of his own that night, hadn't they? There had been something blessed about the young man with the glittering eyes, the fox who'd shown so little awe, just sat down at the table, willing to risk his life in order to play. Mamoulian believed the pilgrim had forgotten Warsaw, as he'd grown from fortune to fortune, but this ascent up burned stairs was proof positive that he had not. They climbed in the dark, St. Chad going ahead to scout the way, and calling behind him that the banister was gone in this place, and a stair in that. Between the 4th and 5th stories, where the fire stopped, Mamoulian called a halt and waited until Karis and Tom caught up. When they had, he instructed that the girl be brought to him. It was lighter up here. Mamoulian could see a look of loss on the girl's tender face. He touched her, not liking the contact, but feeling it appropriate. "Your father is here," he told her. She didn't reply, nor did her features relinquish the look of grief. "Karis, are you listening?" She blinked. He assumed he was making some contact with her, if primitive. "I want you to speak to Papa, do you understand? I want you to tell him to open the door for me." Gently she shook her head. "Karis," he chided, "you know better than to refuse me." "He's dead," she said. "No," the European replied flatly. "He's up there, a few flights above us. I killed him." What delusion was this? "Who?" he asked sharply. "Killed who?" "Marty. He doesn't answer. I killed him." "Shush, shush." The cold fingers stroked her cheek. "Is he dead, then?" "So, he's dead. That's all that can be said." "I did it." "No, Karis, it wasn't you. It was something that had to be done. Don't concern yourself." He took her wan face in both hands. Often he had cradled her head when she was a child, proud that she was the pilgrim's fruit. In those embraces he had nurtured the powers she had grown up with, sensing that a time might come when he would need her. "Just open the door, Caris. Tell him you're here, and he'll open it for you." "I don't want to see him." "But I do. You'll be doing me a great service, and once it's over there'll be nothing to be afraid of ever again. I promise you that." She seemed to see some sense in this. "The door," he prompted. "Yes." He loosed her face, and she turned away from him to climb the stairs. In the deep pile comfort of his suite, his jazz playing on the portable hi-fi — he had personally lugged up 6 flights — Whitehead had heard nothing. He had all that he needed: drink, books, records, strawberries. A man might sit out the apocalypse up here, and be none the worse for it. He had even brought some pictures, the early Matisse from the study, reclining nude, Quai Saint-Michel, a Miro and a Francis Bacon. The last was a mistake. It was too morbidly suggestive, with its hints of flayed flesh. He'd turned it to the wall, but the Matisse was a joy even by candlelight. He was staring at it, never less than enchanted by its casual facility, when the knocking came. He stood up. It was many hours, he'd lost track of time, since Strauss had been here. Had he come again? Somewhat groggy with vodka, Whitehead lurched along the hall of the suite and listened at the door. "Papa?" It was Caris. He didn't answer her. It was suspicious, her being here. "It's me, Papa, it's me." "Are you there?" Her voice was so tentative. She sounded like a child again. Was it possible Strauss had taken him at his word and sent the girl to him? Or had she simply come back of her own accord, the way Evangeline had after cross words? Yes, that was it. She'd come because, like her mother, she couldn't help but come. He began to unlock the door, fingers awkward in anticipation. "Papa?" At last he got the best of the key and the handle and opened the door. She wasn't there. Nobody was there. Or so he thought at first. But even as he stepped back into the hall of the suite, the door was thrown wide, and he was flung against the wall by a youth whose hands seized him at neck and groin and pinned him flat. He dropped the vodka bottle he was carrying and threw up his hands to signify his surrender. When he'd shaken the assault from his head, he looked over the youth's shoulder, and his bleary eyes came to rest on the man who had followed the youth in. Quietly, and quite without warning, he began to cry. They left Caris in the dressing-room beside the master bedroom of the suite. It was empty, but for a fitted wardrobe and a pile of curtains which had been removed from the windows and then forgotten. She made a nest in their musty folds and lay down. A single thought circled in her head. "I killed him." She had felt his resistance to her investigation, felt the tension building in him, and then nothing. The suite, which occupied a quarter of the top story, boasted 2 views. One was of the highway, a garish ribbon of headlights. The other, that let on to the east side of the hotel, was gloomier. The small dressing-room window faced this second view, a stretch of wasteland, then the fence and the city beyond it. But from her position lying on the floor, all of that was out of sight. All she could see was a sky field, across which the blinking lights of a jet crept. She watched its circling descent, thinking Marty's name. "Marty." They were lifting him into an ambulance. He still felt sick to the pit of his stomach, with the roller coaster he'd been on. He didn't want consciousness, because with it came the nausea. The hissing had gone from his ears, however, and his sight was intact. "What happened? Hit and run?" somebody asked him. "He just fell down," a witness replied. "I saw him. Fell down in the middle of the pavement. I was just coming out of the newsagent's when I—" "Marty." And there he was. "Marty." His name was sounding in his head, clear as a spring morning bell. There was a renewed trickle of blood from his nose, but no pain this time. He raised his hand to his face to stem the flow, but a hand was already there, staunching and wiping. "You'll be all right," a man's voice said. Somehow Marty felt this to be indisputably true, though it was nothing to do with this man's ministrations. The pain had gone, and the fear had gone with it. It was Karis speaking in his head. It had been all along. Now some wall in him had been breached, forcibly perhaps, and painfully, but the worst was over, and she was thinking his name in her head, and he was catching her thought like a lobbed tennis ball. His previous doubts seemed naive. It was a simple act, this thought-catching, once you had the knack of it. She felt him wake to her. For several seconds she lay on her curtained bed while the jet winked across the window, not quite daring to believe what her instincts were telling her. That he was hearing her, that he was alive. "Marty?" she thought. This time, instead of the word getting lost in the dark between his mind and hers, it went unerringly home, welcomed into his cortex. He didn't have the skill to frame an answer, but that was academic at this point. As long as he could hear and understand, he could come. The hotel, she thought. "Do you understand, Marty? I'm with the European at a hotel." She tried to remember the name she'd glimpsed over the door. Orpheus, that was it. She had no address, but she did her best to picture the building for him, in the hope that he could make sense of her impressionist directions. He sat up in the ambulance. "Don't worry, the car will be taken care of," the attendant said, pressing a hand on his shoulder to get him to lie back down. They'd wrapped a scarlet blanket across him. "Red, so the blood doesn't show," he registered as he threw it off. "You can't get up," the attendant told him. "You're in bad shape." "I'm fine," Marty insisted, pushing the solicitous hand away. "You've been wonderful, but I've got a prior engagement." The driver was closing the double doors at the back of the ambulance. Through the narrowing gap, Marty could see a ring of professional bystanders straining to catch a final look at the spectacle. He made a dive for the doors. The spectators were disgruntled to see Lazarus risen, and worse, to see him smiling like a loon as he emerged, apologizing from the back of the vehicle. Didn't the man have any sense of occasion? "I'm fine," he told the driver as he backed off through the crowd. "Must have been something I ate." The driver stared at him, uncomprehending. "You bloody," he managed to mutter. "Never felt better," Marty replied, and in a way, despite the exhaustion in his bones, it was true. She was here in his head, and there was still time to make things right if he hurried. The Citroën was a few yards down the road. Splashes of his blood painted the pavement beside it. The keys were still in the ignition. "Wait for me, babe," he said, and started back toward the Pandemonium Hotel. 69. It was not the first time Sharon had been locked out of her house while her mother entertained a man the young girl had never seen before and would, on past form, never see again. But tonight the expulsion was particularly unwelcome. She felt a summer cold coming on, and she wanted to be in the house in front of the television instead of out in the street after dark, vainly trying to devise new skipping games for herself. She wandered down the street, beginning a solitary game of hopscotch, then abandoning it on the 5th square. She was just outside number 82. It was a house her mother had warned her to keep clear of. A family of Asians lived on the ground floor, sleeping 12 to a bed, or so Mrs. Lennox had told Sharon's mother, in conditions of criminal squalor. But despite its reputation, number 82 had been a disappointment all summer. Until today. Today Sharon had seen peculiar comings and goings at the house. Some people had arrived in a big car and taken a sick-looking woman away with them. And now, as she idled at the hopscotch game, there was somebody at one of the middle-floor windows, a big, shadowy figure, and he was beckoning to her. Sharon was 10. It would be a year before her first period, and though she had an inkling of the matter between men and women from her half-sister, she thought it a ridiculous palaver. The boys who played football in the street were foul-mouthed, grubby creatures. She could scarcely imagine ever pining for their affections. But the alluring figure at the window was a male, and it found something in Sharon. It turned over a rock. Beneath were the first stirrings of lives that weren't quite ready for the sun. They wriggled. They made her thin legs itch. It was to stop that itch that she disobeyed every prohibition on number 82 and slipped into the house when next the front door was opened, and up to where she knew the stranger to be. "Hello?" she said, standing on the landing outside the room. "You can come in," the man said. Sharon had never smelled death before, but she knew it instinctively. Introductions were superfluous. She stood in the doorway and peered at the man. She could still run if she wanted to, she knew that too. She was made yet safer by the fact that he was tied to the bed. This she could see, though the room was dark. Her inquisitive mind found nothing odd in this. Adults played games the way children did. "Put on the light," the man suggested. She reached up for the switch beside the door and turned it on. The weak bulb lit the prisoner strangely. By it he looked sicker than anybody Sharon had ever set eyes on. He had obviously dragged the bed across the room to the window, and in so doing the ropes that tied him had bitten into his gray skin, so that shiny brown fluids, not quite like blood, covered his hands and trousers and spattered the floor at his feet. Black blotches made his face, which was also shiny, piebald. "Hello," he said. His voice was warped, as though he was speaking out of a cheap radio. Its weirdness amused her. "Hello," she said back. He gave her a lopsided grin, and the bulb caught the wetness of his eyes, which were so deep in his head she could scarcely make them out. But when they moved, as they did now, the skin around them fluttered. "I'm sorry to call you away from your games," he said. She dawdled in the door, not quite certain whether to go or stay. "I shouldn't really be here," she teased. "Oh," he said, rolling his eyes up until all the whites showed. "Please don't go." She thought he looked comical with his jacket all stained and his eyes rolling. "If Marilyn found out I'd been here—" "Your sister, is that?" "My mother. She'd hit me." The man looked doleful. "She shouldn't do that," he said. "Well, she does." "That's shameful," he replied mournfully. "Oh, she won't find out," Sharon reassured him. The man was more distressed by her talk of a beating than she'd intended. "Nobody knows I'm here." "Good," he said. "I wouldn't want any harm to come to you on my account." "Why are you all tied up?" she inquired. "Is it a game?" "Yes, that's all it is." "Tell me, what's your name?" "Sharon." "You're quite right, Sharon. It's a game. Only I don't want to play any more. It's started to hurt me. You can see." He raised his hands as far as he could to show how the bindings bit. A diet of flies, disrupted from their laying, buzzed about his head. "Are you any good at untying knots?" he asked her. "Not very." "Could you try? For me?" "Suppose so," she said. "Only I'm feeling very tired. Come in, Sharon. Close the door." She did as she was told. There was no threat here, just a mystery, or two, maybe, death and men, and she wanted to know more. Besides, the man was ill. He could do her no harm in his present condition. The closer she got to him, the worse he looked. His skin was blistering, and there were beads of something like black oil dotting his face. Beneath the smell of his perfume, which was strong, there was something bitter. She didn't want to touch him, sorry as she felt for him. "Please," he said, proffering his bound hands. The flies roved around, irritated. There were lots of them, and they were all interested in him, in his eyes, in his ears. "I should get a doctor," she said. "You're not well." "No time for that," he insisted. "Just untie me, then I'll find a doctor myself, and nobody need know you've been up here." She nodded, seeing the logic of this, and approached him through the cloud of flies to untie the restraints. Her fingers were not strong, her nails bitten to the quick, but she worked at the knots with determination, a charming frown flawing the perfect plane of her brow as she labored. Her efforts were hampered by the flow of yolky fluid from his broken flesh, which gummed up everything. Once in a while she'd turn her hazel eyes up to him. He wondered whether she could see degeneration occurring in front of her. If she could, she was too engrossed in the challenge of the knots to leave. Either that, or she was willingly unleashing him, aware of the power she wielded in so doing. Only once did she show any sign of anxiety, when something in his chest seemed to fail, a piece of internal machinery, slipping into a lake around his bowels. He coughed and exhaled a breath that made sewerage smell like primroses. She turned her head away and pulled a face. He apologized politely, and she asked him not to do it again, then went back to the problem at hand. He waited patiently, knowing that any attempt to hurry her along would only spoil her concentration. But in time she got the measure of the riddle, and the binding began to loosen. His flesh, which was now the consistency of softened soap, skidded off the bone of his wrists as he pulled his hands free. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you. You've been very kind." He bent to untie the ropes at his feet, his breath, or what passed for it, a gritty rattle in his chest. "I'll go now," she said. "Not yet, Sharon," he replied. Speaking was drudgery now. "Please don't go yet." "But I have to be home." The razor-eater looked at her creamy face. She looked so fragile standing under the light. She had withdrawn from his immediate vicinity once the knots were untied, as though the initial trepidation had begun again. He tried to smile, to reassure her that all was well, but his face wouldn't obey. The fat and muscle just drooped on his skull. His lips felt inept. Words, he knew, were close to failing him. It would have to be signs from now on. He was moving into a purer world, one of symbols, of ritual, a world where razor-eaters truly belonged. His feet were free. In a matter of moments he could be across the room to where she stood. Even if she turned and ran, he could catch her. No one to see or hear. And even if there were, what could they punish him with? He was a dead man. He crossed the room toward her. The little living thing stood in his shadow and made not the least effort to escape him. Had she, too, calculated her chances and seen the futility of a chase? No. She was simply trusting. He put out a sordid hand to stroke her head. She blinked and held her breath at his proximity, but made no attempt to evade the contact. He longed for touch in his fingers so as to feel her gloss. She was so perfect. What a blessing it would be to put a piece of her in him, to show as proof of love at the gates of paradise. But her look was enough. He would take that with him, and count himself content, just the somber sweetness of her as a token, like coins in his eyes to pay his passage with. "Goodbye," he said, and walked, his gait uneven, to the door. She went ahead of him and opened the door, then led him down the stairs. A child was crying in one of the adjacent rooms, the whooping wail of a baby that knows no one will come. On the front step Breer thanked Sharon again, and they parted. He watched her run off home. For his part, he was not certain, at least not consciously, of where he was going to go now, or why. But once down the steps and onto the pavement, his legs took him in a direction he had never been before, and he didn't become lost, though he soon made his way into unfamiliar territory. Somebody called him, and his machete and his blurred gray face. He went as quickly as anatomy allowed, like a man summoned by history. 70. Whitehead was not afraid to die. He was only afraid that in dying he might discover that he had not lived enough. That had been his concern as he faced Mamoulian in the hallway of the penthouse suite, and it still tormented him as they sat in the lounge, with the buzz of the highway at their backs. "No more running, Joe," Mamoulian said. Whitehead said nothing. He collected a large bowl of Halifax's prime strawberries from the corner of the room, then returned to his chair. Running his expert fingers across the fruit in the bowl, he selected a particularly appetizing strawberry and began to nibble at it. The European watched him, betraying no clue to his thoughts. The chase was done with. Now, before the end, he hoped they'd be able to talk over old times for a while, but he didn't know where to begin. "Tell me," Whitehead said, seeking the meat of the fruit right up to the hull, Did you bring a pack with you?" Mamoulian stared at him. "Cards, not dogs," the old man quipped. "Of course," the European answered. "Always. And do these fine boys play?" He gestured to Chad and Tom, who stood by the window. "We came for the deluge," Chad said. A frown nicked the old man's brow. "What have you been telling them?" he asked the European. "It's all their own doing," Mamoulian replied. "The world's coming to an end," Chad said, combing his hair with obsessive care and staring out at the highway, his back to the two old men. "Didn't you know?" "Is that so?" said Whitehead. "The unrighteous will be swept away." The old man put down his bowl of strawberries. "And who will judge?" he asked. Chad let his coiffure be. "God in heaven," he said. "Can't we play for it?" Whitehead responded. Chad turned to look at the questioner, puzzled, but the inquiry was not for him, but for the European. "No," Mamoulian replied. "For old time's sake," Whitehead pressed. "Just a game." "Your gamesmanship would impress me, Pilgrim, if it weren't so obviously a delaying tactic. You won't play, then?" Mamoulian's eyes flickered. He almost smiled as he said, "Yes, of course I'll play. There's a table next door in the bedroom. Do you want to send one of your bum boys through to fetch it?" "Not bum boys." "Too old for that, are you?" "God-fearing men, both of them, which is more than can be said of you." "That was always my problem," Whitehead said, conceding the barb with a grin. This was like the old days, the exchange of ironies, the sweet-sour repartee, the knowledge, shared every moment they were together, that the words disguised a depth of feeling that would shame a poet. "Would you fetch the table?" Mamoulian asked Chad. He didn't move. He had become too interested in the struggle of wills between these two men. Much of its significance was lost on him, but the tension in the room was unmistakable. Something awesome was on the horizon, maybe a wave, maybe not. "You go," he told Tom. He was unwilling to take his eyes off the combatants for a single instant. Tom, happy to have something to take his mind off his doubts, obliged. Chad loosened the knot of his tie, which was for him tantamount to nakedness. He grinned flawlessly at Mamoulian. "You're going to kill him, right?" he said. "What do you think?" the European replied. "What is he? The Antichrist?" Whitehead gurgled with pleasure at the absurdity of this idea. "You've been telling," he chided the European. "Is that what he is?" Chad urged. "Tell me. I can take the truth." "I'm worse than that, boy," Whitehead said. "Worse?" "Want a strawberry?" Whitehead picked up the bowl and proffered the fruit. Chad cast a sideways glance at Mamoulian. "He hasn't poisoned them," the European reassured him. "They're fresh. Take them. Go next door and leave us in peace." Tom had returned with a small bedside table. He set it down in the middle of the room. "If you go into the bathroom," Whitehead said, "you'll find a plentiful supply of spirits, mostly vodka, a little cognac, too, I think." "We don't drink," Tom said. "Make an exception," Whitehead replied. "Why not?" said Chad, his mouth bulging with strawberries. There was juice on his chin. "Why the fuck not? It's the end of the world, right?" "Right," said Whitehead, nodding. "Now you go away and eat and drink and play with each other." Tom stared at Whitehead, who returned a mock-contrite look. "I'm sorry. Aren't you allowed to masturbate either?" Tom made a noise of disgust and left the room. "Your colleague's unhappy," Whitehead said to Chad. "Go on. Take the rest of the fruit. Tempt him." Chad wasn't certain if he was being mocked or not, but he took the bowl and followed Tom to the door. "You're going to die," he said to Whitehead as a parting shot. Then he closed the door on the two men. Mamoulian had laid a pack of cards on the table. This wasn't the pornographic pack. He'd had that destroyed at Caliban Street, along with his few books. The cards on the table were older than the other pack by many centuries. Their faces were hand-colored, the illustrations for the court cards crudely rendered. "Must I?" Whitehead asked, picking up on Chad's closing remark. "Must you what?" "Die." "Please, Pilgrim. Joseph. Call me Joseph, the way you used to. Spare us both." "I want to live." "Of course you do." "What happened between us? It didn't harm you, did it?" Mamoulian offered the cards for Whitehead to shuffle and cut. When the offer was ignored, he did the job himself, manipulating the cards with his one good hand. "Well, did it?" "No," the European replied. "No, not really." "Well, then, why harm me?" "You misunderstood my motives, Pilgrim. I haven't come here for revenge." "Why, then?" Mamoulian started to deal the cards for chemin de fer. "To finish our bargain, of course. Is that so difficult to grasp?" "I made no bargain." "You cheated me, Joseph, of a lot of living. You threw me away when I was no longer of any use to you, and let me rot. I forgive you all that. It's in the past. But death, Joseph," he finished the shuffling, "that's in the future, the near future, and I will not be alone when I go into it. I've made my apologies. If you want acts of contrition, name them." "Nothing." "You want my balls, my eyes? Take them." "Play the game, Pilgrim." Whitehead stood up. "I don't want to play." "But you asked." Whitehead stared down at the cards laid out on the inlaid table. "That's how you got me here," he said quietly. "That fucking game." "Sit down, Pilgrim." "Made me suffer the torments of the damned." "Have I?" Mamoulian said, concern lacing his voice. "Have you really suffered? If you have, I'm truly sorry. The point of temptation is surely that some of the goods be worth the price." "Are you the devil?" "You know I'm not," Mamoulian said, pained by this new melodrama. "Every man is his own Mephistopheles, don't you think? If I hadn't come along, you'd have made a bargain with some other power, and you would have had your fortune, and your women, and your strawberries. All those torments I've made you suffer." Whitehead listened to the fluting voice lay these ironies out. Of course he hadn't suffered. He'd lived a life of delights. Mamoulian read the thought off his face. "If I'd really wanted you to suffer," he said, snail-slow, "I could have had that dubious satisfaction many years ago, and you know it." Whitehead nodded. The candle, which the European now lifted onto the table beside the dealt cards, guttered. "What I want from you is something far more permanent than suffering," Mamoulian said. "Now play. My fingers are itching." 71. Marty got out of the car and stood for several seconds looking up at the looming bulk of the Hotel Pandemonium. It was not completely in darkness. A light, albeit frail, glimmered in one of the penthouse windows. He began, for a second time today, across the wasteland, his body shaking. Karis had made no contact with him since he had started on his journey here. He didn't question her silence. There were too many plausible reasons for it, none of them pleasant. As he approached, he could see that the front door of the hotel had been forced. At least he'd be able to enter by a direct route instead of clambering up the fire escape. He stepped over the litter of planks and through the grandiose doorway into the foyer, halting to accustom his eyes to the darkness before he began a cautious ascent of the burned stairs. In the gloom, every sound he made was like gunfire at a funeral, shockingly loud. Try as he might to hush his tread, the stairway hid too many obstacles for complete silence. Every step he took, he was certain the European was hearing, was readying himself to breathe a killing emptiness onto him. Once he reached the spot he'd entered from the fire escape, the going got easier. It was only as he advanced into the carpeted regions he realized, the thought brought a smile to his lips, that he'd come without either a weapon or a plan, however primitive, of how he was to snatch Karis. All he could hope was that she was no longer an important item on the European's agenda, that she might be overlooked for a few vital moments. As he stepped onto the final staircase, he caught sight of himself in one of the hall mirrors, thin, unshaven, his face still bearing traces of bloodstains, his shirt dark with blood. He looked like a lunatic. The image reflecting so accurately the way he'd pictured himself, desperate, barbarous, gave him courage. He and his reflection agreed. He was out of his mind. For only the second time in their long association, they sat facing each other over the tiny table and played chemin de fer. The game was uneventful. They were, it seemed, more evenly matched than they'd been in Muranovsky Square 40-odd years before. And as they played, they talked. The talk, too, was calm and undramatic. Of Evangeline, of how the market had fallen of late, of America, even, as the game progressed, of Warsaw. "Have you ever been back?" Whitehead asked. The European shook his head. "It's terrible what they did." "The Germans?" "The city planners." They played on. The cards were shuffled and dealt again, shuffled and dealt. The breeze of their motions made the candle flame flicker. The game went one way, then the other. The conversation faltered and began again, chatty, almost banal. It was as though in these last minutes together, when they had so much to say, they could say nothing of the least significance, for fear it opened the floodgates. Only once did the chat show its true colors, escalating from a simple remark to metaphysics in mere seconds. "I think you're cheating," the European observed lightly. "You'd know if I was. All the tricks I use are yours." "Oh, come now. It's true. Everything I learned about cheating I learned from you." The European looked almost flattered. "Even now," Whitehead said. "Even now what?" "You're still cheating, aren't you? You shouldn't be alive, not at your age. It's true. You look the way you did in Warsaw, give or take a scar. What age are you? 100? 150? Older. And what's it done for you? You're more afraid than I am. You need someone to hold your hand while you die. And you chose me. Together we might never have died." "Oh? We might have founded worlds." "I doubt it." Mamoulian sighed. "It was all appetite, then, from the beginning." "Most of it." "You never cared to make sense of it all?" "Sense? There's no sense to be made. You told me that, the first lesson. It's all chance." The European threw down his cards, having lost the hand. "Yes," he said. "Another game?" Whitehead offered. "Just one more. Then we really must be going." At the head of the stairs, Marty halted. The door of Whitehead's suite was slightly ajar. He had no idea of the geography of the rooms beyond. The two suites he'd investigated on this floor had been totally different, and he could not predict the layout of this one from theirs. He thought back to his earlier conversation with Whitehead. When it was over, he'd had the distinct impression that the old man had walked quite a distance before an interior door had closed to bring an end to the exchange. A long hallway, then, possibly offering some hiding places. It was no use hesitating. Standing there juggling his odds only worsened the nervous anticipation he felt. He must act. At the door itself he halted again. There was a murmur of voices from inside, but muffled, as if the speakers were beyond closed doors. He put his fingers on the door of the suite and pushed gently. It swung open a few more inches, and he peered inside. There was, as he'd guessed, an empty corridor leading into the suite itself. Off it, 4 doors. 3 were closed, 1 ajar. From behind one of the closed doors came the voices he'd heard. He concentrated, trying to pick some sense from the murmur, but he failed to catch more than an odd word. He recognized the speakers, however. One was Whitehead, the other Mamoulian, and the tone of the exchange was apparent, too. Gentlemanly, civilized. Not for the first time he longed to possess the ability to go to Karis the way that she had come to him, to seek out her location with mind alone, and to debate the best means of escape. As it was, all, as ever, was chance. He advanced along the hallway to the first closed door, and surreptitiously opened it. Though the lock made some noise, the voices in the far room murmured on, unalerted to his presence. The room he peered into was a cloakroom, no more. He closed the door and advanced a few more yards down the carpeted corridor. Through the open door he could hear movement, and the clink of glass. A candle shadow, thrown by someone inside, flitted across the wall. He stood absolutely still, reluctant to retreat a foot now that he'd got so far. Voices drifted from the adjacent room. "Shit, Chad," the speaker sounded almost fearful. "What the fuck are we doing here? I can't think properly." The objection was met with laughter. "You don't need to think. We're on God's work here, Tommy. Drink up." "Something terrible's going to happen," Tom said. "Sure as shit," Chad replied. "Why do you think we're here? Now drink." Marty had rapidly worked out the identity of this pair. They were here on God's work, including murder. He had seen them buying ice creams in the afternoon sun, with their bloody knives safely pocketed. Fear overrode the urge to revenge, however. He had little enough chance of getting out of here alive as it was. There was one last door to be investigated, directly opposite the room occupied by the young Americans. In order to check it, he would have to cross in front of the open door. The lazy voice began again. "You look like you want to puke." "Why don't you let me alone?" the other replied. He seemed, or was this just wishful thinking, to be moving away. Then came the unmistakable sound of retching. Marty held his breath. Would the other youth go to his companion's aid? He prayed so. "You okay, Tommy?" The voice changed timbre as the speaker moved. Yes, he was walking away from the door. Taking Chance by the throat, Marty stepped smartly off from the wall, opened the final door, closing it behind him. The room he had entered was not large, but it was dark. By the little light there was, he could see a figure lying curled up on the floor. It was Karis. She was sleeping. Her even exhalations marked a gentle rhythm. He went to where she lay. How to wake her? That was the problem. Next door, one wall away, was the European. If she made the slightest sound as he roused her, he would surely hear. And if he didn't, the Americans would. He went down on his haunches and gently laid his hand over her mouth, then shook her shoulder. She seemed resistant to waking. She frowned in her sleep and muttered some complaint. He bent closer to her and risked hissing her name urgently into her ear. That did the trick. Her eyes sprang open, wide as an astonished child's. Her mouth formed a cry against his palm. Recognition came the instant before she gave voice. He removed his hand. There was no welcoming smile. Her face was pallid and grim, but she touched his lips with her fingertips in welcome. He stood up, offering her a hand. Next door, a row had suddenly erupted. The mellow voices were raised in mutual accusation. Furniture was being overturned. Mamoulian shouted for Chad. In answer, there came the thud of feet from the bathroom. Damn! There was no time for tactical thinking. They'd have to make a break for it and take what the moment offered, good or bad. He pulled Karis to her feet and crossed to the door. As he turned the handle, he glanced over his shoulder to check that Karis was still following him. But disaster had registered on her face. He turned back to the door, and the reason? St. Thomas, his chin shiny with vomit, was standing directly outside the door. He was apparently as startled to see Marty as the other way round. Using his hesitation, Marty stepped into the hallway and pushed Tom in the chest. The American fell back, the word Chad escaping his lips as he stumbled through the open door opposite, knocking over a bowl of strawberries as he did so. The fruit rolled underfoot. Marty ducked around the dressing-room door and out into the hall, but the American recovered his balance with speed and reached out to snatch the back of his shirt. The attempt was sufficient to slow Marty down, and as he turned to beat the arresting hand away, he saw the second American emerging from the room the old men were in. There was a frightening serenity in the youth's eyes as he closed in on Marty. "Run!" was all he could shout to Karis. But the blonde god stopped her as she slipped out into the corridor, pushing her back the way she'd come with a breathed "No," before continuing on his way toward Marty. "Hold her," he told his companion as he took over the hold on Marty. Tom stepped out of sight after Karras, and there was a noise of struggle, but Marty had little time to analyze it, as Chad doubled him up with a blow to the stomach. Marty, too confused by the sudden rush of action to prepare for the pain, groaned and fell back against the front door of the suite, slamming it. The blond boy followed him down the corridor, and through tear-bleared eyes, Marty just caught sight of the next blow before it landed. He didn't see the third or fourth. There was no time between the punches and kicks to stand upright or catch a breath. The corn-fed body pummeling him was lithe and strong, more than Marty's equal. Vainly he flailed against the tattoo. He was so damned tired and sick. His nose began to bleed again, and still the serene eyes fixed him as the fists beat his body black. So calm, those eyes, they could have been at prayer. But it was Marty who was falling to his knees. Marty, whose head was dragged back in enforced adulation as the blond boy spat on him. Marty who said, "Help me," or some bruised corruption of those words, as he collapsed. Mamolian stepped out of the gaming room, leaving the pilgrim to his tears. He'd done as the old man had asked. They'd played a game or two for old time's sake. But now the indulgence was over. And what was this chaos in the hall, the tangle of limbs at the front door, blood spattered on the wall? Ah, it was Strauss. Somehow the European had expected a late arrival at the celebrations. Who it was to be he hadn't foreseen. He stalked the corridor to see what damage had been done, looking down at the disfigured, spittle-laced face with a sigh. St. Chad, his fists bloody, was sweating a little. The scent off the young lion was sweet. "He was almost away," the saint said. "Indeed," the European replied, gesturing for the youth to give him room. From his collapsed position on the hall floor, Marty gazed up at the last European. The air between them seemed to be itching. Marty waited. Surely the killing stroke would follow quickly. But there was nothing, except the gaze from those non-committal eyes. Even in his broken state, Marty could see the tragedy written in the mask of Mamolian's face. It no longer terrified him, simply fascinated. This man was the source of the nullity he had barely survived in Caliban Street. Was there not a ghost of that gray air lurking in his sockets now, seeping from his nostrils and mouth, as though a fire smoldered in his cranium? In the room where he and the European had played cards, Whitehead moved stealthily across to the pillow of his makeshift bed. Events in the hall had shifted the focus for a useful moment. He slipped his hand beneath the pillow and drew out the gun hidden there, then crept through into the adjoining dressing-room and slipped out of sight behind the wardrobe. From that position he could see St. Tom and Karras standing in the hallway, watching events at the front door. Both were too intent on the gladiators to notice in the darkened room. "Is he dead?" Tom asked from a distance. "Who knows?" Whitehead heard Mamolian reply. "Put him in the bathroom, out of the way." Whitehead watched as Strauss' inert bulk was hauled past the door and into the room opposite, to be dumped in the bathroom. Mamolian approached Karras. "You brought him here," he said simply. She didn't reply. Whitehead's gun hand itched. From where he was standing, Mamolian made an easy target, except that Karras stood in the way. Would a bullet fired at her back pass through her and into the European? The thought, though appalling, had to be contemplated. Survival was at issue here. But the moment's hesitation had snatched his chance. The European was escorting Karras toward the gaming room, and out of shot. No matter. It left the coast clear. He slipped out of hiding and darted to the dressing-room door. As he stepped into the corridor, he heard Mamolian say, "Joseph?" Whitehead ran the few yards to the front door. Knowing the chance of escape without violence was gossamer thin, he grabbed the handle and turned it. "Joseph," said the voice behind him. Whitehead's hand froze as he felt invisible fingers plucking at the nape of his neck. He ignored the pressure and forced the handle around. It slid in his sweaty palm. The thought that breathed at his neck pressed around his axis vertebra, the threat unmistakable. Well, then, he thought, the choice is out of my hands. He released the door handle and turned fully around to face the card player. He was standing at the end of the corridor, which seemed to be darkening, becoming a tunnel extruded from Mamoulian's eyes. Such potent illusions. But simply that. Illusions. He could resist them long enough to bring their forger down. Whitehead raised the gun and pointed it at the European. Without giving the card player another moment to confound him, he fired. The first shot hit Mamoulian's chest, the second his stomach. Perplexity crossed the European's face. Blood spread from the wounds across his shirt. He did not fall, however. Instead, in a voice so even it was as if the shots had not been fired, he said, "Do you want to go outside, Pilgrim?" Behind Whitehead, the door handle had started to rattle. "Is that what you want?" Mamoulian demanded. "To go outside?" "Yes." "Then go." Whitehead stepped away from the door. As it was flung open with such venom, the handle impaled itself in the corridor wall. The old man turned away from Mamoulian to make good his escape, but before he could take a step, the light in the corridor was sucked away into the pitch darkness beyond the door, and to his horror, Whitehead realized that the hotel had disappeared from beyond the threshold. There were no carpets and mirrors out there, no stairs winding down to the outside world, only a wilderness he'd walked in half a life ago, a square, a sky shot with trembling stars. "Go out," the European invited him. "It's been waiting for you all these years. Go on. Go." The floor beneath Whitehead's feet seemed to have become slick. He felt himself sliding toward the past. His face was washed by the open air as it glided into the hallway to meet him. It smelled of spring, of the Vistula, which roared to the sea 10 minutes' walk from here. It smelled of blossom, too. Of course it smelled of blossom. What he'd mistaken for stars were petals, white petals lifted by the breeze and gusted toward him. The sight of the petals was too persuasive to be ignored. He let them lead him back into this glorious night, when for a few shimmering hours the whole world had promised to be his for the taking. Even as he conceded his senses to the night, the tree appeared, as phenomenal as he'd so often dreamed it, its white head shaking slightly. Somebody lurked in the shade beneath its laden branches. Their smallest movement caused a new cascade. His entranced reason made one final snatch at the reality of the hotel, and he reached to touch the door of the suite, but his hand missed it in the darkness. There was no time to look again. The obscured watcher was emerging from the cover of the branches. Déjà vu suffused Whitehead, except that the first time he'd been here there had been only a glimpse of the man beneath the tree. This time the reluctant sentinel broke cover. Smiling a welcome, Lieutenant Konstantin Vasilyev showed his burned face to the man who had come visiting from the future. Tonight the lieutenant would not shamble off for a rendezvous with a dead woman. Tonight he would embrace the thief, who had grown furrowed and bearded, but whose presence here he'd awaited a lifetime. "We thought you'd never come," Vasilyev said. He pushed a branch aside and stepped fully into the dead light of this fantastical night. He was proud to show himself, though his hair was entirely burned off, his face black and red, his body full of holes. His trousers were open, his member erect. Perhaps, later, they would go to his mistress together, he and the thief. Drink vodka like old friends. He grinned at Whitehead. "I told them you'd come eventually. I knew you would, to see us again." Whitehead raised the gun he still had in his hand and fired at the lieutenant. The illusion was not interrupted by this violence, however, merely reinforced. Shouts, in Russian, echoed from beyond the square. "Now look what you've done," Vasilyev said. "Now the soldiers will come." The thief recognized his error. He had never used a gun after a curfew. It was an invitation to arrest. He heard booted feet running close by. "We must hurry," the lieutenant insisted, casually spitting out the bullet, which he had caught between his teeth. "I'm not going with you," Whitehead said. "But we've waited so long," Vasilyev replied, and shook the branch to cue the next act. The tree raised its limbs like a bride, shrugging off its trousseau of blossom. Within moments the air was thick with a blizzard of petals. As they settled, spilling their radiance onto the ground, the thief began to pick out the familiar faces that waited beneath the branches. People who, down the years, had come to this wasteland, to this tree, and gathered under it with Vasilyev, to rot and weep. Evangeline was among them. The wounds that had been so tastefully concealed, as she'd lain in her coffin, now freely displayed. She did not smile, but she stretched her arms out to embrace him, her mouth forming his name, Jojo, as she stepped forward. Bill Toy was behind her, in evening dress, as if for the academy. His ears bled. Beside him, her face opened from lip to brow, was a woman in a nightgown. There were others, too, some of whom he recognized, many of whom he didn't. The woman who'd led him to the card-player was there, bare-breasted, as he remembered her. Her smile was as distressing as ever. There were soldiers, too, others who'd lost to Mamoulian like Vasilyev. One wore a skirt in addition to his bullet holes. From under its folds a snout appeared. Saul, his carcass ravaged, sniffed his old master and growled. "See how long we've waited," Vasilyev said. The lost faces were all looking at Whitehead, their mouths open. No sound emerged. "I can't help you." "We want to cease," the lieutenant said. "Go, then." "Not without you. We won't die without you." Finally the thief understood. This place, which he'd glimpsed in the sauna at the sanctuary, existed within the European. These ghosts were creatures he'd devoured. Evangeline, even she. They waited, the tattered remains of them, in this no-man's land between flesh and death, until Mamoulian sickened of existence and lay down and perished. Then they, too, presumably, would have their liberty. Until then their faces would make that soundless O at him, a melancholy appeal. The thief shook his head. "No," he said. He would not give up his breath. Not for an orchard of trees, not for a nation of despairing faces. He turned his back on Muranovsky Square, and its plaintive ghosts. The soldiers were shouting nearby. Soon they would arrive. He looked back toward the hotel. The penthouse corridor was still there, across the doorstep of a bombed house, a surreal juxtaposition of ruin and luxury. He crossed the rubble toward it, ignoring the soldiers' orders for him to halt. Vasilyev's cries were loudest, however. "Bastard!" he screeched. The thief blocked his curses and stepped out of the square and back into the heat of the hallway, raising his gun as he did so. "Old news," he said. "You don't scare me with it." Mamoulian was still standing at the other end of the corridor. The minutes the thief had spent in the square had not elapsed here. "I'm not afraid," Whitehead shouted. "You hear me, you soulless bastard? I'm not afraid." He fired again, this time at the European's head. The shot hit his cheek. Blood came. Before Whitehead could fire again, Mamoulian retaliated. "There are no limits," he said, his voice trembling, "to what I shall do." His thought caught the thief by the throat and twisted. The old man's limbs convulsed. The gun flew out of his hand. His bladder and bowels failed him. Behind him, in the square, the ghosts began to applaud. The tree shook itself with such vehemence that the few blossoms it still carried were swept into the air. Some of them flew toward the door, melting on the threshold of past and present like snowflakes. Whitehead fell against the wall. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Evangeline, spitting blood at him. He began to slide down the wall. His body jangled as if in the throes of a grand mal. He let out one word through his rattling jaws. He said, "No!" On the bathroom floor, Marty heard the denial howled out. He tried to stir himself, but his consciousness was sluggish, and his beaten body ached from scalp to skin. Taking hold of the bath, he hoisted himself to his knees. He'd clearly been forgotten. His part in the proceedings was purely comic relief. He tried to stand,
but his lower limbs were traitorous. They buckled beneath him, and he fell again, feeling every bruise on impact. In the hallway, Whitehead had sunk down onto his haunches, mouth gaga. The European moved in for the coup de grace, but Karis interrupted. "Leave him," she said. Distracted, Mamoulian turned toward her. The blood on his cheek had traced a single line to his jaw. "You too," he murmured. "No limits." Karis backed off into the gaming room. The candle on the table had begun to flare. Energy was loose in the suite, and the spitting flame was fat and white on it. The European looked at Karis with hunger in his eyes. There was an appetite on him, an instinctive response to his blood loss, and all he could see in her was nourishment. Like the thief, hungry for another strawberry, though his belly was full enough. "I know what you are," Karis said, deflecting his gaze. From the bathroom, Marty heard her ploy. Stupid, he thought, to tell him that. "I know what you did." The European's eyes widened, smoky. "You're nobody," the girl started to say. "You're just a soldier who met a monk and strangled him in his sleep. What have you got to be so proud of?" Her fury beat against his face. "You're nobody, and nothing." He reached to catch hold of her. She dodged him around the card table once, but he threw it over, the pack scattering, and caught her. His hold felt like a vast leech on her arm, taking blood from her and giving only the void, only purposeless dark. He was the architect of her dreams again. "God help me," she breathed. Her senses crumbled and grayness streamed in to take their place. He pulled her out of her body with one insolent wrench and took her into him, dropping her husk to the floor beside the overturned table. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and looked up at the evangelists. They were standing in the doorway, staring at him. He felt sick with his greed. She was in him, all of her at once, and it was too much. And the saints were making it worse, looking at him as though he were something loathsome, the Dark One shaking his head. "You killed her," he said. "You killed her." The European turned away from the accusations, his system boiling over, and leaned elbow and forearm on the wall, like a drunk about to vomit. Her presence in him was a torment. It wouldn't be still. It raged and raged, and her turbulence unlocked so much more. Strauss piercing his bowels, the dogs at his heels unleashing blood and smoke, and then back beyond these few terrible months to other ordeals, yards and snow and starlight and women and hunger, always hunger, and still at his back he felt the stare of the Christians. One of them spoke, the blond boy whom once he might have lusted after. He and she and all. "Is this all there is?" he demanded to know. "Is this all, you fucking liar? You promised us the deluge." The European pressed his hand over his mouth to stem the escaping smoke and pictured a wave curling over the hotel, over the city, descending to sweep Europe away. "Don't tempt me," he said. In the hallway, Whitehead, his neck broken, became vaguely aware of a perfume in the air. He could see the landing outside the suite from where he was lying. Voronovsky Square, with its fatal tree, had long since faded, leaving only the mirrors and the carpets. Now, as he sprawled beside the door, he heard somebody come up the stairs. He glimpsed a figure moving in the shadows. This was the perfumed one. The newcomer approached slowly, but doggedly, hesitating for only a moment at the threshold before stepping over Whitehead's crumpled form and making his way toward the room where the two men had played cards. There had been a while, as they'd chatted over the game, that the old man had fancied he might yet make a fresh covenant with the European, might escape for a few more years the inevitable catastrophe. But it had all gone wrong. They had rowed over some trivia, the way lovers do, and by some incomprehensible mathematic, it had escalated to this: death. He rolled himself over so that he could look the other way, down the corridor toward the gaming room. Karis was lying on the floor among the spilled cards. He could see her corpse through the open door. The European had devoured her. Now the newcomer interrupted his view as he lurched to the door. From where he lay, Whitehead hadn't been able to see the man's face, but he saw the shine on the machete at his side. Tom caught sight of the razor-eater before Chad. His unruly stomach rebelled at the mingled stench of sandalwood and putrefaction, and he threw up on the old man's bed as Breer stepped into the room. He'd come a long way, and the miles had not been kind, but he was here. Mamoulian stood upright from the wall and faced Breer. He was not entirely surprised to see that rotted face, though he wasn't sure why. Was it that his mind had not quite relinquished its hold on the razor-eater, and that Breer was somehow here at his behest? Breer stared at Mamoulian through the bright air, as if awaiting a new instruction before he acted again. The muscles of his face were so deteriorated that each flicker of his eyeball threatened to tear the skin of its orbit. He looked, thought Chad, his mind high on cognac, like a man full to bursting with butterflies. Their wings beat against the confines of his anatomy. They powdered his bones in their fervor. Soon their relentless motion would split him open, and the air would be full of them. The European looked down at the machete Breer was carrying. "Why did you come?" he wanted to know. The razor-eater tried to reply, but his tongue rebelled against the duty. There was just a soft palate word that could have been good or got or God, but was none of them. "Have you come to be killed, is that it?" Breer shook his head. He had no such intention, and Mamoulian knew it. Death was the least of his problems. He raised the blade at his side to signal his intentions. "I can wipe you out," Mamoulian said. Again Breer shook his head. "Egg," he said, which Mamoulian interpreted and repeated as dead. "Dead," Chad mused. "God in heaven, the man's dead." The European murmured the affirmative. Chad smiled. Maybe they were going to be cheated of the destroying wave. Perhaps the Reverend's calculations had been wrong, and the deluge wouldn't be on them for a few more months. What did it matter? He had stories to tell, such stories. Even Bliss, with all his talk of the demons and the soul of the hemisphere, hadn't known about scenes like this. The saint watched, licking his lips with anticipation. In the hallway, Whitehead had managed to drag himself 3 or 4 yards away from the front door, and he could see Marty, who had managed to stand. Leaning on the lintel of the bathroom door, Marty felt the old man's eyes on him. Whitehead raised a beckoning hand. Groggily, Marty lurched into the hallway, his presence ignored by the actors in the gaming room. It was dark out here. The light in the gaming room, that livid candlelight, was all but sealed off by the partially closed door. Marty knelt at Whitehead's side. The old man took hold of his shirt. "You've got to fetch her," he said, the voice almost faded. His eyes bulged. There was blood in his beard, and more coming with each word, but his hold was strong. "Fetch her, Marty," he hissed. "What are you talking about?" "He has her," Whitehead said. "In him. Fetch her for Christ's sake, or she'll be there forever like the others." His eyes flicked in the direction of the landing, remembering the scourge of Muranovsky Square. Was she there already? A prisoner under the tree, with Vasilyev's eager hands on her? The old man's lips began to tremble. "Can't let him have her, boy," he said. "You hear me? Won't let him have her." Marty had difficulty sewing the sense of this together. Was Whitehead suggesting that he should find his way into Mamoulian and retrieve Karis? It wasn't possible. "I can't," he said. The old man registered disgust and let go of Marty, as though he'd discovered he had hold of excrement. Painfully he turned his head away. Marty looked toward the gaming room. Through the gap in the door he could see Mamoulian moving toward the unmistakable figure of the razor-eater. There was frailty on the European's face. Marty studied it for a moment, and then looked down at the European's feet. Karis lay there, her face startled by cessation, her skin bright. He could do nothing. Why didn't Papa leave him be to run away into the night and heal his bruises? He could do nothing. And if he ran, if he found a place to hide, to heal, would he ever wash away the smell of his cowardice? Would this moment, the roads dividing and dividing again,
not be burned into his dreams forever? He looked back at Papa. But for the feeble movement of his lips, he could have already been dead. "Fetch her," he was still saying, a catechism to be repeated until his breath failed. "Fetch her. Fetch her." Marty had asked something similar of Karis, to go into the lunatic's lair and come back with a story to tell. How could he now not return the favor? Fetch her. Fetch her. Papa's words were fading with every beat of his failing heart. Maybe she was retrievable, Marty thought, somewhere in the flux of Mamoulian's body. And if not, would it be so hard to die trying to fetch her, and have an end to roads dividing and choices turning to ash? But how? He tried to recall how she'd done it, but the procedures were too elaborate. The washing, the silence. And surely he had scant opportunity to make his voyage before circumstances changed. His only source of hope lay in the fact of his bloody shirt, the way he'd felt on his way here, that Karis had snapped some barrier in his head, and that the damage, once done, was permanent. Perhaps his mind could go to her, through the wound she'd opened, tracing her scent as relentlessly as she'd pursued his. He closed his eyes, shutting off the hallway and Whitehead, and the body lying at the European's feet. Sight was a trap. She'd said that once. Effort, too. He must let go. Let instinct and imagination take him where sense and intellect could not. He conjured her effortlessly, putting the bleak fact of her corpse out of his head and evoking instead her living smile. In his mind he spoke her name, and she came to him in a dozen moments, laughing, naked, puzzled, contrite. But he let the particulars go, leaving only her essential presence in his aching head. He was dreaming her. The wound was open, and it pained him to touch it again. Blood was running into his open mouth, but the sensation was a distant phenomenon. It had little to do with his present condition, which was increasingly dislocated. He felt as though he was slipping his body off. It was redundant, waste matter. The ease of the procedure astonished him. His only anxiety was that he'd become too eager. He had to control his exhilaration, for fear he throw caution to the wind and be discovered. He could see nothing, hear nothing. The state he moved in, did he even move? Was not susceptible to the senses. Now, though he had no proof of the perception, he was sure he was abstracted from his body. It was behind, below him, an untenanted shell. Ahead of him, Karis. He would dream his way to her. And then, just as he thought he could take pleasure in this extraordinary journey, hell opened in front of him. Mamoulian, too intent on the razor-eater, felt nothing as Marty breached him. Breer made a half-run forward, lifting the machete and aiming a blow at the European. He sidestepped to avoid it, with perfect economy, but Breer pivoted around for a second strike with startling speed, and this time, more by chance than direction, the machete glanced down Mamoulian's arm, slicing into the cloth of his dark gray suit. "Chad," the European said, not taking his eyes off Breer. "Yes?" the blond boy replied. He was still leaning on the wall beside the door, posed there like an indolent hero. He had found Whitehead's cache of cigars, pocketing several and lighting one. He blew a cloud of dusty blue smoke and watched the gladiators through a blur of drink. "What do you want?" "Find the pilgrim's gun." "Why?" "For our visitor." "Kill him yourself," Chad replied nonchalantly. "You can do it." Mamoulian's mind revolted at the thought of laying his flesh on such decay. Better a bullet. At close range it would lay the razor-eater to waste. Without a head, even the dead couldn't walk. "Fetch the gun," he demanded. "No," Chad replied. The Reverend had said plain speaking was best. "This is no time for games," Mamoulian said, taking his attention off Breer for a moment to glance across at Chad. It was an error. The dead man swung the machete again, and this time the blow found Mamulian's shoulder, lodging in the muscle close to his neck. The European made no sound but a grunt as the blow fell, and a second as Breer pulled the blade out of its niche. "Stop," he told his assailant. Breer shook his head. This was what he had come for, wasn't it? This was the prelude to an act he'd waited so long to perform. Mamulian put his hand up to the wound at his shoulder. Bullets he could take and survive, but a more traumatic attack, one that compromised the integrity of his flesh, that was dangerous. He had to finish Breer off, and if the saint wouldn't fetch the gun, then he'd have to kill the razor-eater with his bare hands. Breer seemed to sense the intention. "You can't hurt me," he tried to say, the words coming out in a jumble. "I'm dead." Mamulian shook his head. "Limb from limb," he murmured. "If I must, limb from limb." Chad grinned, hearing the European's promise. Sweet Jesus, he thought, this was the way the world would end. A warren of rooms, cars on the freeway winding their last way home, the dead and almost dead exchanging blows by candlelight. The Reverend had been wrong. The deluge wasn't a wave, was it? It was blind men with axes. It was the great on their knees, begging not to die at the hands of idiots. It was the itch of the irrational grown to an epidemic. He watched, and thought of how he would describe this scene to the Reverend. And for the first time in his 19 years, his pretty head felt a spasm of pure joy. Marty hadn't realized how pleasurable the experience of travel had been, a passenger of pure thought, until he plunged into Mamulian's body. He felt like a skinned man immersed in boiling oil. He thrashed, his essence screeching for an end to this hell of another man's physicality. But Karis was here. He had to keep that thought uppermost, a touchstone. In this maelstrom, his feelings for her had the purity of mathematics. Its equations, complex but elegant in their proofs, offered a nicety that was like truth. He had to hold on to this recognition. If he once relinquished it, he was lost. Though without senses, he felt this new state struggling to impinge a vision of itself upon him. At the corners of his blind eyes, lights flared. Perspective opened up and closed again in an instant. Suns threatened to ignite overhead, and were snuffed out before they could shed warmth or illumination. Some irritation possessed him, an itch of lunacy. "Scratch me," it said, "and you needn't sweat any more." He countered the seduction with thoughts of Karis. "Gone," the itch said, "deeper than you'd dare to go, so much deeper." What it claimed was perhaps true. He'd swallowed her whole, taken her down to wherever he kept his favorite things, to the place where the zero he'd tampered with at Caliban Street was sourced. Face to face with such a vacuum, he would shrivel. There would be no reprieve this time. Such a place, the itch said, such a terrible place. "You want to see?" "No." "Come on, look. Look and tremble. Look and cease." "You wanted to know what he was. Well, you're about to get a worm's eye view." "I'm not listening," Marty thought. He pressed on, and though, like Caliban Street, there was no way up or down, no forward or back in this place, he had a sense of descent. Was it just the metaphors he carried with him, that he pictured hell as a pit? Or was he crawling through the European's innards to the bowel where Karis was hidden? "Of course you'll never get out," the itch said with a smile. "Not once you get down there. There's no way back. He'll never shit you out. You'll stay locked up in there once and for all." "Karis got out," he reasoned. "She was in his head," the itch reminded him. "She was flipping through his library. You're buried in the dung heap. And deep. Oh, yes, my man, so deep." "No." "For certain." "No." Mamulian shook his head. It was full of strange aches, voices, too. Or was that just the past chattering to him? Yes, the past. It had buzzed and gossiped in his ear more loudly in these recent weeks than ever in the preceding decades. Whenever his mind had idled, the gravity of history had claimed it, and he had been back in the monastery yard, with the snow falling and the drummer boy at his right-hand side quaking,
and the parasites leaving the bodies as they cooled. 200 years of life had sprung from that conspiracy of moments. Had the shot that killed the executioner been delayed by mere seconds, the sword would have fallen, his head would have rolled, and the centuries he'd lived would not have contained him, nor he they. And why did this cycle of thoughts return now, as he looked at Anthony across the room? They were 1,000 miles and 17 decades from that event. I'm not in danger, he chided himself, so why quake? Breer was teetering on the edge of total collapse. Dispatching him was a simple, if distasteful, task. He moved suddenly, his good hand snatching at Breer's throat before the other had a chance to retaliate. The European's slender fingers dug through the mush and closed around Breer's esophagus. Then he pulled hard. A goodly portion of Breer's neck came away in a splutter of grease and fluids. There was a sound like escaping steam. Chad applauded, cigar in mouth. In the corner where he'd collapsed, Tom had stopped whimpering and was also watching the mutilation. One man fighting for his life, the other for his death. Hallelujah! Saints and sinners all together. Mamoulian flung the fistful of muck away. Despite his formidable injury, the razor-eater was still standing. "Must I tear you apart?" Mamoulian said. Even as he spoke, something scrabbled inside him. Was the girl still fighting her confinement? "Who's there?" he asked softly. Karis answered, not to Mamoulian, but to Marty. "Here," she said. He heard her. No, not heard. Felt. She summoned him, and he followed. The itch in Marty was in seventh heaven. Too late to help her, it said. Too late for anything now. But she was close by, he knew it, her presence choking back his panic. "I'm with you," she said. "Two of us now." The itch was unimpressed. It smirked at the thought of escape. "You're sealed up forever," it said. "Better concede it. If she can't get out, why should you be able to?" "Two," Karis said. "Two of us now." For the frailest of moments he caught the intention in her words. They were together, and together they were more than a sum of their parts. He thought of their locking anatomies, the physical act that was metaphor for this other unity. He'd never understood until now. His mind jubilated. She was with him, he with her. They were one indivisible thought, imagining each other. "Go!" And hell divided. It had no choice. The province fragmented as they delivered themselves out of the Europeans' grasp. They experienced a few exquisite moments as one mind, and then gravity, or whatever law pertained in this state, demanded its lot. Division came, a rude expulsion from this momentary Eden, and they were plummeting now toward their own bodies, the conjunction over. Mamoulian felt their escape as a wounding more traumatic than any Breer had so far delivered. He put his finger up to his mouth, a look of pitiful loss on his face. Tears came freely, diluting the blood on his face. Breer seemed to sense a cue in this. His moment had come. An image had spontaneously appeared in his liquefying brain, like one of the grainy photographs in his book of atrocities, except that this image moved. Snow fell. The flames of a brazier danced. The machete in his hand felt heavier by the second, more like a sword. He raised it. Its shadow fell across the European's face. Mamoulian looked at Breer's ruined features and recognized them, saw how it had all come to this moment. Bowed under a weight of years, he fell to his knees. As he was doing so, Karis opened her eyes. There had been a vile, grinding return, more terrible for Marty than for herself, who was used to the sensation. But it was never entirely pleasant to feel muscle and fat congeal around the spirit. Marty's eyes had opened, too, and he was looking down at the body he occupied. It was heavy and stale. So much of it, the layers of skin, the hair, the nails, was dead matter. Its very substance revolted him. Being in this state was a parody of the freedom he'd just tasted. He started up from his slumped position with a small cry of disgust, as if he'd woken to find his body crawling with insects. He looked across to Karis for reassurance, but her attention had been claimed by a sight concealed from Marty by the partially closed door. She was watching a spectacle she knew from somewhere, but the point of view was different, and it took a while for her to place the scene. The man on his knees, his neck exposed, his arms spread a little from his body, fingers splayed in the universal gesture of submission. The executioner, face blurred, raising the blade to decapitate his willing victim. Somebody laughing somewhere nearby. The last time she'd seen this tableau, she'd been behind Mamoulian's eyes, a soldier in a snow-spattered yard, awaiting the blow that would cancel his young life. A blow that had never come, or rather had been deferred until now. Had the executioner waited so long, living in one body only to discard it for another, trailing Mamoulian through decade upon decade, until at last fate assembled the pieces of a reunion? Or was this all the European's doing? Had his will summoned Briere to finish a story accidentally interrupted generations before? She would never know. The act, begun a second time, was not to be postponed again. The weapon sliced down, almost dividing head from neck in one blow. A few tenacious sinews kept it rocking, nose to chest, from the trunk for 2 succeeding blows before it departed, rolling down between the European's legs and coming to rest at Tom's feet. The boy kicked it away. Mamoulian had made no sound, but now, headless, his torso gave vent. Noise came from the wound with the blood. Complaints sounded, it seemed, from every pore, and with the sound came smoky ghosts of unmade pictures, rising from him like steam. Bitter things appeared and fled. Dreams, perhaps, or fragments of the past. It was all one now, always had been, in fact. He had come from rumor. He, the legendary, he, the unfixable, he whose very name was a lie. Could it matter if now his biography, fleeing into nothingness, was taken as fiction? Briere, unassuaged, began to berate the open wound of the corpse's neck with the machete, slicing first down, then sideways, in an effort to cleave the enemy into smaller and yet smaller pieces. An arm was summarily lopped off. He picked it up to sever hand from wrist, forearm from upper arm. In moments the room, which had been almost serene as the execution took place, became an abattoir. Marty stumbled to the door in time to see Briere strike off Mamoulian's other arm. "Look at him go," said the American boy, toasting the bloodbath with Whitehead's vodka. Marty watched the carnage, unblenched. It was all over. The European was a dead man. His head lay on its side under the window. It looked small, vestigial. Karis, flattened against the wall beside the door, caught Marty's hand. "Papa," she said. "What about Papa?" As she spoke, Mamoulian's corpse pitched forward from its kneeling position. The ghosts and the din it had spilled had stopped. Now there was only dark blood splashing from it. Briere bent to further butchery, opening the abdomen with 2 slashes. Urine fountained from the punctured bladder. Karis, revolted by the attacks, slipped out of the room. Marty lingered a while longer. The last sight he caught as he followed Karis was the razor-eater picking up the head by the hair, like some exotic fruit, and delivering a lateral cut to it. In the hallway, Karis was crouching at her father's side. Marty joined her. She stroked the old man's cheek. "Papa," she said. He wasn't dead, but neither was he truly alive. There was a flicker in his pulse, no more. His eyes were closed. "No use," Marty said, as she shook the old man's shoulder. "He's as good as gone." In the gaming room, Chad had begun to shriek with laughter. Apparently the slaughterhouse scenes were reaching new heights of absurdist brio. "I don't want to be here when he gets bored," Marty said. Karis made no move. "There's nothing we can do for the old man," he said. She looked at him, bewildered by the dilemma. "He's gone, Karis, and we should go too." A silence had started in the abattoir. It was worse in its way than the laughter, or the sound of Breer's labors.
"We can't wait around," Marty said.
He roughly pulled Karis to her feet and propelled her toward the front door of the penthouse. She made only faint objection. As they slipped away downstairs, somewhere up above them the blonde American began to applaud again. 72. The dead man worked at his work for a good time. Long after the domestic traffic on the highway had dwindled to a trickle, leaving only the long-distance freight drivers to roar their way north. Breer heard none of it. His ears had long since given out, and his eyesight, once so sharp, could barely make sense of the carnage that now lay on every side of him. But when his sight failed completely, he still had the rudiments of touch. This he used to finish his commission, dividing and subdividing the flesh of the European until it was impossible to tell apart the piece that spoke and the piece that pissed. Chad tired of the entertainment long before that point was reached. Grinding out his second cigar with his heel, he sauntered through to see how things were progressing elsewhere. The girl had gone. The hero, too. God loves them, he thought. The old man was still lying in the hallway, however, clutching the gun, which he'd retrieved at some point in the proceedings. His fingers spasmed once in a while, nothing more. Chad went back into the bloody chamber, where Breer was on his knees among the meat and the cards, still chopping, and raised Tom off the floor. He was in a languid state, his lips almost blue, and it took a good deal of cajoling to get any action out of him. But Chad was a born proselytizer, and a short talk got some enthusiasm back into him.
"Nothing we can't do now, you know," Chad told him. "We're baptized men. I mean, we've seen everything, haven't we? There ain't nothing in this whole wide world the devil can fight us with, because we've been there. Ain't we been there?"
Chad was high on his newfound freedom. He wanted to prove the point, and he had this fine idea.
"You'll like this, Tommy,"
of doing a dump on the old man's chest. Tom didn't seem to care either way, and he just watched, while Chad dropped his trousers to do the dirty work. His bowels would not oblige. As he started to stand upright, however, Whitehead's eyes snapped open, and the gun fired. The bullet missed plowing into Chad's testicles by a hairbreadth, but scored a fine red mark on the inside of his milk-white thigh, and whistled past his face to slam into the ceiling. Chad's bowels gave then, but the old man was dead. He'd died with the shot that came so close to blowing off Chad's manhood.
"Near thing,"
Tom said, his catatonia broken by Chad's near mutilation.
"Guess I'm just lucky,"
the blond boy replied. Then they took their revenges as best they could, and went their way.
"I'm the last of the tribe," thought Breer. "When I'm gone, the razor-eaters will be a thing of the past."
He hauled himself from the Pandemonium Hotel, knowing that what coherence his body had was fast diminishing. His fingers could barely grip the petrol can he'd stolen from the boot of a car before he'd come to the hotel, and had left, awaiting these last rites, in the foyer. It was as difficult to grasp with his mind as it was with his fingers, but he did the best he could. He couldn't name the things that sniffed at his carcass as he squatted among the rubbish. Couldn't even remember who he was, except that he had seen once some fine and wonderful sights. He twisted the cap off the petrol can and spilled the contents over him as efficiently as he could. Most of the fluid simply pooled around him. Then he dropped the can and ferreted blind for the matches. The first and second didn't catch. The third did. Flames instantly engulfed him. In the conflagration his body curled up, taking on that pugilistic attitude common to the victims of immolation, the joints shortening as they cooked, drawing arms and legs up into a posture of defense. When at last the flames went out, the dogs came to scavenge what they could. More than one of them went away yelping, however, their palates slit by a mouthful of meat, in which, secreted like pearls in an oyster, were the razor blades Breer had downed like a gourmet. Chapter 14. After the Wave. 73. Wind had the world.
It blew exactly east-west that evening, carrying the clouds buoyant after a day of rain, in the direction of the setting sun, as if they were hurrying to some apocalypse just over the horizon. Or perhaps, this thought was worse, they were rushing to persuade the sun to back up from oblivion for another hour, another minute, anything to delay the night. And, of course, it wouldn't come. And instead the sun was taking advantage of their fleecy-headed panic to steal them over the edge of the world. Karis had tried to persuade Marty that all was well, but she hadn't succeeded. Now, as he hurried toward the Orpheus Hotel once more, with the clouds suicidal and the night coming down, he sensed the rightness of his suspicions. The whole visible world carried evidence of conspiracy. Besides, Karis still spoke in her sleep. Not with Mamoulian's voice, perhaps, that cautious, looping, ironic voice that he'd come to know and hate. She didn't even make words as such, just scraps of sound, the noise of crabs, of birds trapped in an attic, whirs and scratchings, as though she, or something in her, was laboring to reinvent a forgotten vocabulary. There was nothing human in it as yet, but he was certain the European was in hiding there. The more he listened, the more he seemed to hear order in the muttering. The more the noise her sleeping tongue made sounded like a palate seeking after speech. The thought made him sweat. And then, the night before this night of rushing clouds, he'd been startled awake at 4 a.m. There were dreadful dreams, of course, and would, he supposed, be dreams for many years to come. But tonight they were not confined to his head. They were here. They were now. Karis was not lying beside him in the narrow bed. She was standing in the middle of the room, her eyes closed, her face infested with tiny, inexplicable tics. She was talking again, or at least attempting to. And this time he knew without a shadow of a doubt that somehow Mamoulian was still with her. He said her name, but she made no sign of waking. Getting up out of bed, he crossed the room toward her, but as he made his move, the air around them seemed to bleed darkness. Her chattering took on a more urgent pitch, and he sensed the darkness solidifying. His face and chest began to itch. His eyes stung. Again he called her name, shouting now. There was no response. Shadows had begun to flit across her, though there was no light in the room that could have cast them. He stared at her gabbling face. The shadows resembled those cast by light through blossom-laden boughs, as though she were standing in the shade of a tree. Above him, something sighed. He looked up. The ceiling had disappeared. In its place, a spreading tracery of branches, growing even as he watched. Her words were at its root. He had no doubt of it. And it grew stronger and more intricate with every syllable she spoke. The boughs rippled as they swelled, sprouting twigs that in seconds grew heavy with foliage. But despite its health, the tree was corrupted in every bud. Its leaves were black, and shone not with sap, but with the sweat of putrescence. Vermin scuttled up and down the branches. Fetid blossoms fell like snow, leaving the fruit exposed. Such terrible fruit! A sheaf of knives, tied up in a ribbon like a gift for an assassin. A child's head, hung up by its plaited hair. One branch was looped with human intestine. From another a cage depended, in which a bird was burning alive. Mementos all, keepsakes of past atrocities. And was the collector here, among his souvenirs? Something moved in the turbulent darkness above Marty, and it was no rat. He could hear whispers exchanged. There were human beings up there, resting in the rot, and they were climbing down to have him join them. He reached through the boiling air and took hold of Karis's arm. It felt mushy, as though the flesh was about to come away in his hand. Beneath her lids she rolled her eyes like a stage lunatic, her mouth still shaping the word that conjured the tree. "Stop!" he said, but she only chattered on. He took hold of her with both hands and shouted for her to shut up, shaking her as he did so. Above them the boughs creaked. A litter of twigs fell down on him. "Wake up, damn you!" he told her. "Karis, this is Marty. Me, Marty! Wake up, for Christ's sake!" He felt something in his hair, and glanced up to see a woman spitting a pearl thread of saliva down upon him. It spattered on his face, ice cold. Panic mounting, he started to yell at Karis to make her stop, and when that failed, he slapped her hard across the face. For an instant, the flow of conjuring was interrupted. The tree and its inhabitants complained with growls. He slapped her again, harder. The fever behind her lids had begun to abate, he saw. He called to her again and shook her. Her mouth lolled open. The tics and terrible intentionality left her face. The tree trembled. "Please," he begged her, "wake up." The black leaves shrank upon themselves. The fevered limbs lost their ambition. She opened her eyes. Murmuring its chagrin, the rot rotted and went away into nothingness. The mark of his hand was still ripening on her cheek, but she was apparently unaware of his blows. Her voice was blurred by sleep as she said, "What's wrong?" He held her tight. Not having any answer, he felt brave enough to voice. He only said, "You were dreaming." She looked at him, puzzled. "I don't remember," she said, and then, becoming aware of his trembling hands, "What's happened?" "A nightmare," he said. "Why am I out of bed?" "I was trying to wake you." She stared at him. "I don't want to be woken," she said. "I'm tired enough as it is." She disengaged herself. "I want to go back to bed." He let her return to the crumpled sheets and lie down. She was asleep again before he had crossed to her. He did not join her, but sat up until dawn, watching her sleep, and trying to keep the memories at bay. "I'm going back to the hotel," he told her in the middle of the next day, this very day. He'd hoped she might have some explanation for the events of the previous night. Frail hope. That she might tell him it was some stray illusion that she had managed at last to spit out. But she had no such reassurances to offer. When he asked her if she remembered anything of the preceding night, she replied that she dreamed nothing these nights, and was glad of it. Nothing. He repeated the word like a death sentence, thinking of the empty room in Caliban Street, of how nothing was the essence of his fear. Seeing his distress, she reached across to him and touched his face. His skin was hot. It was raining outside, but the room was clammy. "The European's dead," she told him. "I have to see for myself." "There's no need, babe." "If he's dead and gone, why do you talk in your sleep?" "Do I?" "Talk, and make allusions." "Maybe I'm writing a book," she said. The attempt at levity was stillborn. "We've got plenty of problems without going back there." That was true. There was much to decide. How to tell this story, for one, and how to be believed, for another. How to give themselves into the hands of the law and not be accused of murders known and unknown. There was a fortune waiting for Karis somewhere. She was her father's sole beneficiary. That, too, was a reality that had to be faced. "Marmolian's dead," she told him. "Can't we forget about him for a while? When they find the bodies, we'll tell the whole story, but not yet. I want to rest for a few days." "You made something appear last night. Here in this room. I saw it." "Why are you so certain it's me?" she retorted. "Why should I be the one who's still obsessed? Are you sure it isn't you who's keeping this alive?" "Me? Not able to let it go." "Nothing would make me happier." "Then forget it, damn you. Let it be, Marty. He's gone, dead and gone, and that's the end of it." She left him to turn the accusation over in his head. Maybe it was him. Maybe he'd just dreamed the tree and was blaming her for his own paranoia. But in her absence his doubts conspired. How could he trust her? If the European was alive, somehow, somewhere, couldn't he put those arguments into her mouth to keep Marty from interfering? He spent the time she was out in an agony of indecision, not knowing a way forward that wasn't tainted with suspicion, but lacking the strength to face the hotel again, and so prove the matter one way or the other. Then, in the late afternoon, she'd returned. They'd said nothing, or very little, and after a while she'd gone back to bed, complaining of an aching head. After half an hour sharing the room with her sleeping presence, hearing only her even breath, no chatter this time, he'd gone out for whiskey and a paper, scanning it for news of discovery or pursuit. There was nothing. World events dominated. Where there were not cyclones or wars, there were cartoons and racing results. He headed back to the flat, prepared to forget his doubts, to tell her that she'd been right all along, only to find the bedroom locked, and from the inside her voice, softened by sleep, stumbling toward a new coherence. He broke in and tried to wake her, but this time neither shaking nor slaps made any impression upon her possessed slumber. 74. And he was almost there now. He wasn't dressed for the cold that was creeping on, and he shivered as he crossed the desolation to the hotel pandemonium. Autumn was making its presence felt early this year, not even waiting for the beginning of September to chill the air. In the weeks since he'd last stood on this spot, the summer had given in to rain and wind. He was not unhappy with its desertion. Summer heat in small rooms would never have benign associations for him again. He looked up at the hotel. It was coral-colored in the sliding light. The details of scorch marks and graffiti looked almost too real. A portrait by an obsessive, each detail in absolute focus. He watched the facade a while, to see if something signaled to him. Perhaps a window might wink, a door grimace. Anything to prepare him for what he might discover inside. But it remained politic. Just a solid building, face staled with age and flame, catching the last light of the day. The front door had been closed by the last visitor to leave the hotel, but no attempt had been made to replace the boards. Marty pushed, and the door opened, grinding across the plaster and dirt on the floor. Inside, nothing had changed. The chandelier tinkled as a gust from outside trespassed into the sanctum. A dry rain of dust flitted down. As he climbed the first 2 flights, a smell began to infiltrate, something riper than damp or ash. Presumably the bodies would still be where they'd been left. Substantial decay would have set in. He didn't know how long such processes took, but after the experiences of recent weeks he was prepared for the worst. Even the strengthening smell as he ascended scarcely touched him. He halted halfway up, and took out the bottle of scotch he'd bought, unscrewed the top, and, still eyeing the remaining flights of stairs, put the bottle to his lips. The mouthful of spirit sluiced his gums and throat, and scorched its way down into his belly. He resisted the temptation to take a second swig. Instead, he resealed the bottle and pocketed it, before continuing up. Memories began to besiege him. He'd hoped to keep them at bay, but they came unbidden, and he wasn't strong enough to resist them. There were no pictures, just voices. They echoed around his skull as if it were empty, as if he were simply some mindless brute answering the call of a superior mind. The urge to turn tail and run came over him, but he knew that if he capitulated now and went back to her, the qualms would only deepen. Soon he'd be suspecting every twitch of her arm, wondering if the European was preparing her for murder. It would be another kind of prison. Its walls suspicion, its bars doubt. And he'd be sentenced to it for the rest of his life. Even if Karis left, wouldn't he still be glancing over his shoulder as the years passed, watching for a someone to appear who had a face behind his face, and the European's unforgiving eyes? And still, with every step taken, his fears multiplied. He gripped the filthy banister, and forced himself onward and upward. "I don't want to go," the child in him complained. "Don't make me go, please." Easy enough to turn around. Easy enough to delay the whole thing. "Look, your feet will do it. Just say the word. Go back. She'll wake eventually. Just be patient. Go back." "And if she doesn't wake?" the voice of reason replied. And that made him go on. As he took another step, something moved on the landing ahead of him. A flea jump noise, no more. So soft he could barely hear it. A rat, perhaps? Probably. All manner of scavengers would come here, wouldn't they, in the expectation of a feast? He'd preempted that horror, too, and was hardened to the thought. He reached the landing. No rat scurried away from his footfall. At least he saw none. But there was something here. At the head of the stairs, a small brown maggot rolled around on the carpet, twisting upon itself in its enthusiasm to get somewhere. Down the stairs, probably, into the dark. He didn't look at it too closely. Whatever it was harmless. Let it find a niche to grow fat in, and become a fly in time, if that was its ambition. He crossed the penultimate landing and started up the final flight of stairs. A few steps up, the smell abruptly worsened. The stench of fetid meat assaulted him, and now, despite the scotch and all the mental preparation, his innards turned over and over, like the maggot on the carpet, twisting and turning. He stopped 2 or 3 steps up the flight, pulled out his whiskey, and took 2 solid throatfuls, swallowing it so quickly it made his eyes water. Then he continued his ascent. Something soft slid beneath his heel. He looked down. Another maggot, the larger brother of the one below, had been arrested in its descent by his foot. It was squashed to a fatty pulp. He glanced at it for only a second before hurrying on, aware that the sole of his shoe was slimy. Either that, or he was pressing other such grubs underfoot as he went. The gulps of liquor had made his head sing. He took the last 2 dozen steps almost at a run, eager to have the worst over with. By the time he'd reached the top of the stairs, he was breathless. He had an absurd image of himself, a drunkard's fancy, as a messenger coming with news, lost battles, murdered children, to the palace of some fabulous king, except that the king, too, was murdered, his battles lost. He started toward the penthouse. The smell had become so dense it was almost edible. As he had once before, he caught sight of himself in the mirror. He looked down ashamed from the frightened face, and, God, the carpet crawled. Not 2 or 3, but a dozen or more fat, ragged maggots were laboring, blindly it seemed, to find their way across the carpet, which was stained by their travels. They were like no insect he'd ever seen before, lacking any decipherable anatomy, and all different sizes, some finger-thin, others the size of a baby's fist, their shapeless forms purple, but streaked with yellow. They left trails of slime and blood like wounded slugs. He stepped around them. They'd got fat on meat he'd once debated with. He didn't want to examine them too closely, but as he pushed open the door of the suite and stepped cautiously into the corridor, an appalling possibility crept into his head and sat there, whispering obscenities. The creatures were everywhere in the suite. The more ambitious of them were scaling the pastel walls, gluing the slivers of their bodies to the wallpaper with seeped fluids, edging up like caterpillars, a peristalsis moving through their length. Their direction was arbitrary. Some, to judge by their trails, were circling on themselves. In the dim light of the corridor his worst suspicions merely simmered, but they began to boil when he edged past Whitehead's sprawled body and stepped into the slaughterhouse room, where the light from the highway made a sodium day. Here the creatures were in yet greater abundance. The whole room swarmed with them, from flea-sized fragments to slabs the size of a man's heart, throwing out tattered filaments like tentacles to haul themselves about. Worms, fleas, maggots. A whole new entomology congregated at the place of execution. Except that these weren't insects, or the larvae of insects. He could see that plainly now. They were pieces of the European's flesh. He was still alive. In pieces. In 1,000 senseless pieces, but alive.
Breer had been unrelentingly thorough in his destruction, eradicating the European as best his machete and failing hands would allow. But it had not been enough. There was too much stolen life buzzing in Mamulian's cells. It roared on, in contravention of any sane law, unquenchable. But for all his vehemence, the Razor-Eater had not finished the European's life, merely subdivided it, leaving it to describe these futile circles. And somewhere in this lunatic's menagerie was a beast with a will, a fragment that still possessed sufficient sense to think itself, albeit stutteringly, into Karis's mind. Perhaps not one piece, perhaps many, a sum of these wandering parts. Marty wasn't interested in its biology. How this obscenity survived was a matter for a madhouse debating society. He backed out of the room and stood, shivering in the hall. Wind gusted against the window. The glass complained. He listened to the gusts while he worked out what to do next. Down the corridor, a piece of filth fell from the wall. He watched it struggle to turn itself over, and then began the slow ascent again. Just beyond the spot where it labored lay Whitehead. Marty went back to the body. Charmaine's killers had enjoyed themselves mightily before they left. Whitehead's trousers and underwear had been pulled down, and his groin scrawled on with a knife. His eyes were open. His false teeth had been removed. He stared at Marty, jaw sagging like a delinquent child. Flies crawled on him. There were patches of decay on his face. But he was dead, which in this world was something. The boys had, as a final insult, defecated on his chest. Flies gathered there, too. In his time, Marty had hated this man. Loved him, too, if only for a day. Called him Papa, called him bastard. Made love to his daughter, and thought himself king of creation. He'd seen the man in power, a lord. Seen him afraid, too, scrabbling for escape like a rat on a fire. He'd seen the old man's odd species of integrity in practice, and found it workable, as fruitful, perhaps, as the affections of more loving men. He reached across to seal off the stair. But in their zeal, the evangelists had cut off Whitehead's lids, and Marty's fingers instead touched the slick of his eyeball. Not tears that wetted it, but rot. He grimaced, withdrew his hand, sickened. Just to shut off the look on Papa's face, he thrust his fingers under the corpse to heave it onto its belly. The body fluids had settled, and his underside was damp and sticky. Gritting his teeth, he rolled the man's bulk onto its side and let gravity pull it over. Now, at least, the old man didn't have to watch what followed. Marty stood up. His hands stank. He baptized them liberally with the rest of the scotch to cancel the smell. The libation served another purpose. It removed the temptation of the drink. It would be too easy to become muzzy and lose focus on the problem. The enemy was here. It had to be dealt with, put away forever. He began where he was, in the hall, digging his heels into the pieces of flesh that crawled around Whitehead's body, squashing their stolen life out as best he could. They made no sound, of course, which made the task simpler. They were just worms, he told himself, dumb slivers of mindless life. And it became yet easier as he went up and down the corridor, grinding the meat into smears of yellow fat and brown muscle. The beasts succumbed without argument. He began to sweat, working out his revulsion on this human refuse, eyes darting everywhere to make sure he caught each wretched scrap. He felt a smile twitch at the corners of his mouth. Now a low laugh, quite without humor, escaped. It was an easy decimation. He was a boy again, killing ants with his thumbs. 1, 2, 3. Only these things were slower than the most laden ant, and he could stamp them down at a leisurely pace. All the power and wisdom of the European had come to this muck, and he, Marty Strauss, had been elected to play the God game and wipe it away. He had gained, at the last, a terrible authority, "Nothing is essential." The words he'd heard and spoken in Caliban Street at last made absolute sense. Here was the European, proving the bitter syllogism with his own flesh and bone. When he'd finished his work in the hallway, he returned to the main room and began his labors there, his initial revulsion at touching the flesh dwindling, until with time he was snatching pieces from their perches on the wall and flinging them down to be ground out. When he'd done in the gaming room, he went to scour the landing and stairs. Finally, when all was still, he returned to the suite and made a bonfire of the curtains from the dressing-room, fueled by the table the old man had played cards on, and tindered by the cards themselves, and then went around the room kicking the larger pieces of flesh into the fire, where they spat and curled and were presently consumed. The smaller pieces he scraped up, the laugh still coming intermittently, as he flung little rains of meat into the middle of the conflagration. The room rapidly filled with smoke and heat, neither having any escape route. His heart began to pound loudly in his ears, his arms shone with sweat. It was a long job, and he had to be meticulous, didn't he? He mustn't leave a living speck, not a fragment, for fear it live on, become mythical, grow perhaps, and find him. When the fire died down, he fed it the pillows, the records, and the paperback books, until there was nothing left to burn but himself. There were moments, as he gazed entranced into the flames, that the thought of stepping into the fire was not unattractive. But he resisted. It was only exhaustion tempting him. Instead, he crouched in a corner, watching the play of flame-light on the wall. The patterns made him cry. Or at least something did. When some time before dawn Karis came up the stairs to claim him from his reverie, he neither heard nor saw her. The fire had long since died down. Only the bones, shattered by Breer's dismembering, and blackened and cracked in the fire, were still recognizable. Shards of thigh bone, of vertebrae, the saucer of the European's skull. She crept in as if fearful of waking a sleeping child. Maybe he had been sleeping. There were feathery images in his head that could only have been dreams. Life was not that terrible. "I woke," she said. "I knew you'd be here." He could barely see her through the grimy air. She was a chalk drawing on black paper, so vulnerable to smudging. The tears came again when he thought of that. "We must go," she said, not wishing to press him for explanations. Perhaps she would ask him in time, when the plaintive look had left his eyes. Perhaps she would never ask. After several minutes of her coaxing him and pressing close to him, he slid up from his knee-hugging meditation and conceded to her care. When they stepped out of the hotel, the wind buffeted them, as antagonistic as ever. Marty looked up to see if the gusts had blown the stars off course. But they were steadfast. Everything was in its place, despite the insanity that had mauled their lives of late. And though she hurried him on, he dawdled, his head back, squinting at the stars. There were no revelations to be had there, just pinpricks of light in a plain heaven. But he saw for the first time how fine that was, that in a world too full of loss and rage they be remote, the minimum of glory. As she led him across the lightless ground, time and again he could not prevent his gaze from straying skyward. End of The Damnation Game by Clive Barker. Narrated by David Palmer in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 200 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.